Dreamscape, an RB Media audio brand presents Ra, Songs of Moses by Jessica N. Watkins. Narrated by Ebony Majesty and Pierre Manhattan. RB Media is the largest audiobook publisher in the world. Find your next great listen and get exclusive offers at rbaudio.com. Prologue. Kalani. For the first time in days, I was truly happy. I felt like things were finally getting back to normal. Life wasn't at all perfect. Nevertheless, I had a lot of hope that everything was going to work out. I practically ran toward my car that was parked half a block down the street. Once inside of the car, I called Soleil back as I started the engine. She had called me at least a dozen times while I was in the meeting. She had also sent a text message asking that I call her back as soon as possible. I wasn't even paying attention when Soleil answered. I cut her off with excitement as I whizzed through the traffic downtown. "Hey, Soleil, I already know. I'm on my way to the hospital now." It was like she didn't even hear me. She sounded so out of it as she spoke to me. "Can you come by my house?" "When? I need to get to the hospital right now. What's wrong?" "Please, Kalani. It's really important." When I heard the tears, I knew that Ra had done something. I shook my head in irritation and disappointment. I was so sick of Ra and his bullshit. I couldn't understand why he just wouldn't leave that girl alone and let her live. "All right," I reluctantly told her. I didn't want to go, but she sounded like she really needed me. "I'm on my way." She hung up without another word. "This nigga irks my soul," I muttered through gritted teeth as I tossed the phone onto the passenger seat. I drove towards the expressway like a madwoman, with hate for Ra fueling my lead foot. Ra was like a thorn in my side. He was negatively affecting everyone's life around him. He was even affecting mine, and he wasn't even my man. He was like a virus, slowly eating away at our lives with his inability to give a fuck about anybody else besides himself. I thought that Soleil was finally done with him after this last major stunt that he pulled, but apparently not. About 15 minutes later, I arrived at Soleil and Ra's house while being completely disgusted that once again my life was consumed by Ra or something to do with him. I needed to be at the hospital, not at their house consoling Soleil after whatever stunt he pulled this time. This better be real important, I thought as I rang the bell. I repeatedly moved my legs back and forth and stuffed my hands in my pockets to cope with the cold. It was the beginning of winter, and it was already cold as hell in Chicago. January was only 2 days away. That's when the real Arctic air was going to blow through the city. As I waited for Soleil to come to the door, I thought about New Year's Eve being the next day. Memories of all that I had been through came to mind, especially the events of the last few weeks. The memories were eerie, but I was happy to start this new year with hopes of a much better tomorrow. All of those hopes were lost when Soleil finally answered the door, looking like a walking car accident. Her blonde bang was all over the place and hanging in her face. Her eyes were bloodshot red as they rained tears. When I realized that the stains on her shirt were blood, I lost it. "Soleil! Oh my God, are you okay?" In response, she turned away from the door and began to mope as she walked away. I hurriedly followed her inside, closed the door, and followed closely behind her with a million questions. "What happened? Did Ra hit you? What the hell is going on?" "He had the nerve to blame me for what happened to Essence," she fussed in anger, while making long, fast strides down the hall. I was on her heels. I was damn near chasing her, confused as she rambled on and walked briskly through the house. "He didn't care. I told him what happened to Essence, and he still didn't care." Didn't care about what, Soleil? She didn't even hear me. I told him how much I wanted that baby. He just laughed. He dismissed my hurt like it didn't mean anything. He told me that I was overreacting. He said that this was my fault. He told me that if I was the ride or die bitch for my man that I was supposed to be, this wouldn't have happened to Essence. As we entered the kitchen, I still didn't know what was going on. Yet it was obvious that Ra had finally gone too far. The look in Soleil's eyes was angrier than I had ever seen before. She was possessed with fury. Soleil was still rambling on and crying, nervously running her fingers through her hair. She sounded like a crazy person. And do you know what he had the nerve to say? Her face lost all sanity as she recalled it in her mind. He said that if Essence wasn't such a hoe, like her mother, maybe this wouldn't have happened to her. I cringed. Ra's words even hurt my feelings as I leaned against the island in the kitchen. Soleil. I stopped mid-sentence when my eyes fell upon the scene on the floor near the back door. I gasped so loud that it bounced off the walls. Soleil, what did you do? A few weeks ago. 1. Soleil. Have a great day, Mr. Peterson, I said with my best customer service smile as I slid his receipt across the counter. As he walked off, I called, "Next?" And that's when I saw Priest. I instantly felt butterflies in my stomach. My fingers started instinctively smoothing my pixie-cut blonde hair. I could feel my pulse in my ears. This man had no business looking that good. He was tall with broad shoulders that stretched the sleeves of a hoodie. His tan skin caught the light, and his colorful tattoos peeked up from his collar. That perfectly groomed beard framed a face so fine, I wanted it to be my permanent seat. And that slow, confident walk, full of swag, gave big dick energy in motion. Priest came to the bank too often for my heart to take it. And because I usually handled his transactions, I knew exactly what was sitting pretty in his accounts. He was self-employed according to his files, but he was a street nigga according to my common sense. "What's up, beautiful?" His deep voice rolled over me like honey as he stepped up to my window, leaning in just enough to close the space between us. As he slid his withdrawal slip through the window, his lips curved into that sinful smile that always ruined my concentration. I tried so hard not to blush. "Hello, Priest. What can I do for you today?" "You could give me your number, or—" He grinned wider as his eyes raked over me in a way that made my thighs press together on the other side of the counter. "You could finally say yes to me seeing you outside of this bank." I bit back a giggle while I processed his withdrawal. "You never quit, do you?" "Not when it comes to you." He was so smooth and cocky, like he already knew I'd fold one day. "I told you that I have a man." "And I already told you that it's something about you that makes me not care about that nigga." Blushing, I counted out his cash with the money counter, then slid it across the counter. "Well, I care about him," I told Priest, while reminding myself why I couldn't fold. As fine as Priest was, I was committed to Ra and had no reason to fall victim to Priest's beauty. Still, when his fingertips brushed mine as he took the bills, as much as they could through the window, a shiver danced up my arm. "Thank you," he said, dragging his gaze over me one last time. "Are you sure I can't feed you?" I rolled my eyes, trying not to smile as I motioned toward the long line behind him. "Go, Priest. People have been waiting a long time." A smile slowly spread to each ear, teasing me with those perfect white teeth. "All right, Soleil, but I'll see you soon." Thankfully, he backed away so I could breathe again, but he kept throwing me those lingering stares and licking his lips like he knew damn well what he was doing to me. I took a deep breath, forced myself to focus, and called the next customer. There was always an afternoon rush at the bank on a Friday afternoon. It was always swarming with customers who'd just gotten paid and needed to make their transactions before the weekend. But this rush was especially hectic because it was only 3 weeks before Christmas. "Welcome to Chase. How may I help you?" I didn't look up as I closed out the previous transaction while the new customer approached the teller window. I was exhausted. I had worked 6 straight days. I had been juggling my role as a bank customer service manager while also stepping in as a teller because of the constant staffing issues. The holiday rush only made it worse. There had been endless lines, impatient customers, and no real break to breathe. Ra, my fiancé, had been busy with his hustle and in the studio. He hadn't been able to help much around the house with the kids lately. Ra and I had 2 kids. Essence and Elijah were 13 and 10 years old and were a complete handful. One would think that since I was only 27, that I would have the energy to keep up with them. Yet the holiday hours and running around with the kids had me beat. Not to mention, on top of all of that, I was about 8 weeks pregnant. When the customer was taking too long to respond, I discreetly drew in a heavy breath and looked up, staring down the barrel of a 9mm. I gasped but remained still. Though there was a teller window between us, the gunman had stuck his slim arm through the circular opening, pointing the gun at the middle of my forehead. Too scared to move, my eyes darted from left to right. A few of the bankers were still working on transactions, oblivious to what was happening. A few of the customers had noticed, however. It felt like minutes, but it was only seconds before screams began to fill the air of the small bank on 35th and King Drive. "Nobody move!" The voice was coming from near the front entrance. My eyes darted in that direction. Carl, the security guard, was being held in a headlock by a tall, heavy-set guy. Like the guy in front of me, his head was covered with a hood. Every time he moved frantically, wildly waving a gun at the crowd with his other arm, I could vaguely see his eyes. My own darted towards the baritone voice behind the beady, discolored eyes of the guy pointing death right at me. The guy at the door barked, "Hit the motherfucking floor!" And everyone did. Like robots, approximately 15 men, women, and children hit the floor in the lobby, as well as the tellers next to me. The guy pointing the gun at me started shouting orders to me. "Give me everything." I couldn't believe this was happening. "Now, bitch!" When I saw his finger become much more intimate with that trigger, I moved like a cheetah. I didn't think twice. I wasn't about to lose my life trying to save somebody else's money. This motherfucker could have had whatever he wanted. "Everything. The other drawers, too." He fussed orders at me, but he didn't have to tell me twice. I went from drawer to drawer, opening them and grabbing cash. By this time, his partner had forced the security guard, Carl, to enter the necessary code to let him into the back with the tellers. Carl was 63 years young, too old to fight off a 6'4", oversized, aggressive man holding a Glock. Everything moved so fast, but I did whatever they told me to. All of the customers were able to run out of the bank since both of the robbers were in the back with us. 3 minutes went by slowly like 3 years. Yet by that time, the gunmen were running out of the security door and back into the lobby, with a garbage bag full of cash. As I watched them sprint toward the exit, relief left my body with such force that I leaned against the counter and held my head in my hands. I forced myself to shake off the shock, but my fingers trembled as I slammed my palm against the alarm button mounted beside my window. Just as I felt relief, a gunshot pierced the air. We all screamed and I hit the floor just as 2 more shots rang out. Then I could hear the burglars barging out of the bank. My heart was in my throat. Suddenly, more gunshots rang out, but they sounded like they were outside. Still, me and the other tellers took cover while screaming and praying. Then, nothing. An eerie, suffocating silence filled the room, the kind that made your skin crawl. Then I heard someone coming back into the bank. There were hurried footsteps, and then a deep, familiar voice called my name. It was Priest. "Priest!" I shrieked as I let out a relieved breath. Though we knew that the gunmen were gone, we all cautiously stood to our feet to make sure. We ran from behind the counter but froze when we saw Priest kneeling beside Carl. Moans of a dying man pierced through the silence. The only noise heard in the bank was that of Carl, gurgling moans and gasping for air as blood seeped from his chest. We all panicked. "Oh my God! Jesus! Carl!" I ran over and knelt beside Priest. I noticed the gun in his hand and the way his chest rose and fell with hard, heavy breaths. I knew he'd been shooting at the robbers outside, and that did something to me. A wave of heat curled in my belly. It was completely inappropriate in the middle of this chaos. I forced myself to shove the feeling down and focused on Carl. He lay on the ground with his gun still in his hand. He had 2 shots to the chest. Blood flowed through his brown uniform. Slowly, the other banking staff began to casually emerge from behind closed doors and cubicles. We were all losing our minds as we closed in on Carl. We were people of different ages and backgrounds, but none of us were capable of saving Carl. We kneeled next to him, holding his hand. Priest put pressure on the wound. Carl moaned, groaned, and coughed up blood before he began to lose consciousness. "No, Carl, come on, don't die on us," Miss Johnson said to him as she started to pray. Unfortunately, it was all to no avail. We watched him take his last breath just as we heard sirens approaching. "I know you've been through a lot, but as soon as we ask you some questions, you can leave. Just be patient with us," the officer told us. I inwardly blew a frustrated breath as I turned away from him and right into Priest's watchful gaze. "You don't have to stay," I told him. "I'm fine now." He cocked his head slightly, with that idle grin on his lips. "You don't look fine to me." "I mean, I'll be okay. You can go." Priest's eyes swept over me before coming back to mine. "Nah, I'm not leaving you here. Not after what just happened. I'm staying till I know for sure you're good." Something about the way he said it, like it wasn't a suggestion, sent a scalding shiver down my spine. "I'm serious, Priest." I tried again. "You don't have to." "Yes, I do," he said simply. "Now quit trying to send me away, Soleil. You know I ain't going anywhere." I didn't want him to see how much that affected me, so I glanced away. But I could feel his gaze still on me, and I swooned. It was sweet. Dangerous, but sweet. I tried to shake it off and focus on something else, but my gaze slid past him to where Carl's body now lay, covered with a white sheet. Reluctantly, my eyes lingered on the still form. Priest stayed planted near me as the paramedics and police moved around us, emotionless, like there wasn't a dead man in the room with us. "I'll be right back," I told Priest, as I forced myself to look away from Carl. I couldn't even think straight as I headed for my window to get my purse. After taking my purse from the drawer, I got my phone out of it to call Ra. It was getting late, so I needed him to pick the kids up for me before the after-school program charged us a late fee. He didn't answer, so I sent him a text asking him to call me as soon as possible. Ra and I had a good, loving relationship. He was just always so busy. He was a hustler, and he took care of our family well. I understood when he was out all night or too busy to answer. He paid all the bills, and that took hard work, so I respected that. I worked because my father taught me I should always have savings of my own, so I'd never have to fully depend on a man. Ra was also trying hard to get his cousin Moses' rap career off the ground. Ra was managing him, so I knew his nights were often swallowed up by studio sessions, meetings, and networking events. "You okay, Soleil?" I felt Kenyatta's hand soothingly on my back. She was one of the tellers. I turned to look at her, and she still had the same fear in her eyes that I did. My voice shook a little as I replied, "No, this is so sad. I can't believe this happened. Poor Carl." Kenyatta nodded. Her eyes were still wide, like she was replaying everything in her head. "I swear I thought I was going to die. I thought I would never see my kids again." "Me too. I couldn't even move. My whole body froze." Kenyatta swallowed hard, glancing toward Carl. "And Carl, God, I still can't believe it. I was just talking to him this morning about his wedding anniversary coming up. He couldn't figure out what to get his wife." I pressed my lips together as the sadness started to become too much. He didn't deserve that. None of this makes sense. "You think he knew? You think he knew he was dying?" I shook my head, quickly blinking away the sting in my eyes. "Don't, please. I can't think about that right now." We stood there for a moment, both of us silent, just breathing in the metallic smell of blood that still clung to the air. On the other side of the window, every sound made my nerves jump all over again. People got killed every day in Chirac, so we should have been used to stuff like this. But hearing about shootings and death was social media, and the news was nothing like witnessing it with your own eyes. I was lucky to still have my life after what just happened. And that's exactly what the officer told me as he interviewed me 15 minutes later. "You're lucky to have your life. Can you tell me what happened?" I rambled off my account while constantly checking my phone. Ross still hadn't responded, so I texted my cousin Kalani and promised her gas money to pick up my kids. "Did the suspects look familiar? Have they been in the bank before?" I didn't feel like answering. I was irritated, hungry, and had a pounding headache. Still, I calmed down and tried to cooperate. "They didn't look familiar, and to my knowledge, they haven't been in the bank before." "How did they look?" I scoffed. "Like a gun. I didn't see anything but the barrel in my face and hoodies. They had on hoodies. The most I saw was dark skin. I barely saw their faces." Officer Riggins asked a few more questions I couldn't answer before giving me his card and telling me I was free to go, though they might have more questions later. Within seconds of finishing with the police, I was charging out of the bank, forgetting that Priest was there waiting for me. Everyone else had already been released, so I was the last employee to leave. The scene outside was still chaotic. People were standing around watching with their phones, recording the scene. Squad cars were blocking the street. The flash of red and blue lights reflected off the bank's glass doors and walls. I had almost made it to the sidewalk when I felt Priest behind me. "You okay to drive?" Priest's deep voice rolled over me, and for a second, It was the only sound I heard. "I'm fine," I lied, not slowing down. I needed to get away from this bank and away from him, away from the sexy dominance radiating off him. Before I could take another step, his hand wrapped around my elbow. That simple touch was enough to freeze me mid-stride. He tugged me toward him and closed the space between us until my chest nearly brushed his. Then I smelled him. God. It was that rich, intoxicating scent that men only seem to have when they don't even try. It was something clean, expensive, and threaded with his skin, sweat, and the faint bite of gunpowder from earlier. It filled my head. It made my knees feel untrustworthy. "You sure you okay?" His voice was softer now, but it still vibrated through me like it was coming from somewhere inside my body instead of in front of me. My body betrayed me. It melted into his solid chest like I'd been craving it. His arms locked around me, shutting out the flashing lights, gawking crowd, and sound of radios crackling from nearby squad cars. Then his lips pressed to the top of my head. My legs threatened to give way. "You're okay," he murmured, like it was a promise he'd make good on if it killed him. And for a few stolen seconds, I believed him. I wanted to stay right there in that little bubble of heat and safety more than I wanted to breathe. That's when the guilt came roaring back. I pried myself out of his arms. My skin missed his warmth the instant it was gone. "I have to go," I said, but it came out breathy and way too soft. "So lay." "Thank you for being here." I cut him off before his voice or his touch could pull me right back in. As I hurried the last few steps to my car, my pulse still tripped over itself. I jumped in, slammed the door, and gripped the steering wheel like holding onto it was keeping me from crashing out. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw him still watching me. As I pulled off, my body was still humming from his touch, and I hated myself for it. I loved Ra. So why the hell did it feel like part of me had just left something I wasn't ready to let go of? Obviously, Ra didn't practice the Muslim faith like his parents, but he still held those traditions close to his heart. "Okay, baby. He'll be Razan Shiraz Ramli Jr." To see Ra sitting there with so much pride in his eyes gave me such a feeling of joy. I loved me some Ra. I met him on a video shoot. I had been doing some Instagram modeling for a few months when I answered a DM about doing a video for the rap artist Moses. Since I was familiar with Moses and his music, I knew that the music video wouldn't give me much exposure, but he was a hit in the hood, so I did it anyway. It ended up working out for more than the $200 I was paid for showing up. It was me and 3 other big bubble butt chicks with missing waists on set, but Ra kept his eyes on me. Come to find out, as Moses' manager, he had been the one to DM me. I couldn't resist a man like him. His presence put me under a spell. He had the height of an NBA player, but wide build of an NFL player. His full, neatly trimmed facial hair and chocolate skin gave him such a grown man swag. But his swag and persona told me that he was still a street nigga. After the video shoot, we hit the after party at the bar that he owned on the south side, the Black Room. I had actually been there a few times, but I couldn't believe that I had never seen him there before. We partied and popped bottles until 4 a.m. Needless to say, we got a room that night and passionately yet vulgarly rode each other as the sun came up. That was a year ago. We have been together ever since. He spent a lot of time at the bar and trying to get Moses a deal with one of the big labels. Yet my baby always came home to me and took good care of me. I barely had to lift a finger while I spent my days going to cosmetology school and tending to the house that he bought 6 months ago. I stopped modeling once Ra and I got serious, a little over 9 months ago when I found out that I was pregnant. He didn't like other men seeing me half naked, so he convinced me to do something else with myself. I then started cosmetology school. Ra was going to buy me my own shop as soon as I got my license. However, now that I had given birth, I was taking a break from school for maternity leave. I didn't blame Ra for molding me into a more mature woman, out of the booty shorts and into a real career. I was 23 at the time, and he was 30. He was older and knew better, so I always listened to my man. He was a bit of a control freak, and you couldn't tell him shit. Yet I appreciated a man that could lead and had enough self-esteem to do so. I loved everything about Ra. He was my end-all and be-all. Sitting in that hospital with him and our child was a dream come true. It felt so right. Nobody could have convinced me otherwise. Nobody could have made me believe how far things left were going to go after that day.
Ra. Now that I had finally got the opportunity to leave the hospital, I hurried through the parking lot while dialing Soleil's number. The robbery was all over the news, so I knew why she had been blowing my phone up. I had been right next to Aaliyah all day, so I couldn't answer Soleil's calls. When I did have a free moment, I was busy talking to Nell, making sure that everything had gone according to plan. Things had gone the total opposite of the fucking plan, though. Those stupid motherfuckers were supposed to get cleanly in and out, not commit felony murder. Oh my God, Ra. As I had assumed, Soleil was freaking out when she answered the phone. The bank got robbed today. I've been calling you for hours. I cringed as I heard the tears in her voice while I sped out of the parking lot of the University of Illinois Hospital. I know, baby. I'm sorry. I tried to calm her down, but she couldn't even hear me over her own ranting and raving. This man came to my window and pointed a gun at me. Soleil, calm. I had a gun to my head. Baby, I know about the robbery. That's why I'm rushing home right now. My mama just called to see how you were doing because she saw the news. I've been with Nell all day taking care of business, and I accidentally left my phone in my car. I should have used his phone to check in, but I didn't think about it. I'm sorry, baby. She would believe that. Nell was my right hand, and we were often in the streets for hours getting money, and that was the excuse that I often gave her when I was with Aaliyah. When will you be home? She asked, believing every word I'd said. I just got to my car. I met him in Indianapolis. We had to meet with some new clients out here and get them some work. It's going to take about 3 hours to get to the crib. That was about all the time I needed to get back out south, get the cash from Lavelle, Nell, and Kane, and make it to the crib. Like a good little girl, she was cool with it. Okay, I'm craving some Wilma's. I'll get you some on the way past the suburbs. Thank you, baby. I'll see you in a minute. Love you. Love you too. Hanging up, I blew a relieved breath. Soleil wasn't a stupid woman by any means. She had her shit together the best way she could, considering the hand that she was dealt. I knocked her up when she was 14. She was pregnant again by her senior year. She was a good kid. She was an honor roll student. Hell, she was even in the band. Even after having Essence, she kept her grades up. But once my son was born, going to college with 2 kids just wasn't in the cards for her. Having to get a job at some fast food restaurant devastated her, but she quickly worked her way up to a management position. Then she got a job opportunity at Chase Bank about 2 years ago, and she was so smart that she quickly was promoted to a management position. Soleil's problem was me. I buried my deceit so deep she'd never find it. I could weave a lie so clean and perfect she'd never see the seams. When I proposed, it wasn't just about love. It was also to further assure her that she was the only woman in my life. What she didn't know was that I needed more than love. I needed control, power, and money. And keeping her right where I wanted her was part of that power. I always wanted to be the richest nigga in the hood, flipping $100,000 cars with fly cribs all over the city. As a kid, I hustled for years, but my inability to manage my money between kids, multiple women, and stunting had prevented me from ever elevating to that status. I dropped out of CVS High School before Soleil even got there during her freshman year. While she was getting good grades in school, I was standing on corners and in front of convenience stores causing trouble. Soleil thought I funded our lifestyle and my bar with dope money, but I was never really into selling drugs. It was just a more respectable hustle to claim than what I was truly doing. I was a thief. From cars to money to other dope dealers' product, I stole everything. The money that I made from the black room was cool, but it wasn't enough. I wanted the high life with foreign vehicles, lavish homes, and so much money that I could buy the hearts of as many women as I desired. I was going to get that one way or the other, either by stealing it or getting Moses a record deal. Moses was a beast. I would hear him flowing with his friends when I went to my Aunt Tina's house. I kept telling him that I was going to make him a star. I put a lot of my money into Steven, who I had given the stage name Moses, because his gutter street flow spoke to the audience like a prophet. We had been at this rap game since he was 21. For the last 2 years, things had been slowly progressing. He was a hit in the streets. He was a well-known Chicago trap artist. He did shows here and there. We had a few videos on YouTube that had a lot of hits, resulting in his music popping up on a few mixtapes. His music had taken over the schools. The shorties loved the violence and the ratchetness of his lyrics. I just needed to get him popular outside of the hood, because if he got on, so did I. With this money from the robbery, I could do that and then some. I will be able to shift Moses' rap career into full speed. For years, I never could figure out a way to get ahead for good, but this was it. So, I had been milking Soleil for information about the bank, while nonchalantly getting my own surveillance when dropping off money or lunch for her. Since I was her man, security was always lenient with me. My phone started to ring again. When Aaliyah's name flashed across the dash, I cringed. Hello? Hey, baby. Aaliyah sounded exhausted. I could hear Junior crying in the background. When are you coming back? In a few hours. The receptionist at the front desk said that she would let me back up if I get back after visiting hours. You hungry? I'm headed out south. Oh, yeah. Bring me some steak tacos from Maxwell's. Bet. I hung up, biting my lip in frustration as I tried to figure out how in the hell I was going to get out of the house without Soleil having a fit. There wasn't a deep explanation as to why I was playing these women. I wasn't torn between the two at all. It was simple. I wasn't shit. That's just the type of man that I was. I loved being with women, and more than one. The attention was exhilarating. I was passionately in love with how they served me. I felt like the man, having women at my beck and call, loving me and holding their breath until the moment I graced them with my presence. Ever since I was young, I had been juggling multiple women with ease. It was a powerful feeling to be needed and adored by so many women. I was so madly in love with having so many hearts at the tip of my fingers that I did whatever I could to romance my way into their hearts just to keep that feeling of power over them. Relationships had always been a game of control, and I always won.
2. Kalani. I was standing in front of the freestanding mirror by the dresser, tugging at the hem of my red Target polo and smoothing it over my hips when I caught Moses watching me from the bed. He was stretched out with his bare chest against the sheets, grinning like I was putting on a show just for him. I lost my train of thought looking at him. "Damn, baby, you really gotta leave right now?" he asked groggily. His eyes traveled over me like they had nowhere better to be, and I caught him rubbing his length through the sheet. I giggled. "Yes, I have to leave right now." "Damn, that ass is looking good in those pants." I didn't believe a word he said. Not all the way. I mean, yeah, I knew I had curves. I had wide hips, thick thighs, and a nicely shaped ass. But I also had stretch marks from having a baby and a squishy pudge in my stomach that wouldn't go away no matter how many times I tried to diet and exercise. In this era of BBLs, fake breasts, and tummy tucks, it was hard to believe I stacked up, especially when my man was the hood-famous rapper on the come-up. Every time I was out with him, I caught women staring, whispering, or straight up trying to get his attention. And they were all the kind of women who looked like they just stepped off Instagram, with the kind of bodies that were paid for. Moses was surrounded by them because of video shoots, club appearances, and even just hanging with his boys. They thought he'd be the next rap god, so they wanted my man. And that little nagging, insecure voice in my head kept whispering that one day he would leave me for them. Watching me in the mirror, Moses pushed the covers back and got out of bed. My eyes followed his 6'3" frame, drinking in the way his broad shoulders tapered to a trim waist, and how every muscle was so defined. The rich, dark tone of his skin made the diamond chain around his neck gleam even more. His locks hung over his shoulders as he moved toward me, and I couldn't stop watching him through the mirror, thinking he looked like he'd been sculpted just to tempt me. His arm slid around my waist and pulled me back against him. I felt his body heat soak through my clothes. He pressed his lips to the side of my neck, and the soft graze of his mouth made me leak. "One day, you won't have to put this uniform on," he murmured against my skin. I caught his eyes in the mirror as he rested his chin on my shoulder. "I mean it." I smiled at him. "I know you do, baby." Moses got his money hustling and through his music. I still worked because for years we struggled, and I had PTSD of going broke again. So I worked to save up. But my baby worked hard to take care of me and our son, and just as hard in the studio. He chased his dreams like his life depended on it. He hated to see me put on this uniform. I think it made him feel like I didn't think he could make it. Moses was doing well enough to keep us comfortable. His music streams were bringing in some money. His videos on YouTube pulled millions of views, and the content he dropped on social media always found a way to go viral. It wasn't enough money to replace his hustle, though. Moses paid all the bills, but getting by wasn't enough for him. He wanted to be able to spoil me and our son without ever thinking twice about the price tag. Whether he was able to do that with music or in the streets, he didn't care. Not only did Moses take care of our household, but he was also wealthy in dedication and unconditional love. That meant more to me than anything a man with deep pockets could ever give. I'd met Moses 5 years ago when my cousin, Soleil, introduced him to me. He was her boyfriend, Ra's cousin. Moses and I have been together ever since and have a 3-year-old son, Trent, who is the perfect mix of both of us. And as much as the world seemed ready to throw temptation in our faces, I couldn't imagine being with anyone but Moses. I turned in his arms and slid my hands up his bare chest until they looped around his neck. He kissed me deep, slow, and hungry, letting my tongue sweep against his, until I felt his low groan vibrate between us. When I pulled back just enough to speak, I told him, "What we have is enough. It's more than enough." Relief and need danced in his eyes, and then his hands were at my waist, pulling me closer. When his mouth found mine again, it was more urgent this time, and his fingers toyed with the hem of my polo. "Moses," I murmured against his lips, catching his hands for a moment. "I have to be at work." "No." He cut in gently as his thumb stroked my hips. "I need you so bad right now. Let me show you." It was impossible to argue when his touch spoke louder than any words. The way his palm slid up my sides, mapping me, made every bit of resistance in me crumble. He eased my top over my head and tossed it onto the dresser. As he eased down my pants, I took off my shoes. His lips traveled from my mouth to my jaw, down to that spot at my neck that made my breath hitch. His hands followed the curve of my body like he was memorizing it all over again. I let him guide me back toward the bed with his kisses trailing over my shoulder. His fingers laced with mine as if to say, I wasn't going anywhere. The moment my back touched the sheets, he settled over me. "You're so fucking beautiful." His voice was almost worshiping, as if he couldn't believe I was right here in front of him. He watched me as he thrust inside of me, as if my pleasure made him feel as good as my center did. I gasped as his size forced past my entrance and slowly traveled the length of my center. After 5 years, it was still a pleasurable chore to take all of him. Staring into my eyes, he stroked this pussy, promising, "I love you so much," as if he was speaking directly to the insecurities that were speaking up earlier. His strokes were so deep and felt so good that I could barely utter, "I love you too." Then he sat up on his knees, put my ankles on his shoulders, and then leaned forward until my toes were nearly touching the headboard behind me. He found a slow, deep rhythm that felt so good that my toes started to curl into different angles. "Shit, baby," I whimpered. "Take this dick, baby. Oh my God, you feel so good." My head tilted back, and I held the sheets. Moses was gentle and started moving slowly. My pussy was so tight around his sides that it started to open for him. He went deeper and deeper until he got to the end. I moaned when Moses's dick hit the back wall of my pussy. I was getting closer. I stared at his deep brown eyes that felt like my own, like we were not two people anymore, but one body and one soul. Moses started hitting the back wall of my pussy. "I feel that pussy tightening around me. Come for me, baby." As my pussy contracted and squeezed his length, he suddenly came to. Our bodies were on fire and exploded in pleasure. I felt like some kind of electricity shot through both of us. We moaned aloud while looking at each other, drowning in our pleasure until this long orgasmic moment ended. When it was over, Moses's arm draped over my waist, and he kissed my temple softly. I felt like no matter what temptations or doubts tried to creep in, what we had could stand against all of it. I glanced toward the clock on the nightstand and at my Target polo crumpled on the dresser. I was supposed to leave 10 minutes ago. My phone was within reach, and for a moment, I actually debated calling in. The idea of getting dressed, stepping out into the real and wintry world, felt impossible, when all I wanted was to stay in this warm, quiet bubble with him. Soleil. I don't want to do this, Ra. I was fighting back tears as Ra and I rode the Dan Ryan towards downtown. He didn't respond. All I could hear was Moses' voice. Ra always played Moses' music. Ra, listen to me, I said as I turned the radio down. With sympathy in his eyes, he looked at me quickly, then put his eyes back on the road. I had gone through so much the night before that I woke up the next morning remembering that I had to go to the clinic. I didn't want to go before the robbery, but I definitely didn't want to go after what I just experienced. Life was so precious. I don't want to do this, Ra, I reiterated. We're not ready for another kid, he said while grabbing my hand gently. I don't mean any disrespect when I say this, but why do you have to be ready? You're hardly home with the kids anyway. I'm the one at home with them all day, so having this baby would be on me, not you. And on my pockets, he answered, without looking me in the eyes. While I had been successful in not crying like a baby before, what he just said made the tears fall along with sobs. I saw the sympathy in his face when he heard me crying. Though we already had 2 children, they were older. I felt like at the age of 27, if I didn't have another child then, I probably never would. I had never experienced having a baby and being happy about it. Essence and Elijah were mistakes, beautiful mistakes, but mistakes nonetheless. There was no celebration, no congratulations, and no baby showers. There was only scolding from our parents for having babies so early. I felt like this baby was my last chance to have a happy pregnancy. This was our chance to experience a happy birth of one of our children and raise it right. We had finally gotten to a place where we could afford to live and get our kids whatever we wanted. I wanted to be able to give our child what it took our first two too long to experience. When I found out that I was pregnant with this baby, I actually smiled. That had never happened to me before. Every time that I got pregnant before, it was a depressing realization because at the time, I was too young to have a baby. But now the timing was perfect. We were engaged to be married, and Ra and I were financially comfortable. Baby, just give us a little more time, Ra said as his thumb stroked the back of my hand. I tried to look away, but he softly tugged at my hand to get my attention. Listen to me. I'm not saying no forever. You know I want us to have a big family. But not right now. It's not about me not wanting it. It's about making sure when we do it right. He squeezed my hand a little tighter, like he needed me to feel his words. I've got money moving in places you can't even imagine. And all of it is about building us up. I'm putting everything I can into Moses' career, into setting up our life so that when we do decide to have another baby, we'll have no worries. I hated watching you struggle through our first 2 pregnancies. I don't want that for you anymore. I want to be able to give you and our kids everything you deserve from day one. I care too much about you to bring a baby into a situation where I'm still grinding this hard, out late, and hustling to get us where we need to be. He looked at me briefly and smiled in the way that always made me blush. Of course, I want to have as many kids as I can with the love of my life. You know that. But I want to do it when you don't have to lift a finger because I got it all. And we're almost there. I just need you to trust me a little longer. I promise. I'll make it up to you 1,000 times over. I love you to death, Soleil. You're my forever. Just let me make sure we're set before we take that next step." When he lifted my hand to his mouth and kissed it, I let it go. I appreciated the love that I felt right then. Between how much I worked, the kids, and how much time Ross spent at the bar and the studio, we didn't spend much time alone together. And though we were on our way to a somber moment, having him there to hold my hand was reassuring.
Raw. Between wiping Soleil's crocodile tears all night, sneaking back to the hospital to stay the night with Aaliyah and the baby, and taking Soleil to the clinic this morning, I never made it to divvy up the money from the bank robbery with Nell, Lavelle, and Kane. But we were heavy on text, securing a spot to stash the cash from the robbery. Now I was on my way to meet up with them after dropping Soleil off at the crib. I felt a hell of a lot better now that she wasn't pregnant anymore. One more kid just wasn't in the cards for a playa. Hell, it wasn't in the cards for me 9 months ago when Aaliyah got knocked up, but after having 2 miscarriages, I couldn't talk her into going to the clinic. Soleil needed to focus on the 2 kids that she had anyway. Essence was in her teens, and she was maturing into her mother's physique. I'd caught her and guys on the block giving each other googly eyes and shit. Elijah was clumsy as hell. Every other week he was bleeding from somewhere or breaking something. He stayed in the emergency room. Soleil didn't need any more kids right now. She needed to keep an eye on the ones she already had. "Damn, Pops, you need to wrap that thing up before one of your women finds out about the other and leaves you," Kane told me with a laugh as I showed him pictures of Junior. Me, Kane, and Nell were at Kane's spot out in Lansing. It was actually his mom's crib. Lavelle couldn't come through because he had to take care of some things with his baby's mother. I met Kane and Lavelle a few months ago through some homeboys. Eventually, they asked me to give them some work at the bar so they could make some bread. Though we were the same age, they both looked up to me like little brothers. They were those kinds of niggas that never really did anything for themselves. I used them as security at the black room just so they could have a couple of dollars in their pockets. Nell was in the same predicament, except he was my cousin. That's why when I told them about hitting that lick at the bank, they were all for it, for little or nothing. I promised them a cut in exchange for doing the dirt for me. They were only able to get roughly $100,000 out of that bank, though. So, after giving them their cut, I was left with about $50,000. That was only enough to pay off some bills and have a little left over to finance some studio time and videos for Moses. At this point, the robbery seemed worthless. Sure enough, I could eat off $50,000 for a minute. The holidays would go over a hell of a lot smoother now. The point wasn't to eat, though. It was to floss. Not much flossing was possible with a measly $50,000. I was forced to put it to the side until I came up with another scheme to get more cash. "My bitches aren't going anywhere," I said slyly as I slid my phone back in my pocket. "I ain't gotta wrap shit up. They do need to get on some birth control, though." Kane simply shook his head at me. "What I need to know is how in the hell y'all left out of there with only $100,000. Kane shook his head again, as if he was disappointed in that, too. Nell walked out with a chuckle, since he didn't have anything to do with that. He was outside waiting in the driver's seat of the getaway car when it all went down. "Them bitches was moving slow as fuck," Kane told me. "We didn't have time to get to where the real money was. We had to get out of there fast, man. And luckily we did, because one of the customers who had just left heard the commotion and doubled back. We had a shootout with him while we tried to get to the car. With frustration, I shook my head just as Nell walked back in with my cut of the cash secured in bundles wrapped in rubber bands. Put it in a bag or something, fam. You want me to walk around with this shit? I shook my head in disbelief of his stupidity. Dumbass. They were stupid. All of them. They were peons. They didn't know how to do anything for themselves. That's why they depended on me. And that's how they ended up with a murder on their hands, all for a measly couple grand apiece. Now, how y'all end up killing that old man? Man, we were on our way out of there, and he just started shooting. I had to pop back, Kane said defensively. Handing me a fake Gucci duffel with the cash in it, Nell nodded in agreement. He's right, fam. I was watching through the doorway. They were on their way out of there, and the old man pulled his piece. I couldn't believe that shit, but he was on some super cop shit. The robbery had been all over the news. Luckily, the security cameras didn't get a shot of their faces. I told them to set the car on fire that they were riding in last night. As far as we could tell from the news coverage, the police didn't have any suspects. But I would know more once Soleil went back to work. Either way, if they got caught, it was on them. I wasn't there. That's why I set the shit up like that. Regardless, they were so loyal to me, the man that fed them, that they would never snitch. Either way, I was good. Moses. I pulled up in front of a condo building in the South Loop with glass so clean it mirrored the sky. It was the type of spot that had valet out front and concierge behind marble desks. I hopped out my ride with my product in my book bag and headed inside, fighting the bitter cold all the way. When I stepped off the elevator onto his floor, the condo was right there. I knocked once and the door opened almost immediately. Inside was the kind of luxury I always pictured us living in. It had white walls, floor-to-ceiling windows, and abstract art that probably cost more than my car. I wasn't the type to envy, but damn, I couldn't wait to put my family in something like this. Right on time, my client, Richard said, already smiling. He was older, maybe mid-40s, with premature silver hair and a gym-built body. He was a doctor. We'd met through a mutual acquaintance about 6 months back, and ever since, he'd been one of my best customers. I took the Coke out of the book bag and set it on his marble counter. He went into his pocket, peeled off the bills, and handed it to me. "Man, I've been listening to that new track you dropped," he said, grinning. "That shit's hot. You really got something, Moses." I smirked and nodded as I tucked the money away. "Appreciate it. Glad you rock with it." It was always weird hearing that. I still wasn't used to strangers knowing me, quoting my lyrics, and pulling me up on YouTube. They thought fame meant money, but I was still out here grinding. The streams didn't pay the rent. Drugs did. We dapped up, and I left and headed for the elevator. As the doors slid open, I wished I could surprise Kalani and Trent with a crib like these. That dream was always playing in my head. I fantasized about walking them through a crib like that one, away from the hood. The elevator stopped on the next floor, and a woman stumbled in. She looked like the morning after. Her hair was wild, her makeup was smudged, and her dress was too short and tight for the time of day. She was clearly doing the walk of shame. She kept her head down at first, clutching her purse, but then she glanced up. Our eyes met, and I could see the recognition hit her. Her jaw dropped. "Oh my God, you're Moses!" Before I could respond, she was already in my space, wrapping her arms around me like we were old friends. I froze and gave her a quick, awkward, one-arm hug. "I love your music so much," she gushed, digging through her purse. Wait, don't move." She pulled out her phone, went to her camera, flipped it towards us, and without asking, she snapped a selfie. I forced a polite smile. "Nice to meet you. Appreciate the love." Oh my God, you're even cuter in person, and your son looks just like you. Yeah, he does. Oh my God, she squealed, wiggling excitedly. I cannot believe I'm on the elevator with you. Wait until I tell my girls we bump your music all the time. As the elevator hit the lobby, I told her, I appreciate the love. I got more heat coming. I'll be downloading it, she said as I bolted out of the elevator. Outside, I pulled my hood up and let out a slow breath. No matter how many times that happened, I never got used to it. The attention felt strange when I was still hustling and dodging cops and rivals. That was the kind of fame I had. People knew my name, my music, even my kid and my woman, but I still wasn't rich enough to stop hustling. I was a trap artist, still trapped, trying to climb to the next level, but the ladder was made of smoke.
3. Soleil. I had been in a serious funk for the past 2 days. I had never felt this way after terminating a pregnancy. I was constantly on the verge of tears. I really wanted that baby. However, as I got the kids together for school that morning and myself together for my first day back to work, I couldn't imagine having to get a newborn ready as well. Ra had left quite early that morning to take care of some things at the bar, so I was there alone, fussing with kids that didn't want to go to school. You probably have postpartum depression, Kenyatta told me as I stood at the coffee machine. Huh? I thought women only got that after having a baby. You were pregnant. Even though you terminated the pregnancy, maybe your hormones are just out of whack. Or maybe you just really wanted your baby, Soleil, and now you regret letting Ra talk you into getting an abortion. I sighed as I leaned against the counter. Kenyatta and I were whispering since the other tellers and bankers were busy working. It was early on a Monday morning, which was usually a slow day for us. Yet for it to be merely a week before Christmas, the lobby was surprisingly a ghost town. But I assumed the whole neighborhood had heard about the robbery, so customers were avoiding this bank like the plague. Hell, I didn't want to be there either. The branch manager had beefed up security, though. Now there were 2 undercover cops in the lobby. A man walked in carrying a massive bouquet. It drew eyes from everyone in the bank lobby. He paused at the entrance and exchanged a few words with the new security guard. My heartbeat sped up when I saw the guard glance over at me and point. The man with the flowers smiled and started walking my way. I began to blush, thinking that Ra had to have sent them because he knew how bad I'd be feeling after terminating the pregnancy. These are for you, the delivery man said as he extended the bouquet toward me. I grinned as I took them. They were heavy in my arms and so full and lush, I had to set them down on the nearest table. The bouquet was stunning. It was an explosion of red roses, white lilies, pink peonies, and purple orchids, with sprays of baby's breath and lush green eucalyptus spilling from the sides. It looked like something from a high-end floral magazine. As I leaned in to inhale the fragrance, I began searching for the card tucked somewhere in the blooms. Oh, your man's trying to soften you up with flowers, Kenyatta teased, appearing beside me. Together we fished through the layers of petals until my fingers brushed the small white envelope. Finding the card, I took it from the envelope and eagerly read it. I hope you're having a better day. If not, these should put a smile on your face. Signed, your favorite future nigga, Priest. Ooh, girl, Kenyatta squealed. Priest sent these? He is not playing about you. I tried to play it cool, but my smile was betraying me. The flowers were beautiful, but the rush in my chest had nothing to do with roses or lilies. It was the fact that Priest had been thinking about me. Soleil, can I see you in my office for a minute? The branch manager took my attention away from the flowers. He stood at the door of his office, waiting for me to follow him inside. I didn't know what he wanted, but I assumed he probably had his own questions about the robbery. We hadn't been able to talk since it happened. I really didn't feel like reliving it, but I abandoned the flowers and went to his office. "Have a seat, Soleil," he told me, as he gestured toward the blue leather chair across from his desk. As I sat, I felt horrible cramps in my pelvic area. "As you know, it's that time of year when we perform employee annual evaluations," Frank began. "I've been reviewing your account handling metrics and transaction reports. There have been a number of irregularities." I blinked at him. "Irregularities? What are you talking about?" He avoided my eyes and glanced down at the folder in front of him. "Your drawer balances have been off on more than one occasion this year, and there have been a few instances where protocol wasn't followed exactly when handling large withdrawals." I felt my jaw tighten. "Frank, my drawer is balanced at the end of every shift. If there was ever an issue, I corrected it before I left. And I followed protocol every single time. You've never said a word to me about this before. Now, suddenly, it's a problem?" "I'm simply telling you what I've observed," he quipped. "No," I shot back, leaning forward in my chair. "You're suddenly finding problems. And for what? Because there's no way you can prove these observations. This has to have something to do with the robbery." His expression stayed blank, but the way his jaw twitched gave him away. "Do you assume I had something to do with it?" "Of course not," he replied too quickly. "That's not what this is about." I laughed bitterly. "Right, because it's just a coincidence that a few days after the worst day of my life, a day where I had a gun in my face and Carl died right in front of me, I'm suddenly not up to standard?" "I'm sorry, Soleil. This is out of my hands," Frank said mechanically, like he was reading from a script. "You've got to be kidding me," I muttered under my breath, though my eyes stayed locked on him. "I'll give you the opportunity to gather your things. Please turn in your ID before you leave," he said flatly, dismissing me. Scoffing, I stood. I defiantly slammed the door behind myself after leaving his office. But as I walked away, I remembered that I was only working there because I had to, not because I needed to. Luckily, I had a man who worked hard to take care of me and our kids, whose hustle kept a roof over our heads and food on the table. At least that's what I believed. The thought alone eased some of the sting. But soon I would learn what kind of man I truly had, and absolutely nothing would be able to ease that blow. Aaliyah. Now that Ra was gone to the bar, I had the opportunity to clean up the house a little bit. He'd come in at about 7 in the morning, after leaving the studio. Between cooking breakfast for him and tending to the baby, I was beat. I had only been home from the hospital for a few days, but I like to keep a clean house for Ra. I took good care of him, feeding him, fucking him, sucking him, and keeping a clean house, because he took good care of me. I was barely making it as I vacuumed the living room, though. My stomach was killing me. The post-birth cramps were a bitch. I decided to finish up vacuuming and take it easy. I needed to make sure that I felt good enough that weekend to party for Moses' birthday party at Billboard Live. As I pushed the leather couch away from the wall in order to vacuum behind it, I was startled by the sight of a Gucci duffel bag. I had never seen this particular bag before. I knew damn well that it wasn't mine, so I instantly turned off the vacuum and went for it. When I opened it and saw all the money inside, I figured that it must have been Ra's. But where he got the money from was news to me. From what he told me, the money he made at the bar wasn't like that. It looked like about $50,000 inside that bag. Once again, I was startled, but this time by the sound of someone coming through the house. I tried to quickly zip the bag back up, drop it, and push the couch back against the wall. "What up, Aaliyah?" Luckily and unluckily, it was Ra's brother, Fabe. I still didn't want him to know that I knew where Ra's stash was, though. I hoped that he hadn't seen me behind the couch as he entered the living room. I left the back door open a lot. Ra, his brother, or one of his friends were always coming in and out. We lived on a nice block on the southwest side of Chicago in Beverly, so I felt safe enough to leave it open. "Hey, Fabe, what are you doing here?" I tried to act nonchalant as I wrapped the cord around the vacuum. Ra just left. "I saw him leave," he told me as he walked towards me. "I came in to check on you." The closer he walked towards me, the further I backed into the couch. Eventually, I had to sit on it. He sat snugly beside me with his arm draped on the back of the couch. Instantly, my heart started to race. After a year of being around him, Fabe still made me nervous. He was so fine. I adored my man, and he was fine as hell, too. But Fabe had a sophisticated, romantic swag about him that did something dangerous to me just by sight. He had that same strong jawline and full beard as Ra, but his features were more polished and chiseled. His deep brown skin caught the light in a way that made it look like silk stretched over muscle. His eyes were beautiful and framed by perfect brows, and he wore his hair in a clean, tapered cut that made his gold studs and thick chain gleam even more. The fullness of his lips, the way they rested naturally as if they were seconds from smirking, was unfair. Everything about him, from the broad set of his shoulders to the subtle scent of cologne, spoke to the kind of danger you couldn't resist. That's why last year, around the time that Ra and I first met, Fabe was able to talk me out of my panties and had me bent over in his Benz truck giving me the business. I had just met Ra, so he and I weren't officially a couple yet, and I assumed that Ra wasn't taking me seriously. I never thought we would become official. That night, we were all drunk and leaving the black room. Ra told me that he would meet me later that night at my apartment. After he drove off, Faye pulled up next to my car. He looked at me as if he dared me to deny the chemistry between us. I abandoned my car and slipped into the passenger side of his truck. An hour later, I had come 4 times. Once I sobered up, I never heard from Fabe again, and Ross started to put in real work to court me. I felt guilty for having slept with his brother behind his back, so I tried to avoid Ra, but the more I pushed him away, the more he chased me. He spoiled me so much that it was hard to deny myself of him because I'd made that mistake. So I vowed to never do it again and to pour myself into Ra. Fabe avoided Ra for weeks after we slept together. I assumed he felt guilty too. When he eventually started to come around 2 months later, I was deep in love with Ra. Therefore, it was fairly easy for me to ignore the way Fabe would attempt to flirt with his eyes when Ra wasn't looking and whisper sweet nothings into my ear when Ra wasn't around. Though Fabe and I had only slept together that one night, the passion between us since then was something I couldn't ignore, no matter how hard I tried. It was more than just physical, more than the memory of his hands on me or the way he said my name. Somewhere in the stolen glances, the lingering conversations, and the moments when we didn't even have to speak to understand each other, a deeper connection had formed, one that went beyond lust. But that connection was dangerous, It could ruin Ra if the truth ever came out. So I did what I had to do. I ignored Fabe. I ignored the way his eyes found me in a room, the way my body reacted when he stood too close, the way I wanted to tell him things I never told anyone else. I buried it all, kept it short when I had to speak to him, and pretended like what happened between us never did. But the simple sound of Fabe's voice made me leak with memories of his mouth against the nape of my neck as he told me to come. "How you been?" His eyes stayed on me, as if they were searching, and I could feel the unspoken question between them. He wanted to know if I thought about that night as much as he did. "I've been good. Tired, but good." He nodded. "That's expected. You just had my nephew." There was a pride in his tone. "He's perfect, Aaliyah." The way his gaze lingered on my face made me feel seen in a way that scared me. "Thanks." "Why are you in here vacuuming after you just gave birth?" he asked, tilting his head like he was studying me. "I'm fine," I quickly told him. That pause followed again, where neither of us said what we were really thinking. My pulse quickened, and my skin felt too warm under his stare. If he took one step closer, if he reached for me, I knew I'd fold. And then, mercifully, Junior's cry cut through the room from the bedroom. I perked up like I'd been given a lifeline. "Sounds like it's time for him to get bathed and fed," I said quickly, forcing a small smile. "You can, let yourself out." Without giving him a chance to respond, I hurried into the bedroom and closed the door behind me. I pressed my back against it, and my chest rose and fell too fast. I listened for him, while praying he'd leave and terrified he wouldn't. There was a long pause. There was no sound except for my own breathing and Junior fussing in the background. I imagined Fabe standing in the middle of my living room, looking toward this door, trying to decide if he would leave or stay. Then I heard the soft creak of the floorboards. There were a few slow steps, but then nothing. No door opening or clicking shut. My fingers twitched against the doorknob. The urge to open it and see him still there gnawed at me. Finally, after what felt like forever, the back door opened and closed with a faint thud. Relief washed over me, but right on its heels was an ache that whispered I'd wanted him to stay.
Raw. I was in the office in the back of the black room, finalizing plans for Moses' birthday celebration when Fabe walked in. First thing he said was, "Your girl found your stash, bro. How you figure?" Fabe walked deeper into the office and leaned against my desk. "When I came through looking for you, she was behind the couch. Better fix that shit. I'm sure she went back behind there when I left. She might wonder when you came up with all that cash." Fabe was a street nigga too, so he knew the code. He wasn't a snitch, so I had told them that I robbed the bank. Even though me and Fabe were both street niggas, I could admit he was smarter and more established than me, even though he was younger. We didn't have the same mother, so we were raised differently. Fabe respected women, carried himself with a certain discipline, and always had his life and his finances together. Where I might take a risk just to flip a quick dollar, Fabe played the long game and thought 10 steps ahead. He was smart when it came to the streets, but he wasn't married to them like I was. Sometimes I admired him for how he'd already flipped his hustle into something bigger. He'd turned his street money into legitimate cash through real estate investments. Other times, it made the envious beast inside of me stir. He'd built this image of an established businessman, a man who didn't have to look over his shoulder the way I still did or plotted and schemed. I respected it. but I envied it too. Her dumb ass won't ask me any questions. Fabe looked at me like I was a heartless son of a bitch. I didn't bother denying it. I could tell Aaliyah anything to send her off, and she would believe it. Not because she was stupid. I had just put in that much work that she trusted me that much. Shaking his head at the smug, arrogant look on my face, Fabe gave up on the subject. "What's up with Moses's party? You balling out and buying bottles?" I grinned. "Hell yeah, that party won't be dope. Got VIP on lock, and he's performing." Since the black room was too small to hold the crowd expected at Moses's birthday party, I had to have his party at Billboard Live. Luckily, my closest homeboy, Carlos, sold weight to the manager at the club, so I got the space for free. The fact that Moses was performing was a definite plus. He was going to pack the club, which was a good look for the club and the owner's pockets. I had arranged for a percentage of the bar that night. Billboard Live was sure to be packed to capacity that night. Moses was a prince in these streets, but I was ready to make him the king of the rap game. "Which one of your girls gonna be there?" Fabe had a slick smirk on his face as he waited for my answer. He thought it was crazy the way I juggled Soleil and Aaliyah so closely. It wasn't, though, since I knew how to emotionally and mentally keep women in check. They loved me enough to trust me. When I said, "Don't come to the black room because it's not a good look for my woman," they did just that. When I lied to one, telling her that I was in the studio all night, she believed it, while I was spending the night with the other. Therefore, they never even knew or suspected anything about the other. Fabe didn't understand or agree with the depth of my deceit because he was a regular, traditional man that felt like even if a man cheated on his girl, it should be far away from home. I overstepped so many boundaries to him that he just watched me juggle with disgust for the amount of disrespect I had for my women. Both of them. His eyes widened. "Both?" Fabe shook his head with a disgusted look on his face. "You're playing with fire. I get cheating on your girl here or there, but you are building multiple families with different women. Soleil and Aaliyah are good women that love you, and you're playing with their hearts. If one of them finds out, it's gonna be hell." He leaned in a little closer, lowering his voice. "And that bank job was stupid and sloppy." I smirked, brushing him off. "Mind your business, Fabe." He chuckled with a shrug. "You got it. But remember that. When you're calling me in need of help, I'm gonna mind my business." I leaned back with a grin, unbothered. "I'm not going to need your help because, as far as that bank robbery, I made sure that it couldn't get linked back to me. And as far as Aaliyah and Soleil, I'm daddy. I take care of home. I run this shit." The pressure to make my words true was unbearable. I was barely running my world. At this point, the weight of my world was on my shoulders. I was spending money that I didn't have, trying to take care of the bar and Aaliyah, Soleil, and 3 kids. Moses hadn't even finished high school because I'd sold him rap star dreams. He was starting to get antsy, wondering why things weren't happening like I promised they would. I felt things unraveling. I felt my control slipping through my fingers. I had to make this shit happen. I had to. For me. Fabe. I walked out of Ra's bar, disgusted that I was related to a cornball like him. Ra was my brother, but he was a snake. He was conniving, selfish, and always moving with a hidden agenda. Still, he was my blood. And I'd never be the type of nigga to snitch on my own family, especially not over a woman, even if that woman was Aaliyah. I never planned on falling for my brother's girl. It was never supposed to happen. I always told myself family came first, blood over everything. But love doesn't listen to rules, and lust doesn't wait for permission. It crept in on me, real slow at first, like smoke filling a room. Before I knew it, I was choking on feelings I had no business having. Aaliyah looked at Ra like he was her world, like he was everything a man was supposed to be. And it burned me up inside because I knew the truth. I knew she wasn't the only one. I knew Ra had Soleil at home while he whispered the same sweet lies into Aaliyah's ear. I wanted to tell her everything, but that would have made me the kind of man I hated. I would be a snitch, a man who stabbed his own blood in the back, and no matter how badly I wanted her, I couldn't cross that line. So I said just enough for her to feel that itch in her spirit that maybe she deserved better. But I never gave her the full truth. Standing on the sidelines, I watched Ra finesse her and play her like she was another trophy on his shelf. And the more I saw him use her, the more my feelings grew. I'd catch myself staring too long, memorizing her smile, her laugh, the way her perfume lingered when she walked past. She didn't belong to me, but in my heart, she did. The night I caught her in the parking lot of Ra's club, I only wanted a few minutes to talk to her, to be close without Ra hovering around. But chemistry don't lie. It pulled us together like magnets. One kiss turned into me finally having her, finally feeling everything I'd been starving for. That night ruined me. But even after that night, she chose him. I'd fumbled my chances by letting my guilt keep me away, so I respectfully fell back. 10 months later, I was still ruined. I was completely in love with a woman who was never mine to begin with. I never judged her for sleeping with me because I knew what Ra truly was. Her fucking me was the bare minimum of what Ra deserved. The city lights were bleeding through the blinds in my living room late at night, while Jackie drifted around my condo in a silk robe and furry slides, fixing things that weren't broken. She'd lined my whiskey by height, color-sorted my coffee table books, and slid the remotes into a marble tray like we were staging the place. Her perfume had already moved in. "Babe," she said, posing on the love seat, "take me to Moses's party. I know it'll be full of hood boogers, but I can adjust. I'll wear sneakers." I had to laugh. "You don't have sneakers." "I have Louboutin sneakers." I shook my head. Jackie was a beautiful woman. She was intelligent and had her shit together. She worked at the firm where I invested my money. That's how we'd met. But I was very much a hood nigga. The kind of bougie, uptight woman Jackie was didn't do it for me. She was a good look, but I wanted a woman I could take to Paris or the projects. A woman that was a little rough around the edges and told me to shut the fuck up when I was doing too much. That wasn't Jackie. That was Aaliyah. But I couldn't have Aaliyah, so I settled for good enough, which was Jackie. "You're not going," I told her, without taking my eyes off the football game. "Excuse me?" "You heard me. You're not going. I'm not dragging you somewhere you'll hate, then listen to you roast outfits, plastic cups, and the DJ. I can be low-key." "You're low-key like glitter, baby," I laughed, while taking a sip of my whiskey. She squinted. I'm your girlfriend, and it's a big party. I should be there. My head tilted towards her. You're my what? She didn't flinch. I sleep here more than I sleep at my place. That's a relationship. That's proximity, I said. Don't add chapters I didn't write. She exhaled through her nose, then pivoted like I hadn't said a word. I'm going, and that's that. You should wear the cream Amiri fit, the clean forces, and that subtle Louis belt. I'll book us a driver. A black Escalade, not the cheap stuff. We'll do a quick walkthrough, shake hands, then hit RPM Seafood for a midnight rest. I'll text Tony. I had to close my eyes before I ruined this consistent good pussy and immaculate ad. She was already thumbing through her phone as she said, also, do not let anyone post us on stories from the party. I don't want to be tagged next to the ghetto. Breathing slowly through my nose, I told her coolly, put the phone down, Jackie. You're not going. She set the phone down, glaring at me. When I didn't back down, she groaned. Fine, I'll just come by after. Then she smiled. I just want to be where you are. She was always relentless. Every time I blinked, she'd left a new claim somewhere in my home. She was trying to subtly lock me down, but I wasn't going to let it happen. But the way her tongue made love to my dick made up for it. Baby, you cool, but you're merging into a lane that ain't open. Her glossed mouth curved, undeterred. Then make it open. You need a woman who elevates you. I just shook my head and put my attention back on the game. The only woman I wanted would be at that party. She was the only woman I'd ever felt in my bones. I wasn't walking in with a stand-in while Aaliyah was in the room. You won't keep me on the sidelines forever, Fabe, she replied with a giggle, like she was loving this chase. We'll see. 4. Moses. I wasn't surprised when I woke up and Kalani wasn't in bed. That was normal for us. Since I was usually up late in the studio, she was always the one who got up early to get Trent ready for school. I stretched and rubbed my eyes, but I was still drained from staying up until 3 a.m. writing. But the smell of sausage and bacon was strong enough to drag me out of the bed, even though my body wanted another couple hours of sleep. Sliding to the edge of the mattress, I reached into my top drawer for some shorts and pulled them on. Our house had an open concept layout, so as soon as I stepped out of the bedroom, I could see Kalani in the kitchen, standing at the stove in one of my oversized tees with her hair tied up. Trent was in the living room, dressed for school with his eyes glued to the cartoons on the TV. But then I noticed the rest. The whole living room was filled with blue, silver, and black balloons. Streamers were across the walls, and a big happy birthday banner was hanging over the window. I had to stop for a second, just taking it in. Trent looked up and spotted me. His face lit up, and he jumped off the couch. Daddy, happy birthday. I laughed and bent down, scooping him up. Thank you, man. Kalani turned from the stove, cheesing like she'd been waiting for me to see all this. She walked over and leaned in to kiss me, her arms wrapped around both me and Trent. Happy birthday, baby. I glanced around the room again. When did y'all do all this? Me and Trent got up early so we could decorate before you woke up, Kalani explained as she went back to the stove. I looked back at her, then at Trent, feeling my heartstrings pull. I've been grinding for so long, chasing this music dream, that most days felt like nothing but work. But moments like this were the payoff too. I had a woman who loved me without needing a price tag on it, a son who thought I could do no wrong, and a house that actually felt like home. Y'all really went all out for me, I said, adjusting Trent on my hip. Trent nodded fast, grinning. Uh-huh, and you gotta open your presents. I chuckled, kissing the top of his head. Bet. He started to squirm in my arms like he wanted me to put him down. So I did, and he led me to the couch. Kalani turned off the stove, went to the island, and dug inside of one of the drawers. Then she walked towards us holding 2 gift bags. She handed the first one to Trent so he could pass it to me. "This is from me, Daddy," Trent told me proudly, watching me like he was handing me the keys to the city. I sat on the couch, reached into the bag, pulled out a custom, iced-out silver chain with a small microphone charm on the end. I ran my thumb over the mic, already knowing this was actually from Kalani. "You like it?" Trent asked excitedly. "Like it? Man, I love it." I leaned forward and let him put it over my head and pulled him in for a hug. "This is official, little man." Kalani handed me the second bag. Inside was a black leather-bound notebook with my initials engraved in gold on the front. When I opened it, the first page had a photo of me, Kalani, and Trent taped on it with a handwritten note in her pretty cursive writing. "For every bar you write, every beat you kill, and every dream you chase, remember why you started." Emotions made it hard to swallow, and I had to blink back the emotions a couple times before I looked at her. "Damn, baby, you don't even know what this means to me." Her lips curved into that knowing smile. "Yeah, I do." I leaned back and just looked at him. Trent was sitting cross-legged on the carpet, grinning like I just won a Grammy, and my woman was watching me with that quiet, ride-or-die pride in her eyes. I felt blessed. But right under that was the burdens I carried every day. Yeah, I took care of home. The bills stayed paid. Food stayed in the fridge. Trent never went without, and Kalani didn't have to ask me for anything. But I knew I wasn't giving her the life she deserved, and I was slaving in the streets to provide for them. Kalani deserved more than a house in the hood. She deserved vacations whenever she wanted, the car of her dreams, and the security that money buys in a city like ours. I thought about the way I'd been busting my ass in the streets to close that gap, how last year I got caught up and ended up on probation. I promised her and myself that I'd move smarter, but deep down, I knew I'd risk it all again if it meant putting her in the life she deserved. Yet, I hated that the only way I could take care of my family was to constantly put my life and freedom at risk. I looked at her again, still holding that notebook, and told myself, one way or another, I'm going to get us there.
Soleil. Later that night was Moses' birthday party. I was still in my feelings about the abortion and being fired, but Ra had been so supportive that I wanted to support him by ensuring that I was there that night. Ra was so proud of the party he'd put together for Moses. He was bopping around the party carrying a bottle of rosé by the neck. People treated him like he was the man. Women knew that he was Moses' manager, so they flocked to him like bees to honey and flies to shit. Men knew the same and praised him, as if he would reach back and take care of them once he and Moses made it big. I made sure to look the part of his woman. I wore a fitted chocolate brown leather dress that hugged every curve like it had been sewn on me. The plunging neckline showed just enough cleavage to make heads turn, and the lace-up detail ran from my chest all the way down the front. The skirt of the dress was fitted all the way to my ankles, making my hips and ass look like a sculpture. At the time, I was following Kalani through the crowd. Ra had supplied our VIP section with bottles, but Kalani didn't drink any of it. In the back of my mind, I wondered how the fuck he could afford the party and those bottles, but we couldn't afford another baby. But I also knew that affording a baby was a lifetime of a financial investment, rather than one night like this party. Hey, where you going, babe? I heard Rob behind me, as I felt him grabbing me around the waist. We're on our way to the bar. That waitress is slow, and Kalani only drinks Patron when she drinks tequila. By this time, Kalani had looked back and noticed that I was no longer behind her. She approached me and Ra looking so cute. She had caught me earlier that day totally spazzing out because she felt stressed to look fly. Everybody knew that she was Moses' girl. Men and women would be eyeing her, especially the women that wanted Moses, so she had to put that shit on. She had done good, though. With a body like hers, she was able to throw on a jumpsuit with slits down the sides and a plunging neckline and look like a video vixen. Her long weave was in barrel curls. The curls were beginning to fall in soft waves. It was beautiful, just as much as she was. "Babe, sit down. Chill and enjoy the party. I got you. I'll send the waitress over there to you. That bar is packed." He was right. Billboard Live was always packed on a Friday night, but the whole hood had come out for Moses' birthday. Me and Kalani found our way back to VIP. Within minutes, the waitress was approaching us with a bottle of Don Julio and chasers. I caught a glimpse of Ra at the bar. Initially, I was only staring because he looked so good that night. I was still irritated with the decision he'd forced on me, yet I couldn't deny how good his chocolate skin looked in that Versace tee that hugged his toned upper body, jeans that fit his frame, showing off his big legs, and jewelry that made him look expensive. As I lustfully watched him, I noticed a fair-skinned woman smiling all in his face with a body badder than Kalani's. That was the type of shit that I had to get used to over the years of Moses' slowly growing fame. These women were willing to throw themselves at anything, so to throw it at Ra, who in their eyes was the man, was nothing. Aaliyah. "Baby, who is that woman staring at us?" With a quick glance, Ra told me, "Oh, that's my whack-ass baby mama." In the past year that I was with Ra, I had never seen Soleil in person, so I was shocked that she was there. Knowing her name, I was able to find her on Facebook and Instagram, but her pages were private, so I only had a slim idea of what she looked like from her profile pictures. I didn't know that she was going to be here.
I didn't either.
Ra fussed with a frown.
Her stalking ass just showed up like she was invited. Soleil and Kalani are real tight cousins, though, so you know how that go.
Why is she steady watching you, though? Soleil was breaking her neck and literally staring at me and Ra. Since she wanted to look over here, I looked back.
I've already told you how jealous of you she is, and that she doesn't like you. She still wanna be with me, and she knows how much I love you, so she's hating. Ignore that shit. Come on.
Ra walked away so fast that he left me while I grabbed my drink off the bar. I caught a glimpse of Soleil still watching Ra until he had disappeared into the crowd. I had to fight to keep up with him. By the time I made it to the VIP section that we were sitting in at the other end of the club, I didn't see him. I figured that one of his many henchmen had most likely pulled him to the side. My feet were hurting too bad in the 6-inch heels to give a damn about chasing him.
You look great, Aaliyah.
I didn't have to look up to know that it was Fabe complimenting me. He had been literally gazing at me all night. As I sat down, our eyes met. He was standing in front of me holding a bottle of Don Julio 1942 by the neck. I didn't like the way that he looked at me. Moreover, I didn't like the way that I felt when I looked back at him. With Ra, I always felt like I had to prove myself worthy of being his woman. But my mind and heart relaxed when it was in Fabe's presence because he looked at me like being in his presence was just enough. He sat closely beside me, as he always did. To everyone else, it was just Ra's brother and woman chilling and having conversation. No one knew the burning chemistry between us. No one knew that my pussy was twitching just remembering the good dick he gave me in his truck. Stop looking at me like that before someone sees you, I told him, trying desperately to hide the genuine smile threatening to appear across my professionally beat face. I can't help it. Like everyone else in the club, we were forced to lean closely towards one another just to hear each other over the loud sound system, bumping the latest club bangers. But being so close caused his masculine smell to wash over me, mixing with the unusual calm and protective feeling that I always had when I was next to him. You should be with me, he surprisingly told me, making my eyes buck. Fabe, I warned in a harsh whisper, but he ignored me. Every time I see you, I feel like I should have kidnapped you that night. Along with his masculine smell, the stinging aroma of tequila was pouring from him. He was drunk, so drunk that he was saying things that he would never say if he was sober. What is it? He pressed. Why do you keep acting like I didn't write my name on that pussy that night? Swallowing hard, I told him, You disappeared after we had sex. I assumed I was just a one-night thing to you, that you thought I was a hoe because I was sleeping with your brother. I would never think that. Regardless, I love your brother, Fabe. No matter how my body and heart reacted to Fabe, I was always sure that he knew my dedication was to Ra. I love him too. And he loves us. Bad men love love too. My gaze went from lust to confusion. What does that mean? He sighed and lifted the bottle to his lips. Before taking another sip, he said, Nothing. Kalani. When I heard the DJ announce that Moses was about to perform, I left the VIP section and went to the green room, where Moses was preparing for his performance. I hadn't seen him much at the party. People were constantly talking to him, introducing him to people, and asking to take pictures with him. So I wanted this alone time in the green room just to say hi and ensure that he was enjoying his birthday. I slipped inside and saw him pacing back and forth with his head down and chain swinging against his chest with each step. His lips moved like he was going over his lyrics. His brow was furrowed in that focused way that always told me his nerves were setting in. No matter how many times I'd watched him perform, he was always like this before hitting the stage. He was restless, quiet, and almost shy. To everyone else, Moses was untouchable. But moments like this made him human and humble. The boyish intimidation softened him in a way that melted me. I leaned against the wall, watching him with a smile. You got this, baby, I said softly. He finally looked up, and that little smirk of his broke through his nerves. I walked over, looping my arms around his neck. They came here for you. Nobody can do this like you. His hands gripped my waist and pulled me closer until our foreheads touched. You always know what to say to me. He pressed his lips to mine so slowly that it almost made me forget where we were for a second. The door opened and Ross stepped in. It's time. Moses nodded, kissed me one last time, and we all headed out. I walked behind them, watching how people reacted when they saw him. Men dapped him up, women smiled too long, and phones snapped quick photos and videos. As we got closer to the stage, the bass from the speakers thumped through the floor. Moses climbed the stairs to the stage, and the crowd roared. I stayed at the side, feeling so proud of my baby. Moses grabbed the mic and thanked everyone for coming out to celebrate his birthday. Then, right before the beat dropped, he scanned the crowd until his eyes found me. And y'all, make some noise for my baby Kalani. Heat rushed to my cheeks, and I smiled shyly, shaking my head. But inside, my heart was doing flips. The DJ dropped the track, and Moses' voice filled the room as he started performing. I'm a hood nigga. His energy exploded, and his confidence fully took over. I watched him command the stage, knowing that this was exactly where he was meant to be. I spend money to a T. I wear a pair, I stash a pair. Jay's drop, I get 2 or 3. My niggas got them cannons on 'em. Don't blink when that shit flash. I'm a hood nigga with white money. Fuck bitches and get cash.
Raw. After the performance, I followed Moses back into the dressing room. I clapped him on the shoulder, telling him, "That was a hell of a show, bro." But instead of the usual post-performance high, he dropped down into the chair with his elbows on his knees, staring at the floor. I studied him for a second. "What's up with you? You just killed it out there." He dragged a hand down his face. "It's weird, man, all this praise, all this love at my party, but outside of here, I still got regular money. Getting with the label's taken forever. I'm supposed to be the provider for Kalani and Trent." "You are the provider," I reminded him. "They don't need for anything." "Yeah, but I work hard to make that happen, and I'm risking my life and freedom every day. I'm ready to move him out of the hood, give Kalani everything she dreams about, and stop risking my freedom to take care of my family. I don't want to just be able to pay my bills. I want real security. Getting signed is just taking too damn long. I'm ready to stop these little side hustles and move some real weight so I can make real paper." I shook my head immediately. "You can't do that. You're too visible now. You're famous." He gave me a frustrated look. "In Chicago? Shit, not even in Chicago. Just in the hood. These people out there singing my praises and I'm still trapping." "Look, man, listen. I was going to tell you this as a birthday gift, but you've been so busy all day, I haven't had the chance." That pulled his eyes up to mine. The disappointment faded and was replaced with a spark of anticipation. "You know I've been sending your music to some people I know at the labels." "Uh-huh," he urged as his eyes slowly got bigger. "Interscope hit me the other day." His eyebrows went up, and I could tell he was hanging on my next words. I almost felt bad lying, but I needed him focused on music, not risking his life or freedom. This wasn't just his ticket out of the hood. It was mine, too. I wasn't letting him throw it away because he was worried about spoiling his woman. "They want to meet with you." Before I could finish, he jumped out of the chair, yelling, "Woo! Yes! That's what the fuck I'm talking about!" He grabbed my hand, yanked me up, and hugged me tight like I'd just given him the world. And in his mind, I had. With one quick lie, I'd saved his birthday and, as far as he knew, his future. "There's no date yet," I added to buy myself time. "They still gotta get the execs to listen to your music, but within the next month, we'll be at Interscope, signing paperwork." He grinned like a kid on Christmas morning. All that previous frustration was gone. There was a knock on the door, and it swung open before we could answer. Moses was still bouncing with excitement as 3 women stepped inside. They were Instagram models I'd personally invited to the party. They smelled like perfume and eagerness, and they walked like they knew they were the finest women in the room. "Happy birthday," the one in the middle purred with her eyes locked on Moses. "Happy birthday, baby," another added, while her gaze slid down his body. I grinned, throwing a hand out toward them. "Happy birthday, bro." I nodded toward the trio, making my point without having to say much more. "They're your present." Moses chuckled under his breath. "Man," he shook his head, already taking a step back. I caught the way he put space between himself and the women. "Where you going?" I asked as he moved toward the door. He glanced back at me. "To find my woman." I raised my brows. "Yo, you for real?" "This is your thing, not mine," he said over his shoulder. "You can enjoy him. I'm cool." I scoffed. Man, you a chump. He just laughed, not even slowing down, and closed the door behind him. Moses. I shut the dressing room door behind me, shaking my head a little. I never agreed with how much Ra cheated on Soleil. She held him down, took care of his kids, made sure the house was a home, and he still found reasons to play her. That was Ra. Some men were just dogs by nature, and I'd learned to mind my business. I wasn't about to play Captain Save-A-Nigga when I knew Ra wasn't about to change. The bass from the party vibrated through the floor as I walked down the hallway, straightening my shirt. My performance had been great. The crowd was loud, screaming my name and rapping every word like they'd written the songs themselves. For a moment, I felt like a star, like I'd made it. But, like always, when I stepped off stage, reality crept right back in. All that noise, all that love, and my pockets didn't reflect it. It was ironic to have fame without the riches to back it up. The streets knew my name. My songs spun on every hood mixtape, but I couldn't even get a single played on the radio. I didn't have the kind of money I thought I would when I started this. That's the part they don't tell you about the music game. It takes a lot of connections, patience, and somebody pushing you behind the scenes before the money comes. And I didn't know how long I could keep waiting. I was tired of risking my life and freedom just to survive until the music paid off. I'd been to too many funerals already, stood graveside too many times watching dirt cover caskets. I couldn't stomach the thought of Kalani crying over mine. I needed a way out, but every exit I could see came with another trap attached. As I walked down the hall, I prayed that the Interscope meeting came through. It was my exit plan. I pictured a contract on the desk, an agent who actually fought for me, a 6 or 7 figure check that cleared, and a life where I didn't have to look over my shoulders every time I counted cash. I asked God, let the meeting be more than talk. Let somebody with power hear me and pull me out of the streets. Happy birthday, little bro. I looked up and saw Carlos coming towards me, grinning so hard that his pale skin was turning pink. Appreciate you, Los. I nodded, pulling him in for a quick hug. I just wanted to come personally tell you that before I got up out of here. I bought you a few bottles, too. The waitress is putting them on your table now. Man, I don't need any more bottles. As he waved me off, I asked, but why are you leaving already? This ain't really my crowd. You know that. Nodding, I understood. Carlos was older than me and most of the people at that party. He couldn't stand being around young, wild hood niggas too long. There were too many eyes and too many greedy hands. Anybody could look at him and see he had money. And where we were from, that kind of attention could get a man robbed, or worse. He shifted on his feet and lowered his voice. I don't like talking business on your birthday, but I need a drop made. Ross said you can handle that for me. Your crew tied up? He nodded. Yeah, nobody I trust is free right now. Sometimes, as a favor to Ra, I made moves for Carlos when his people weren't available. In exchange, whenever I needed product, I got it at a discount. Yeah, I got you. That's why I fuck with you, Carlos said, patting me on the shoulder. I'll send you the details tomorrow. When Kalani and I stumbled into the bedroom after the party, we were both drunk off liquor and the high of the night. My head was spinning, but it wasn't just the alcohol. It was her. Kalani was laughing at something I couldn't remember, and her smile was brighter than the neon lights of the club we'd just left behind. I kicked my shoes off, took off my clothes, and collapsed onto the bed, arms spread wide. After taking off her clothes, she climbed over me. As she straddled my waist, her legs were warm and soft against me. She leaned forward with excitement in her eyes. Babe, can you imagine? Interscope. She kissed me quick, lips tasting like the liquor she'd been sipping, then pulled back to keep talking. We'd be in a big house. I'm talking 6, 7 bedrooms, floor-to-ceiling windows, a pool in the back, our kids running around, and me pulling up in a G-Wagon. Oh, or maybe a Bentley truck. No, both. She giggled while kissing me again before I could reply. I wrapped my arms around her waist, holding her close as she spoke. Her faith in me lit something powerful inside me. She saw the dream so clear and bright, like it was already ours. I looked up at her, the room spinning just a little, and all I could do was stare. The way her hair fell around her face, the glow in her cheeks, the light dancing in her eyes. She was beautiful in a way that didn't make sense, like God had spent extra time just shaping her for me. She kept talking fast. Her words tumbled out between kisses, and I knew in that moment I'd burn the world down to make sure she had every single thing she was imagining. "Picture it, baby," she said with her hands on my chest and her lips brushing mine. "We'd be pulling up to the award shows and cameras will be flashing. You'll be in designer and I'll be in something fly. They'd finally see what I already know, that you're a star, Moses. You're the one." Her words lit me up from the inside. I sat up slowly, pressing my lips to hers before she could keep going. She smiled against my mouth, then melted into the kiss. I couldn't stop staring. The dream she was painting was bigger than music, bigger than money. It was us, free, living the life we'd always talked about late at night when nobody else was listening. As I kissed her deeper, my hands gripped her waist tighter, pulling her into me. Her body answered mine, rocking slowly as her laugh turned into a soft moan. My lips trailed down her neck, tasting her skin, feeling her tremble against me. "I'm gonna give you all of that," I whispered against her collarbone. "The house, the cars, everything. I promise you, Kalani." Her smile softened. Her eyes were glassy from the liquor, but burning with love and trust. "I know you will," she whispered back. I kissed her on the neck, shoulder, and then her lips again. She pushed back, locking her eyes on mine. "I want to feel you inside of me." My dick got rock hard. She stood on her tiptoes and positioned herself over my erection that was standing straight up. Then, with a moan of pure satisfaction, she slid down my length. Placing her hands on my chest, she began to bounce on it, sliding that wet pussy up and down it, driving me in-fucking-sane. My eyes fixed on her bouncing breast. I held them and started playing with her nipples, making her pussy clench and leak around my dick. Kalani's hand slid around my throat as she continued to moan with pleasure. That was about to make me come prematurely, so I rolled her over with my dick still buried inside her. Placing my hands behind her knees, I pushed her legs back and slammed my swollen, throbbing dick balls deep into that pussy. My balls slapped against her asshole, which I knew turned her on even more. "Fuck yes," she breathed in pure lust. "Just like that, baby. Give me that dick." "Oh yeah?" I groaned between thrusts. "Does my baby want to come?" "More than anything," she sighed in response. I sunk deep into her welcoming pussy, conjuring more screams of pleasure from her. I started working my hips, gliding my dick back and forth inside her, and my baby was taking all of this dick. The room was filled with moans, cries, and the sloppy sound of my dick pounding relentlessly into her pussy. I started to play with her protruding clit as I continued to thrust powerfully, fucking her like I was chasing forever with the only woman who made me believe it was possible.
5. Kalani. I had the music turned up just enough to make the bass vibrate through the seats. Moses' voice flowed over the beat like butter. Listening to the sensual lyrics, I smiled as I hit my weed pen. This song was different from what he usually recorded. There were no heavy drums or aggressive bars about the block and murders. The lyrics were sexy and made you want to ride with your favorite nigga all night with the windows down. I love this, I told him, glancing over with a grin as I steered us through traffic. You know I like when you switch it up like this. Sitting low in the passenger seat, he smirked as his head bobbed to his own flow. I told you I could do more than drill tracks, baby. Wait till the ladies hear this one. They gon' lose they mind. I playfully smirked. Nah, you better make sure the ladies know this one's about me. It is about you. His lips curved into that cocky, boyish grin that still got me weak after all these years. We were still in birthday mode, and I'd promised him breakfast on me. I wanted to keep the vibe going from last night since his party and performance had turned out so perfect. The morning sun was pouring through the windshield, and his hand was caressing the inside of my thigh, and for a moment, life felt perfect. Then, the flashing lights lit up behind us. I eased my foot off the gas. Shit. Moses glanced over his shoulder. Fuck. What are they pulling me over for? Were you speeding? I don't think so. Baby. Moses sounded so serious that I immediately started to worry. I got some shit in the car. My head snapped toward him. What? Ross set it up for me to make a drop for Carlos. The customer was meeting me in the parking lot of the breakfast spot. I stopped breathing. The music was still playing, but I couldn't hear a damn thing over the rush of my heartbeat in my ears. Moses! Just stay cool, he cut in. Don't trip or act nervous. I swallowed hard as I saw the officer approaching through the side mirror. My palms were sweaty as I gripped the steering wheel. All I could think about was how one more arrest could change his freedom, our family, and our future. I eased the window down, trying to keep my hands visible. The officer bent down slightly so we were eye level. Ma'am, you know why I pulled you over? No, officer. You were doing 40 in a 30. You drifted a little over the line back there. Everything all right this morning? Yeah, we're just on the way to breakfast. He nodded slowly, glancing past me into the car. I'm also getting a strong smell of marijuana coming from the vehicle. That gives me probable cause to search it. My pulse kicked up. Search it? For what? There's nothing. He cut me off. Ma'am, go ahead and turn the vehicle off. Both of you step out from me. Out of the corner of my eye, I could see the other officer posted on Moses' side, with his hand resting near his holster, peering in through the passenger window. Moses stayed still, but I could feel his tension radiating across the center console. I turned the key and unbuckled slowly. By the time I stepped out, the officer's partner was already telling Moses to exit. Ma'am, for everyone's safety, I'm going to place you in handcuffs while we conduct the search. You're not under arrest. It's just standard procedure when we have probable cause and 2 occupants. Behind me, I heard the other officer give Moses the same rundown. Sir, same for you. It's just to make sure nothing happens while we're out here on the side of the road. Soon as we're done, these come right off if everything checks out. The metal was cold against my wrist as he clicked the cuffs into place. My heart was beating so loud, I barely heard him tell me to have a seat on the curb. Moses lowered himself beside me. His eyes locked on the ground like he was thinking through 100 scenarios at once. Moses leaned toward me. Baby, I'm sorry. You can't get arrested. I cut in, staring out into the street. You're already on probation. They're going to find that bag, so I'm gonna get arrested. Finally, I looked at him. You don't have to. His breathing immediately sped up. Nah, fuck that. Moses. No, he snapped out of desperation. You can't get locked up. This ain't on you. Moses, if you get charged with this, you're done. You'll get time for real. You got that meeting with Interscope coming. You can't mess that up. That's just a maybe. A meeting don't mean shit till I sign something. What if that never happens? And what if it does? I can't stand by and watch you lose everything before you even get the chance to have it. He clenched his jaw. This ain't your fight. It is. I'm in this with you, remember? Before he could answer, an officer walked up holding 3 bricks of cocaine. He stopped in front of us, glaring down at us. Whose bag is this? My heart was hammering so loud, I could barely hear my own voice. It's mine. The cop's gaze slid over to Moses, like he wasn't buying it. Yeah, you sure about that? Yes, I claimed, louder this time. It's mine. He stared at me for another beat, then sighed like he was already tired of my lies. Fine, if that's how you want to play this. He grabbed my arm, yanking me to my feet. You're under arrest for possession of a controlled substance. I couldn't look at Moses. If I did, I knew I'd break. Still, out of the corner of my eye, I caught the tears pooling in his eyes as the officer uncuffed him. Soleil. Ross swung his legs over the side of the bed and stood. He looked down at me with a lazy, satisfied smile. His dick was still hard and dripping with cum. Most of it I had swallowed. Since I was still healing from the termination, my mouth had been putting in a lot of work. What you getting into today? He asked as he put his boxers on. I smiled, because this was the first morning in forever that I didn't have anything to do. I didn't have a job to drag myself to. The kids had gotten on the school bus about an hour ago, so the house was unusually quiet. It had been years since I had hours to look forward to that would be uninterrupted with kids and responsibilities. I don't even know, I admitted with a little giggle as I stretched beneath the covers. I can't remember the last time I had a day to myself. Ra just grinned as he searched his drawers for something to put on. I'll most likely run some errands I've been putting off until I had free time. Sounds good. What are you up to today? As I waited for his answer, I watched him with narrowed eyes, but his back was to me as he continued to rummage through the drawers. You know I'm going to be in these streets getting this bread, baby. And me and Moses have a studio session after his meeting with his probation officer. I gnawed on my bottom lip, trying to bite my tongue. All weekend, in the back of my mind, I kept seeing that woman, the light-skinned one at the bar with Ra during Moses' birthday party. She had made and kept eye contact with me while she and Ra were standing there, and something about the way she looked at me hadn't set well with me since. All weekend, her face kept creeping back into my thoughts. I tried to keep tabs on her through the crowd to see how she and Ra interacted, but the party was packed, so it was impossible. She was on the other side of the club, and Ra always had someone in his face that entire night, both men and women. Still, something about her lingered in my mind, like a song I couldn't get out of my head. I told myself it was nothing. I kept trying to assure myself that she was just another groupie. But it gnawed at me in a way I couldn't explain. Yet, I told myself to shake off my nagging insecurities and enjoy this rare, responsibility-free day. But my women's intuition was singing to me loudly. Aaliyah. I was struggling to get out of the house, with a car seat weighed down with Junior, who had seemingly gained 5 pounds since we'd been home, a baby bag, and a purse. I struggled to get out of the back door without slipping on the ice-covered pavement, all while fighting whipping Arctic December winds, mind you. The sight before me relaxed me for many reasons. I was glad to see Faye because I desperately needed the 2 extra hands. Yet he looked so good in a hoodie, fitted cap, jeans, and Timberlands that I hesitated and took in the view for a second, despite the wind causing my eyes to water. He was picture perfection of a bad boy image. "Thank you," I told him as he jogged towards me and took the baby seat from me. As we walked towards the garage, he asked, "Where you on your way to?" "To see my mama." Then there was the awkward silence that always surfaced when the topic of my mother came up in conversation. My mother suffered from Huntington's disease, which is a form of dementia. The symptoms began in her 30s. The mood swings, depression, and anger eventually became so bad that she was ordered to live in a home. I was 16 at the time. When she was caught stealing from a convenience store, she was so out of it that she never told the authorities that she had a child at home. I was at home alone for days, wondering where she had wandered off to. My Aunt Cherie then called saying that my mother had contacted her from jail. Since my mother didn't know who my father was, I was then forced to raise myself. I stayed in our apartment alone on the South Side for years, until Ra and I rented our home in Beverly. I visited my mother often. However, since having Junior, I hadn't been able to. When my mother was herself, she was a breath of fresh air. She was a beautiful woman, now in her 50s, and was always very smart and schooled me on men. Yet her bipolar mood swings and severe depression was a motherfucker. I knew that part of the depression resulted from being locked away from her family. Without round-the-clock care, however, she was a danger to herself and others. It was my wish to one day be able to afford home care for her so that she could get out of that place and be with her family. "You want some company? I came by to see Rob, but I see he isn't here. He isn't answering the phone either." Moses had an emergency. We stood there awkwardly. He was waiting on permission to come along. I was trying to figure out if it was a good idea. The way he longingly looked at me told me that it was a bad idea, a very bad idea. When I asked Ra to come with me, as usual, he claimed to be so busy. He never found much interest in going to the home with me to visit Mama. Because of that, I appreciated the concern in Fabe's eyes and told him, "You should come with me." Yet, to keep the distance between us, I talked to my Aunt Cherie on the phone during the 20-minute ride to the home. As usual, she spent the entire time convincing me to relocate to Houston. "I miss my niece. Now I have a great nephew. You guys will love it down here. The weather is beautiful. I know you're sick of that snow. It's a great place to raise the baby. Not like that god-awful city." My Aunt Cherie was 2 years older than Mom, but she was cool with me like a big sister. Therefore, I shared a lot of things with her. She relocated to Houston 5 years ago when she lost her job at Chicago State and lucked up on a big HR position at the University of Houston. Before I met Ra and enrolled into cosmetology school, she thought I was lost and needed a fresh start. She kept promising me that she could easily hook me up with a job at the university. "I'm doing okay here, Auntie," I promised her as we arrived at the home. "I'm on maternity leave right now, but I'll start school again soon. Plus, I wouldn't want to be away from Mom or to take Junior away from his daddy." She sighed, saying, "You're right. Well, wishful thinking. I'm here at the home now, Auntie. I'll talk to you later." "Okay. Tell my sister that I love her and that I will be to see her as soon as the weather breaks up there." "Will do. Love you. Bye." Fabe was already out of the car and getting Junior out of his car seat. For a second, I sat in the driver's seat and marinated on the smell that he left behind. "Ooh, shit," I muttered to myself quietly, with a deep sigh as my insides quivered. Then I forced myself to shake off the lustful feeling and climb out of the car. Luckily, it was too cold outside to pay attention to the oddly comfortable feeling of having Fabe with me. Once inside, the receptionist was happy to see me. "Your mom told us that you had the baby. Let me see." Fabe sat the car seat on the counter as the receptionist and a few nurses glanced at Junior. "He's so cute. Look at those ears. He is going to be a chocolate little thing." As they cooed over him, I noticed my mother's nurse, Brenda, approaching me. "Hey, Brenda," I said as we hugged. "Is she herself today?" Peering over at Junior with a smile, she told me, "She's doing okay today. I'm glad you brought him by. This will make her happy." Reluctantly, the nurses dispersed so that I could take Junior in to see Mama. When Fabe and I appeared in the doorway, as usual, it took her a minute to recognize me. Dementia caused that from time to time. "Hey, Mama." Yet when she heard my voice, she smiled at the realization that it was me. She was an older version of me. She was fair-skinned with light brown eyes, full lips, a small waist, and hips and butt for days. I caught many old men in the home looking at my mother with longing eyes. Old age didn't stop anything in these homes. The nurses had told me so many stories about catching these old freaks getting it on. "Hey, baby," she said with a smile as she attempted to stand from the chair she was lounging in by the window. When Faye brushed to help her, she smiled bashfully like she was 16. "Thank you, baby," she told him while giving me curious, googly eyes. She asked me with a smile, "Who is this?" "This is Ra's brother, Fabe." "Well, Fabe is fine. Look at you, all tall and chocolate. I like dark meat." Fabe giggled bashfully. "Mama, stop that," I warned her. "Hey, I ain't afraid of no dick. I just don't like small dicks. That's how you got here." Fabe's mouth dropped open as I gasped, "Mama!" She giggled. "I'm just playing. Let me see this baby. I'm going to go wash my hands first. I'll be back." As she left the room, I hid my embarrassment in my hands. "I'm sorry, Fabe. I would blame it on the dementia, but she has always had a foul mouth." Fabe stood with an amused smile on his face. He leaned against the wall with his hands in his pockets, staring at me as I unwrapped Razan Jr. His swag was so cool that I could barely pay attention to what I was doing. His eyes were burning a hole into the top of my head. I forced myself to avoid them until I heard him say, "I like you." I finally met his piercing gaze. Our eyes locked. Once again, my body trembled. "Like me?" "Yeah, I like you." Telling him that I liked him too would have only caused trouble. So instead, I ignored the urge to do so and asked, "Why?" "I knew from the moment that I met you that you were different." I could no longer look at him as he spoke. I focused on Junior as he lay in my arms sleeping. I picked at invisible lint on his onesie, just to give myself something to focus on, except Fabe. "You're more than your looks. You want so much out of life. You're ambitious, you're strong, you're loyal. You deserve a good man, even if it's not me." I allowed my eyes to meet his again. My eyes asked him, why didn't he think his brother was a good man? He was loyal enough to his brother not to answer that. It was much like a mother saying the same about her son, though, which meant I should listen.
6. Priest. "I don't care what they told you," I said into the phone as I eased my car into the lot. "This ain't no regular shipment. We're talking 30 bricks straight from Miami. That's too much weight to be playing with." "Yeah, I know. I already got 2 of our guys posted down there," my right hand, Blue, told me. "They're making sure it comes in without any issues." 2 ain't enough. I spat as I slid my ride, 6 figures of pure luxury, into a spot right up front. I want eyes on it from the second it gets off the truck until it's sitting in my spot. And I don't want no middlemen touching it. Aight, I'll lock it down. Make sure our people down there know it's my money on the line, and if anything goes wrong, it's their necks before it's mine. Say less, big bro, Blue replied. Good. Keep me updated every hour. We hung up, and I slid out of the car. Stepping out, I adjusted my jacket, still thinking about that shipment. This was just one of many big shipments I'd had in the last few months. I'd been moving weight at a crazy rate lately. Business was booming, and the money was stacking faster than I could spend it. But these kinds of moves and money came with eyes on you from every direction. I had to be on my P's and Q's more than ever and keep my head on a swivel. But for the next hour or so, I didn't want to think about business. My stomach growled as I walked up to my favorite breakfast spot on 35th and Michigan. The spot was small and easy to scan in one sweep. So when I walked in, I easily spotted Soleil sitting at the bar with a mimosa and a nearly empty plate in front of her. The way the morning light hit her skin, I had to fight the urge to just stand there and stare. I'd been feeling her since she first started at the bank a few years back. Plenty of women crossed my path. They were beautiful, eager, and the type to answer my call at 2 a.m. But Soleil was different. Her natural beauty didn't need makeup or filters, and she had a kindness that felt rare where I came from. She felt like home, the kind of place you didn't have to earn kindness, where your guard dropped the second you stepped in. She felt like a warm and safe space in a way I hadn't felt since before the streets became my reality. She felt like the kind of peace you dream about when the world outside is nothing but chaos and cold. Her presence was familiar, comforting, and impossible to let go once you found it. She smelled like love and sounded like peace. That's what had me continuously shooting my shot, despite her being committed to her man. When I reached her, I softly pinched her side from behind. She jumped like I'd set off a firecracker, damn near knocking her mimosa over. The whole bar looked our way. I laughed, holding my hands up. My bad, Ma. Didn't mean to scare you. I slid onto the stool next to hers. With her hand over her heart, she caught her breath. Hi, you scared the hell out of me. Sorry about that. Are you stalking me? She joked while rolling her eyes. Girl, this is my spot. I eat here damn near every morning. What you doing here? You off work today? She sighed with a little smile. I've always wanted to try this spot, and I had the time today since I got fired Friday. I raised a brow. Fired? What happened? She sipped her mimosa while shaking her head like she still couldn't believe it. The bank manager said it was because of procedural violations, but I know that's BS. I'm black and a little hood in their eyes, so I guess that makes me guilty by association, or at least suspicious. That's some bullshit. But don't trip, though. Maybe God is clearing space for something better. Sometimes the blessing comes wrapped in ugly paper, you feel me? Her lips curled into a smile. I feel you. I hope that's true. The bartender slid a menu in front of me, but I didn't need one. I told her what I wanted, and she left to put my order in. I noticed that Soleil was trying her best not to look at me, but she was suddenly fidgety and nervous. I had always known that the attraction was mutual, but there was something more between us that I couldn't shake and refused to acknowledge because of her man. Now that I had a chance to finally talk to her like a real man, not just a customer making small talk across a bank counter, I leaned on the bar with my arm resting on the back of her chair. So, how old are you anyway? I don't even think I ever asked. 27? You? 32. She playfully smirked. You're an old man. I chuckled. Just means I got a little more game than you. I bet you do. Then she asked, where are you from? South Side. Born and raised. You? Same, she said proudly, setting her glass down. I sat back, surprised we'd never run into each other before she worked at the bank. What high school did you go to? Whitney Young? She smiled like she knew that answer came with bragging rights. I chuckled. Okay, so you was smart. And you? She asked. Simeon, I said. Her eyes lit up. You play basketball? Nah, I didn't hoop. I was too busy making money. She playfully rolled her eyes as I asked, what about you? She blushed like she was embarrassed. I was in the band. That threw me. Word? I looked her over, trying to picture her in one of those little uniforms. She laughed at my expression. Yup. I played alto clarinet and saxophone, all 4 years. I don't even know why that's surprising me. I should have expected you to have been a good girl. I ended up having my kids in high school. Then she locked eyes with me before saying, so, I have a little bad in me too. I held her gaze, daring her to look away, to deny how hard she was making my dick with those glossed lips and short blonde hair. The bartender interrupted us by setting my cutlery and napkins in front of me. You know, I gotta be real with you. I'm seriously attracted to you, Soleil. And I don't mean just your looks. You're beautiful, yeah, but it's more than that. Her smile wavered just a little, like she didn't know if she should look at me or look away. Priest. The rest of that sentence escaped her, like she didn't know what to say. I know you got a man, and I respect that. I ain't here to cause no problems in your life, but I'm not gonna lie and act like I don't feel this energy between us. She looked down at her plate, pushing a piece of toast around before saying softly, it's there, but my relationship matters to me. I nodded, biting back the urge to say more, and I respect that. I just wanted you to know that if that nigga ever fucks up, I'm ready to pick up the pieces and never fumble the ball. Her eyes met mine again, and for a second, it felt like the whole restaurant got quieter. I hear you, she finally said. I softly squeezed her thigh. Good. Now tell me more about this band. I definitely assumed you were on the dance team or something, never the band. We kept the conversation going, and every time she laughed, smiled, or even ran her fingers through her short cut, I fell for her all over again. She had this way of tilting her head back and closing her eyes, like she was letting herself forget the world for a second. I tried to stay platonic and respect her boundaries, but I couldn't. I leaned in while she was mid-sip of her second mimosa. You know you trouble, right? She blushed. How so? You got a man, and I'm still sitting here wondering what you taste like. Her eyes bucked as she swallowed down the champagne and pineapple juice. She shook her head while wearing a blush. You need to stop it. But I caught the way her knee brushed mine under the counter. By the time we paid and stepped outside, I knew, no matter what, I had to have her. The December air smacked us both in the face. I walked her to her car. She stopped by the driver's side, and for a second, it was just quiet. The city noise was there, but it faded in the background. I stepped closer, and my hand brushed hers. Tell me you don't feel this. She hesitated a bit, but admitted, I do, but I love my man. I don't have a reason to cheat. I nodded slowly. I respect that, and it tells me that when I do get you, you'll be just as loyal to me. Her cheeks flushed a pretty pink against the cold. Can I at least get your number? Since you don't work at the bank anymore, I can't pop up on you. She opened her mouth, about to answer, but her phone rang. She glanced at it and frowned. It's my kid's school. I have to take this. I stayed quiet as she answered the phone. Hello? What happened? Is he okay? I'm on my way right now. She ended the call, already fumbling for her keys. I have to go, priest. My son hurt himself at school. She was in such a rush that I was forced to step back as she flung her door open and climbed in. She looked so worried and scared that I felt selfish for forcing myself on her, like I wanted to. So I stepped back and let her peel off. I stood there, watching her taillights fade, feeling like she was taking a piece of me with her.
Soleil. Elijah, stop riding on that cast, boy. He looked at me like I had sucked the only fun out of his bad day. He'd slipped and fell on black ice, running into the school and fractured his wrist. I had been in the emergency room with him the rest of the morning and all afternoon. Ra showed up but went back to the block after Elijah was released. The entire time I was in that ER, I couldn't stop thinking about Priest. Breakfast with Priest had been dangerous in all the ways I knew it would be. The way he made me laugh and looked at me like I was the only woman in the room felt too good. And as messed up as it sounds, I was almost glad Elijah hurt himself at school, because that call pulled me out of the moment before I made the mistake of giving Priest my number. But walking away from him didn't kill the craving. It just made it worse. Denying myself only left me sitting here staring at the wall, wondering if Ra was really being as faithful to me. No matter how I tried to push it out of my head, that light-skinned girl from the party kept creeping back into my thoughts. My women's intuition was punching me in the gut over and over again, giving me that feeling that I just couldn't ignore. He was constantly giving his attention to the streets and Moses. As his woman, I was loyal enough to his hustle to deal with that. But I was not about to deal with bitches, too. After giving Elijah his dose of Tylenol to help with the pain, I could no longer ignore that gut feeling. I sat down at the computer and logged into our T-Mobile account online. After logging in and going under Ra's account number, I pulled up the call details in order to see which numbers he called frequently. I recognized most of them, but there were 2 specific numbers that he called just as much as he called me. That gut feeling now became nausea mixed with regret. I knew that unless his mother or brother had a new number, he was courting whoever was on the other end of this number. I dialed it anonymously with no hesitation. I figured that person wouldn't answer since I'd blocked my number. Sure enough, whoever it was didn't answer. However, the voicemail came on saying, "Hello, you've reached Aaliyah. Leave a message." She sounded pretty, younger, and full of life. I felt nauseous. I felt a cramp from the abortion procedure and felt nauseous again, and my stomach clenched again. I ended the call in the middle of leaving a silent voicemail message. Then I dialed the other number to see where that would lead. "Kenwood Assisted Living. This is Olivia speaking. How may I help you?" That gut feeling was still there. I had a hunch, so I went with it. "May I speak to Aaliyah, please?" "Aaliyah?" Olivia sounded caught off guard. She hasn't come to see her mother today, ma'am." My brows curled as I tried to put the pieces together. Then Olivia rocked my world. "I'm not sure when she'll be back. She's busy with that beautiful newborn baby, so I couldn't tell you." As nausea completely consumed me, I hung up.
Moses. My right hand, Smoothie, and I were riding through the city making runs. Smoothie was driving, and I was in the passenger seat, staring out the window. My stomach was in knots. Every time I blinked, I saw Kalani being driven away in that police car. My woman, my rider, was in jail because of me. Smooty must have noticed that I was still sick about it. Bro, you gotta stop blaming yourself. I can't stop thinking about her. She shouldn't even be in there right now. He nodded with his eyes still on the road. Real ones like her don't exist no more. She's solid, for real. Ain't too many women taking a charge for their man these days. Yeah, and that's exactly why I gotta get her the best lawyer money can buy. I owe her that. She cannot do time because of this. Then we gotta get that money up, he replied without hesitation. Ain't nothing to it. I sighed, staring at the passing lights. Only problem is I still owe Carlos for the work I lost. I can't even make moves till I clear that up. Smooty smirked and leaned back. Man, we can handle that nigga if you want to. Just say the word. I chuckled, even though I knew he meant that. See, that's your problem. You're so trigger happy. He grinned. I'm just saying, bro. That wasn't your fault. You don't owe that man nothing but smoke. Nah, I responded, shaking my head. Carlos is like family. I ain't about to off family over no money. I'm gonna talk to him and work something out. Smooty laughed, shaking his head. You too loyal. Way too loyal. Maybe, I admitted. That's how I was raised. He went quiet for a second, then said, Still don't make sense, though. You out here trying to make things right with everybody. But Ra, that nigga don't never return the favor. When's the last time he came through for you? I stayed quiet, staring out the windshield. Exactly, Smooty pressed. Ra always using you, always talking that boss shit, but he don't move nothing on his own. Nigga don't even know how to hustle. He just leans on you to make him look like he got motion. He looked at me for a response, but out of loyalty, I kept quiet. Smooty smirked. You know I'm telling the truth. You just too loyal to say it. He wasn't lying. I hated to admit it, but I'd been thinking the same thing for a while now. Ra talked like a king, but moved like a pawn. Every time he got into some shit, I was the one cleaning it up. Every time he needed money, I was the one moving weight or busting my ass in the studio. Every time he needed backup, I was there. And now my woman was sitting in a cell because of me and indirectly because of him. I leaned back in the seat, running a frustrated hand over my face. Yeah, I muttered under my breath. I'm starting to see it too. Smooty nodded with his eyes still on the road and wearing a crooked smile on his face. You a real nigga. You thorough, but you gotta stop being loyal to the wrong people.
7. Kalani. Since I got locked up on a Saturday, I couldn't even get a bond hearing until Monday. I spent 2 whole days in that cold, nasty cell, just lying there, staring at the wall, waiting to feel stupid for taking that charge for Moses. But I never did. Every hour that passed, the only thing I felt was peace. I couldn't have lived with myself if I'd let my helpmate, my man, the loving father to my child, the one who busted his ass every day to take care of our home, lose everything. He was so close to his dreams he could damn near taste them, and I wasn't going to just stand there while he lost it all. Every time they let me call him, I could hear how miserable he was. He promised over and over that he was going to get me out first thing Monday morning. When Monday came, my public defender sat me down and kept it real with me. There's nothing you can do to avoid being charged. The car's in your name. By law, that dope belongs to you. The only way out of this is to give them names. I just sat there listening while my stomach knotted. He saw in my files that I had never been arrested before and was working while raising my son. Either you come clean about whose those drugs really belong to, or you hope for the best. The police don't care about 2 kilos when it comes to getting somebody bigger off the streets. Cooperate, and this goes away. Don't, and you'll have to fight it. That can take up to a year, unless you plead guilty, but I wouldn't advise that. You'd be looking at jail time or, at best, felony probation. By the time I stood in front of the judge, I was delirious from lack of sleep. My stomach was aching from hunger, and my head was pounding. When I turned my head, I saw Moses sitting in the back. He looked like he hadn't slept since I got arrested. The judge looked at me like I was just another case file before charging me with possession with intent to distribute. Class A felony. $50,000 bond. The air outside the courthouse slapped me in the face. It was cold and unforgiving, just like the last 72 hours had been. Moses was standing at the bottom of the steps, pacing with his hands stuffed in his hoodie pocket. The minute his eyes caught mine, he stopped like the world just froze. Then he was climbing those steps 2 at a time. He didn't say a word at first. He just wrapped me in his arms so tight, I could barely breathe. His hoodie smelled like cologne, weed, familiarity, and safety. I didn't realize until then how much I'd been holding back. My face pressed into his chest, and I let out a shaky breath. "Baby," he murmured against my hair. "I'm so sorry. I'm so fucking sorry you had to go through that." He pulled back just enough to look me in the eyes. His hands held my face. "I swear to you, I'm gonna make this worth it. Whatever I gotta do, whatever it takes, I'm gonna make sure you never regret what you did for me." I wanted to tell him I didn't need him to make it worth it, that I already knew I'd done the right thing. But the way his eyes burned into mine, full of guilt and gratitude, I just nodded. The truth was, I needed to believe him as much as he needed to say it. Soleil. "Mama, where are we going?" Essence looked at me strangely after I suddenly made the right turn in the opposite direction of our home. "Don't worry about it, baby," I told her, attempting to keep my eyes on Ra's car. Initially, I'd exited the Dan Ryan on 87th Street. I was headed home. No matter how cloudy my mind remained with thoughts and wonders of who this Aaliyah chick was, I was still able to spot Ra's car a mile away. That morning, as usual, he'd come home at about 2 o'clock. He tried to get some head, but I laughed, turned my back to him and his hard dick, and went to sleep. I swear to God I would have done anything just to be able to fuck my man and act like nothing was wrong. I couldn't ignore this hunch, though. Honestly, I knew that most of the feeling was regret for letting Ra talk me into getting the abortion. I can't really put my finger on why I wanted that baby after having procedures in the past with no feeling of regret at all. This time, I just felt ready. It was something I wanted. When Ra constantly got his way, I didn't understand why I couldn't get mine for a change. Ra and I had been at this for 14 years. I couldn't understand why another child wouldn't be ideal for engaged parents. However, I was about to understand fully. I stayed a few cars behind Ra, being as careful as I could not to be seen as I followed him back onto the expressway. He eventually exited on 95th and continued westbound. The further west we traveled, I wondered what the hell he had going on in that neighborhood. Ra had been raised in the hood. He never traveled far out as he grew up. Our home was nice, but it was still deep in the trenches of the South Side. Now we were in Beverly, where white folks lived, jogged in the middle of the street, and played golf. I figured he must have been meeting Carlos or something. He was the only person we knew who would be in this kind of neighborhood. Still, I pulled over on a block behind him in front of a house lit up like the Macy's Christmas tree downtown. It even had a full nativity scene in the yard. Essence was too busy in her phone texting whoever to realize that I was snooping on her daddy. Elijah was still being pumped full of Tylenol for the pain in his wrist, so drowsiness had him knocked out in the back seat after a full day of last-minute Christmas shopping. I watched as Ra got out of his Mustang and approached this beautiful home. My heart began to pound violently when he used a key on his key ring to enter the house. I was too dumbfounded to make a move. I fought hard not to react in front of my children. Assumptions ran rampantly in my mind as I tried to come up with a reason why he had a key to this home. I didn't need to make any assumptions, however. Facts smacked me in the face as Ra came back outside, now carrying a baby's car seat. There was a thick blue blanket covering what I assumed was a child. What I did not have to assume was who the chick was that followed closely behind him. I quickly recognized her as the light-skinned chick from Moses' party that was with Ra at the bar. Oh, I scared Essence as she sat quietly posting on Facebook on her phone. She looked at me like I was crazy as I banged my closed fists on the steering wheel. "Mama, what's wrong?" "Nothing," I told her, trying to collect myself. "I'm sorry, baby." Still, she looked at me like I was crazy as I started the car. Mad was the least that I was. I felt violent. Sights of that baby filled my heart with so much rage. I grew sick realizing that this was the reason why I couldn't have my baby. I was sure of it. I had been nothing but a good woman to him and a great mother to his children. I took care of our household and stood by his side while he fulfilled hood dreams. I was loyal and always had been. I didn't deserve this. Men are always talking about how they want an intelligent, independent, down-ass chick. Then they get one and treat her in ways that only a stupid, needy bitch would accept. That day, he was going to learn that those two types of women didn't come wrapped in a bow. I walked into the house shaking with rage. By the time I got the kids settled, I was breathing hard, like I'd just run a mile. I pushed our bedroom door open so hard it hit the wall. I went straight for the dresser, yanking drawers open and throwing Ra's clothes out. I couldn't believe I watched him walk out of that house holding a baby that wasn't mine, that wasn't ours. The thought alone made my stomach do violent flips. But I wasn't about to sit around and cry over a man who could lie to my face like that. After emptying out his drawers, I went into the closet. I wasn't even going to call him. I knew he would just try to talk his way out of it. He could sweet-talk the devil out of hell if he wanted to. Tonight, his stuff was getting packed up, and by the time he got back, it would all be sitting on the porch. The latch on the front and back doors would be locked, and whatever lies he had ready could stay on the other side. I dropped to my knees in the closet to get his shoes. That's when I saw a duffel bag, half tucked behind his sneaker boxes. It was unzipped just enough for a folded piece of paper to stick out. I pulled it toward me, thinking it was one of his old gym bags. But when I lifted the flap, my stomach dropped. There were bundles of cash inside. For a second, I couldn't even move. My hands just hovered over it, trembling. I flipped through the bills, realizing it was tens of thousands of dollars. I sat back on my heels, heart pounding. All those times he'd told me we couldn't afford another baby, repeated in my head over and over again. Tears blurred my vision. He hadn't just cheated on me, he'd played me. He'd lied to me, took pieces of my heart, and built another life with them, with another woman. As I zipped the bag closed, I suddenly felt like putting him out wasn't enough. This wasn't just about revenge anymore. It was about balance. If Ra wanted to play dirty, I could get filthy. He chose violence a long time ago when he decided to gamble my body, my trust, and my heart. So I was choosing it too.
Ra. Now her dumbass don't want to answer the phone. I mumbled angrily to myself as I ended the call and hopped in the Mustang. Soleil had been blowing my phone up. Of course she was calling at a bad time. I was with Aaliyah at Junior's first doctor's appointment. It was cool that she didn't answer, because I didn't feel like being bothered anyway. She had had an attitude since last night. Her attitude, coupled with mine, was a recipe for another argument. Everything was coming down on me real heavy. I was feeling stressed as fuck and couldn't figure out what lie I had told to cover up for the other. Moses had been blowing my phone up because of what happened with the run I had to make for Carlos. Now I was in the hole with Carlos. Moses was also hounding me about that dumbass meeting at Interscope that I'd made up. Not to mention, by it being the holidays, I was being pulled in so many different directions by the two different families that I had with Aaliyah and Soleil. They both felt like I should have been obligated to be around just because it was Christmas. I felt obligated to be in the streets doing me. It wasn't my fault that they chose to have a bunch of babies. They made that choice, and that choice had nothing to do with me. I thought everything was coming down on me real heavy, but the ton of lies that I'd been piling up came crashing down when I made it home. As I pulled up in front of the house that Soleil and I shared, my phone started to ring. I looked down at it and saw that it was Felicia again. Laughing, I sent the call to voicemail. Then I hopped out the ride. Before I could make it to the sidewalk, my text message notifications were going off. I glanced down at the screen and saw the beginning of a few hateful messages from Felicia. Felicia had a lot of attitude and a smart mouth. Yet, she had been rocking with me for years. Even after she found out about Soleil, she kept fucking with me whenever I chose. But she was a hothead. She always cursed me out for not being with her how she wanted me to be. She was always sending me hateful 4-page text messages. She filled my voicemail with messages about me not being shit. She was a fucking headache with some good pussy. That's why I bent down on her every now and then. I walked up the gangway as usual to enter the house through the back door. The gangway was filled with smoke that seemed to be pouring from the back of the crib. It smelled like something was burning, so I ran towards our backyard. When I got back there, it looked like I had run up on a scene from a movie. Soleil's face was illuminated by the fire that she stood above as it burned high flames in the barbecue grill on the back porch. Her eyes were red, and tears were streaming down her face. "Soleil, what's going on?" As I jogged up the steps of the back porch, she backed away from me like I was Satan, when she was the one that looked possessed. "Get the fuck away from me." I jumped at the sound of her voice. I saw the kids peering out of the back window. I looked into the barbecue grill and noticed my clothes and shoes were inside. Small bits of green paper flew in the air around us like fireflies. "Is that my shit?" I ran towards her, but the fire was too high to get to her. The smoke was thick enough to choke me. She stayed behind the fire. It was protecting her from me, and she knew it. "What the fuck is wrong with you? What are you doing?" "No, what the fuck is wrong with you, Ra? Who is she?" "Man, you are crazy as fuck." I shook my head in disbelief as I walked back down the steps to escape the excessive heat of the flames. "Who is she?" "Who is who?" "Aaliyah. That bitch's house you've been at. Is that your baby?" "Fuck." All kinds of thoughts were flying around in my head, like my money was flying around as it burned in that fucking grill. I wondered how she could possibly know about Aaliyah or the baby. I had been real careful, so I thought. The quickest thing I could think to say was, "What the fuck are you talking about?" "The bitch that lives in Beverly. The house I watched you use a key to go in and come out of carrying a baby earlier today." I shrugged it off, dismissively. Girl, that's one of Carlos's side chicks. Stop lying. Her voice bounced off the houses surrounding us. It flew through the cold wind and smacked me in the face with a hard punch of reality. She was standing on the other side of the fire, giving me an icy stare that was way colder than the 20-degree weather that we were standing in. She was only wearing jeans, a t-shirt, and gym shoes. I imagined that she was so angry with me that she didn't even feel the freezing temperatures. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. She was tripping for real if she thought I was about to tell her anything. Those tears didn't mean shit to me. You're lying, Ra. You didn't even ask me. You just burned my shit up, assuming that I did something wrong. I know you did. You're so fucking dramatic. Stop overreacting. She lost the last piece of control that she had left when I said that. Her mouth dropped so low that it damn near fell into the fire. Dramatic? You've been cheating on me, cheating on our kids, and I'm the one being dramatic? She looked at me like she was pleading for me to just see what I had done and how I hurt her. She wanted me to be sorry, for me to acknowledge her hurt. I could see that if I had only done that, it would have made her feel a little bit better. I wasn't moved. This was her fault. She needed to stay in her place and mind her own business. Then she wouldn't be in this predicament, and she wouldn't have this hurt look on her face. What you think I did is your own imagination. Those tears are your fault. She was so shocked at how dismissive I was that she lowered her guard. I took that as opportunity to approach the house, but she soon found her courage again. No, go back to her house. I didn't have to put up with this. I could very well have turned around and went to Aaliyah's crib. She would have welcomed me in opened arms and legs, a wet mouth, peace and quiet, and even a plate, if I wanted it. I'd spent every other night away from Soleil and the kids, lying and blaming my absence on work. But now, just because she wanted me out, I wanted in. Nobody told me no. You can't keep me out of my house. You're never here anyway. Elijah and I caught eyes. Even on the other side of the window, I could see his tears. Let me go talk to the kids. Soleil laughed insanely. She sounded possessed with anger. Yo ass ain't never been at home, but now you want to be here? Fuck this, I mumbled as I walked towards the steps. I was going to get in that fucking house just to prove to Soleil that she didn't run shit. I did. Out of nowhere, the grill slammed against the wooden porch. Soleil had kicked it over. The metal crashed loud against the steps. Clothes, shoes, coal, and burned bills fell against the steps, some of it still on fire. Man, you tripping. I jumped back to avoid the flying, burning objects. I'm going in the house to get my shit. You ain't got shit in there, homie. It's burnt or bleached, bitch, including that money I found. My eyes fell out of my face. I thought she was just burning random money that I'd had in drawers, not the robbery money that I moved from Aaliyah's house to here. Soleil laughed, watching my misery with a wicked smile on her face. Yeah, nigga, that money you had stashed in the closet is gone. I was sick and didn't hide it. I felt like she had just set my future on fire and burned it alive, because she literally had. She was so content to see me devastated that I just walked away, disgusted. I actually felt pain. She had turned on me. She had deliberately deceived me with a smile on her face. She'd hurt me on purpose. Little did she know I was going to get her back for that shit. I was going to have the last laugh.
8. Soleil. I sat on the couch next to my father with tears streaming down my face. He'd come over to drop off the kids' Christmas presents to open the next morning. 3 weeks ago, after the bank robbery and terminating my pregnancy, I expected life to be back to normal by now. But life felt like the ground had opened up under me and was trying to drag me down to hell. All those nights I stayed home with our kids, thinking Ra was working, thinking he was building something for us. He was really building lies. I couldn't stop wondering how long he'd been doing this, or how many times he looked me in the eyes and swore I was the only one. My heart was broken. But what twisted the knife in deeper was seeing how pissed he was, not because he lost me, not because he broke our family, but because of the money. Ra cared more about his pockets being lighter than about me walking away. That's when it hit me hard. I was never the priority. The hustle was. My father put his arm around me as I lay my head on his shoulder. Simultaneously, he began to rub my shoulder as he told me, "It's going to be okay, baby." I can't believe he did this. It hurts. I don't know what hurt worse, Aaliyah, her baby, or the baby that I didn't have. He hadn't confirmed anything, but I knew that Ra was cheating on me with that chick, and that was his baby. I felt like I was dying over and over again. Soleil, if he can't love you the right way, let him go. I am, but it hurts. It hurts so bad. I don't understand how he can love me 1 minute and then be so cold the next. I feel like the past 14 years have been a lie. I feel bad for the kids, too. I know they like having their father here. I really don't want to raise them by myself either. You know what's worse than being a single mother? Staying with a nigga that ain't shit because you don't want to be one. That stung, but he was right. I didn't even try to argue with him. I so desperately tried to get my head together while Elijah and Essence got dressed. We were going to my grandmother's house for our annual Christmas tradition. I just lost my job. I can't do this alone, I cried. Even if I could, I really don't want to. It's too many women staying in hurtful relationships because they are afraid of raising kids alone and being alone. It's okay to be alone, and it's okay to be in a relationship. But it's not okay to be both at the same damn time. The fact that he says, "I love you," doesn't give him permission to put you through shit. And it doesn't mean that you have to stay and deal with it. All love ain't loyal, baby. There was no denying the harsh reality in every word he said. He was right. Though at this point, I wasn't questioning whether or not I wanted to be with Ra. I was just hurt that it had come to this. When I heard a knock at the door, I got nervous that it was Ra. My dad saw the anxiety on my face as another round of knocks began, only this time harder. "I'll get it," my dad told me as he stood from the couch. We both knew that it was Ra who had been blowing my phone up all day, threatening me for having the audacity to defy him and burn up all his money. I trusted that with my dad's wide stance and height, Ra would lose all aggression when that door opened. Yet to our surprise, there was a woman in a suit standing on the other side of the door. 2 police officers accompanied her. "Hi, sir. My name is Teresa. I'm with the Department of Children and Family Services." The woman was older and held a stern expression as she and the officers entered without invitation. My father and I looked at one another in confusion, as he slowly closed the door behind them. "May I help you?" I could imagine that I looked a hot mess as I stood to meet the woman and the officers in the middle of the floor. My head ached more as I realized that they had trampled all over my carpet with shoes that were wet from the falling snow flurries outside. When the woman sighed heavily and kept her stern expression, I got worried. "Ma'am, I am a caseworker at DCFS. We've received a report of child abuse in the home. Your children's father, Razan Ramli, has filed a complaint." All breath left my body. "What?" My father rushed towards me to assist me as I lost my strength and plopped down on the couch. "What the hell are you talking about? She doesn't abuse her children." "Sir, we have to follow up on all complaints thoroughly," she interrupted my dad dismissively. "Reportedly, one of the children has a broken arm." I interrupted her allegation. "That happened in school." She ignored my protest. "Where are the children?" My father's chest heaved. "Why?" "State law permits an investigative specialist to take temporary protective custody of children without the consent of the person responsible for the child's welfare, if there is reason to believe that the children are in immediate danger, and there is no time to file a petition in court. Since it's the holidays, there is no time for a petition." I had lost it when I heard the word temporary custody. That meant that they were taking my children. "Don't do this, please," I begged. "Ra is lying. My kids aren't in danger, please." She couldn't have cared a fuck less about my protest. "We have to temporarily remove the children from the home to investigate this matter." My father winced in pain. I had never seen him so hurt in my life. "What? It's Christmas." Tears slid down my cheeks. "I don't beat my children." "We have to determine that during an investigation since we have evidence that proves otherwise." "What evidence?" Elijah and Essence entered the living room with eyes wide with curiosity. I cringed as the woman and the officers noticed Elijah's cast and looked at me suspiciously. I couldn't wrap my head around why Ra would do this to me. I couldn't figure out why he hated me so much that he would purposely hurt our children like this. His selfishness had no mercy, not even on the kids. A sickening rage started to eat at me. When those officers began to walk towards my kids, I completely lost my mind. "No, don't take my children." I was running towards them, fingers arched and ready to claw at these motherfuckers for trying to take my babies. I was sick of my kids being taken from me. It wasn't enough that Ra had taken the last baby that I probably would be able to have. He had to take the living ones from me too. I fucking hated him for that, and just wanted to take it out on somebody. I fought to get out of my father's arms as he held me back. The heartache felt like it was going to kill me as I watched my children cry and fight for themselves. "Mama!" I couldn't bear to hear my children calling for me, especially when I couldn't save them. "Soleil, get it together in front of these kids. Do you hear me? Be strong so they won't be scared," my father whispered into my ear as he held me in a bear hug. Over his voice, I could hear Essence fussing and Elijah crying. "Cry when they leave, but right now, you make it better for them." I tried to take deep breaths to calm down. He released me slowly, just as the officers were guiding Essence and Elijah towards the door, against their will. "Wait," I begged as I wiped my face free of tears. There was no use. I had stopped sobbing in attempts to show my kids that it would be okay. Yet my tears still flowed silently from my face. "Just let me talk to them." I tried to be strong as I wiped my children's faces. "Essence, I need you to take care of your brother, okay? Essence was a lot like her mother. Though she was hurting on the inside, she held back those tears like a big girl. Yet I sadly watched as 2 or 3 were able to escape. I saw that she was pissed more than anything. Her adolescent mind was ready to fight right along with me. She nodded her head with her lips balled up in anger. Her breathing was sporadic, yet she reached for her brother and held his trembling hand. I kissed them both on the cheek and told them that I loved them. "There will be a court date on the 27th, the woman told me as they began to walk towards the door. I couldn't speak. My father wrapped his arms around me. I buried my cries and whimpers into his chest. I couldn't even bear to watch my children walk out of that house. I blamed myself for being so naive that I didn't see that Ra had this in him. But little did I know, he wasn't done with me yet."
Fabe. On Christmas Eve, I crept through Aaliyah and Ra's back door. As I walked in, I told myself I was just there to drop off my gifts and bounce because, as always, Aaliyah was home alone. As I inched through the kitchen, I could hear old slow jams playing through the speakers in the living room. Red and green lights from the tree were blinking against the walls. Aaliyah was swaying to SZA in short shorts and a bra top. Her hips rocked while she hung ornaments. The sight stopped me in my tracks. I'd been trying to starve this feeling, but every time I got near her, it fed itself. Aaliyah felt like the right answer. She made me think about doing the kind of forever I never promised anyone. I walked quietly over the carpet until I was right behind her, close enough to smell her lotion. My hand found her without asking, cupping her waist. She turned with that smile I kept trying not to dream about. "Fabe!" she screeched. "I thought you were Ra." I backed up, hands raised, grinning like a guilty man who didn't want forgiveness. "You scared me," she panted with shock. Then she relaxed while looking at my hand that was still on her waist. "You better stop." I let her turn back to the tree because desire was roaring inside of me, but I forced my common sense to tell it to chill. "Put that thing up," I murmured in a voice I only had for her. She started tugging at her shorts like modesty would make my need for her go away. I slid the big gift bag under the tree with my foot and stood there, soaking her in even as I told myself to leave her alone. I wanted to be the man she never had to doubt, the man who made holidays feel like home. "What are you doing here?" she asked as she continued to decorate the tree. "Ra isn't here." "I can see that. I'm dropping off gifts for him, Junior, and you." I traced a line at the small of her back, just to feel that spark hit my finger. She jumped, and the way her booty jiggled made my self-control slip. "Stop it, Fabe." She turned, eyes searching mine. "What's gotten into you? You drunk?" I wasn't drunk. Not even close. I was clearer than I'd ever been and fixed on the one truth that was getting harder to hide. I wanted her. I wanted to love her out loud, not in the shadows. Usually I joked my way around it. Lately, it had been getting harder to. "Why are you so committed to him?" She blinked rapidly. My question had caught her off guard. "Why shouldn't I be?" Her answer stung, but it didn't surprise me. Loyalty was the prettiest thing about her, and it was my downfall. I respected it, even though it kept her away from me. "And why don't you have the same loyalty to him? That's your brother." Her eyes pinned mine. I saw her nipples hardening under her top, her breath catching, and blood rushing to her face. I sat on the couch before I did something that rewired both our lives with one bad decision. She followed. I watched her fingers work the knot in the lights and thought about all the knots of lies, stress, and him I wanted to undo for her. "What do you mean by bad men love love too?" she asked without looking me in the eyes. She was nervous, like she was scared of the answer. I wanted to tell her everything, but all I told her was, even toxic, selfish men can feel love and say they love you, but the way they love brings chaos, pain, and control. You're saying your brother is toxic and selfish? He's not here to put this tree up with you. He's Christmas shopping for his kids. I didn't say anything. I need to. The look I gave her was the only truth I could offer without completely betraying blood. I wanted to flat out tell her that she deserved better than lonely holidays and pretty excuses. But I wasn't a snitch. Aaliyah sucked her teeth. "If you know something, just tell me." "I don't have to spell it out for you," I said, hating how close I was to crossing the line. I wanted Christmases with our names on the same mailbox, but I wasn't going to win her by dragging Ra's name through the dirt, even if he deserved it. I leaned in and pressed a kiss to her forehead. It was light, but I let it linger just to taste her. "I'm about to get out of here. I just wanted to drop the gifts off." She nodded, but her eyes held mine, like she wanted more meaning to what I had said. But she forced out, "Merry Christmas, Fabe," instead of the questions in her eyes. "Merry Christmas, baby." For a second, I almost stayed. I almost reached for her hand and wrecked every line I swore I wouldn't cross. But instead, I stood, stepped back, and made myself turn toward the door. I forced myself to leave before I started asking for more than what was truly mine. Ra. Come on this dick. Felicia loved it when I told her that. Instantly, her moans became louder and more animated. "You want me to come on this dick, Daddy?" My dick hardened in response to the beautiful words that she breathed heavily into my ear. I lay on top of her, giving her deep strokes missionary style, trying hard not to finish early. Despite ignoring her calls and text messages for days, she answered that day when I called. As much as she got on my nerves, I couldn't deny how loyal she was to me. Though she knew that I had a woman at the crib, she was always there. She even had a hunch about Aaliyah, though she had no proof. Yet and still, when I called, she answered. I respected that about her. So I made sure to come see her on Christmas Eve and give her some dick and a Gucci bag that I'd gotten from a booster that was a real good knockoff that came with a box and a receipt. Hell yeah. Do what Daddy said and come on this dick. But the only good thing on her was between her legs. She was always nagging and gave me a lot of grief for being with Soleil and not her. Just the thought of Soleil made me take my aggression out on Felicia. I dug deep into her like I was looking for the 50 G's that Soleil burned up. "Shit," Felicia yelped. "God damn. Damn, this pussy good girl. Fuck Soleil. Crazy-ass bitch." Soleil's disloyalty was mind-boggling. She had turned on me in the worst way. I could bet she regretted that shit now, though. Didn't I say come on this dick? Why are you being hard-headed? I felt Felicia's pussy leaking around the thick 9 inches that I was penetrating her with. Shit, this dick is good, baby. Come on it then. In response, she began to pant in high pitches. Her pussy tightened around my dick. I knew she was coming. I gave her deep strokes that tapped the back of her walls aggressively. Shit. Come on, baby. Fuck. I love you, baby. I crooned into her ear to encourage that nut. Daddy loves you. I didn't, but it got the job done. I felt her releasing all over me. Her juices were so warm that they encouraged my own orgasm. I hopped out of her just in time to empty my seed into the condom. I rested on one elbow with my eyes closed as I began to release. Suddenly, I felt another hand around my length. Felicia was taking the condom off. She pushed my hand to the side and started to give me head as I continued to come. My eyes rolled into the back of my head. My toes curled. I fought to keep a bitch-like moan from escaping my throat. Felicia giggled as she sucked out every drop. Shit. I fell back on her comforter as I finally finished nutting. I was sweating, couldn't breathe, and was numb from how hard I had just come. I felt like I couldn't move. But I had to get up and take care of business. Felicia mean-mugged me as she watched me hop up and start to get dressed. I ignored the way she scowled at me with irritation while I was also ignoring another call from Soleil. She'd called me more than 100 times, it seemed like. She had sent me just as many text messages. She was hurt, but she deserved it. She would learn not to be so disloyal to a nigga like me. You're leaving? The hairs on the back of my neck stood up as Felicia's attitude seeped through the air. Yeah, got some shit to take care of. Before she could say anything, I smacked her ass and tongued her down. The look on her face told on her. I knew she was creaming between her legs, and that whatever attitude she wanted to have was gone. I'll be back, I lied. She was content with that, so I bounced to go holler at Carlos. Things were getting tight, and Moses was getting antsy. He hadn't even been to the studio since Kalani got arrested. We were in the hole with Carlos for the product Moses lost. I was in the hole, period. Just the thought of not having the money I went through so much to get pissed me off as I glided through the south side of the city. Just the thought of it made me want to smack fire from Soleil. I had always been too arrogant to ask, but I needed Carlos to front me some work. I wasn't in the drug game, but Moses was. Since he wanted to get this money, I was about to put him to work. I met Carlos at one of his spots on 63rd and King Drive. I slid into the passenger side of his foreign whip that was so pretty it made my dick hard. I was convinced that he could afford to help a man that had been his homeboy since we were knee-high. He gave me a nod, asking, "What's good, Ra?" We dapped up, and I leaned back, trying to play it cool. "Appreciate you meeting me, Los. I need to holler at you real quick." "Yeah? About what?" I cleared my throat, hating that I even had to say it. "I need you to front me some work." For a second, silence filled the car. Then Carlos let out a sharp laugh, shaking his head like I just told him the funniest joke of the year. Anger rose inside me, but I kept it cool. My pride wanted to check him, but I forced myself to relax. Losing it now would only make me look weaker. So I just sat there, staring out the windshield, grinding my teeth, while Carlos kept chuckling under his breath. "You my homeboy, bro. I love you to death." When he said that, I knew he meant it. Like I said, we had been friends since we were knee-high, growing up in the same hood. I'd whooped many a nigga for teasing him for being so high-yella. His father was Mexican. As kids, we didn't understand why he was so light-skinned with curly hair, especially since his father was nowhere around for us to see. We just knew that his mom was black as midnight, but he was the lightest thing in the hood. Eventually, both of our mothers moved to different neighborhoods. Me and Carlos lost touch here and there. Once we ended up going to the same high school, however, we never lost touch again. We were so close that we lived the same street life. However, Carlos was in the drug game when I was just a petty thief. He started hustling and never stopped. Now here he was, making 5 figures a day. But we both know you ain't no drug dealer, fam. Though I couldn't deny that, I hated that he was right. And I hated that he was smart enough with his cash to be living the life that I wanted. Swallowing that chunk of humble pie was hard as hell. I know. I planned on putting Moses to work, though. Again, he chuckled to the point that it embarrassed me and pissed me off. "Moses just lost 3 bricks and firepower. Now you want me to front you some work?" My nostrils flared with irritation. I let my guard down and asked for a favor. Now I felt stupid, but I tried to hide it as I stared out of the passenger side window. "It's all good. I'll have the money in a minute. I was just being impatient," I lied. "Well, when you get it, seems like you need to be giving it to me anyway, bruh. You owe me quite a bit of money." I smiled to throw him off. "You're right." But in my head, I was already somewhere else. Carlos thought he was slick, sitting on his high horse, laughing at me like I was some broke little nigga begging for crumbs. He forgot who I was. I never asked twice, and I damn sure never waited long when I wanted something. If he wasn't gonna give it to me, I'd take it, just like I always did. One way or another, I was gonna eat. 9. Moses. Christmas lights from the tree lit up the living room. The red, green, and gold colors flash across Trent's cheesy grin as he played with his gifts. Torn wrapping paper was still all over the carpet. Trent was in his own world as he slid his new race cars across the floor while making engine noises. Every now and then, he'd glance up at me and grin like he just won the lottery. That smile killed me and healed me at the same time. But even in that moment, the guilt was eating at me. Watching him play and feeling Kalani on the couch beside me, I couldn't shake it. The guilt that came from knowing she'd taken that charge for me was making it hard to enjoy the holiday, despite the gifts Kalani and Trent had given me. I felt like I was carrying a brick around my heart. I wrapped my arm tighter around her shoulders, pulling her even closer. She leaned into me automatically, like her body was molded to fit mine. She knew me too well. She tilted her eyes up toward mine, and before I could even open my mouth, she was already shaking her head. "Moses, don't even start," she said, but with a smile. "You better not apologize again." All I could do was lower my head with a guilty chuckle. "I mean it," she continued, resting her hand on my chest. "What's done is done. I made my choice. We're not going to keep going in circles about it." Her devotion hit me harder than any bullet ever could. She'd risked her freedom and future for me, just so I wouldn't lose mine. I kissed her forehead, lingering there for a moment, breathing her in. I promise you, I'm gonna do everything I have to do to get you out of this. Whatever it takes, I'm gonna make it right. She sat up straighter, pulling back just enough to look me in the face. Her brown, fierce eyes locked onto mine. No, I don't want you to do anything crazy. I don't want anything to happen to you. I can't do this alone, Moses. And you already owe Carlos. You don't need to add more to your plate. I knew she was right. She didn't want me to make things worse, but inside I felt desperate. As much as I wanted to respect her wishes, I was willing to do whatever it took to be the man she deserved, to give her the life she dreamed about, the security she needed, and the future I'd promised her since the day she put Trent in my arms. I looked over at my son, laughing as he crashed his toy cars together. He didn't know all I had done to make sure he and his mother had a Merry Christmas. All he knew was that Santa had come through, and his parents were right there watching him play. That innocence was my motivation. My chin rested on her hair. I got us, I whispered, more to myself than her, no matter what it takes. She sighed against me, like she was scared of what that meant. Her fingers curled into my hoodie, holding on to me the same way I held on to her. I swore to myself that I'd move heaven and earth, risk it all if I had to protect them and give them the life they deserved, even if it killed me.
Soleil. Christmas Day was a nightmare. I'd been in bed since the kids were taken. Last night my parents came over and cried along with me. Since I had been accused of abusing them, I couldn't visit the kids until DCFS was able to arrange supervised visits. That was not going to happen until after Christmas. So that morning, my mother and father took gifts to them and sat with them as long as they could. My mother called me while she was there so I could speak to them. Hearing Elijah's sadness and Essence's anger made me feel like the worst mother in the world. For the rest of the day, I was damn near suicidal. When my doorbell rang, it took everything in me to climb out of my rut and answer it. I was surprised when I saw Kalani through the peephole with a fifth of tequila. She told me about getting arrested, but soon after she told me, I got so caught up in Ra's bullshit that I hadn't had the chance to check on her. I opened the door and hurried away from the cold that swept in. "What are you doing here?" I looked at Kalani curiously as she came into the house. "Moses took Trent to his family's Christmas dinner, so I came to see why you haven't been answering the phone. I've been calling you all day." She was so busy making herself comfortable that she didn't notice the distress in my eyes or how disheveled I looked. "I'm sorry. I have a lot going on." After taking off her coat, she took off her shoes and finally really looked at me. As she took in my swollen red eyes and wild hair, her eyes narrowed and her head tilted. "What's wrong?" I sighed, trying to gather myself so that I could even utter the words. However, before I could muster up the strength to say anything, she noticed how quiet my house was for a Christmas morning. Her brows curled as she looked around. "Where are the kids? It's so quiet in here." I broke down, as I had several times since they were taken. I went into hysteria. I fell to my knees and began to wail into my hands. Soon I could feel Kalani hovering over me. "Oh my God, girl, what happened?" "They took them," was all I could say. "The kids? Who took them?" Kalani got down on the floor with me. When I tried to get myself together, I looked into her eyes and saw tears. There was no controlling my own at that moment. When I told her about DCFS coming to my home and taking Elijah and Essence because of the false charges by Ra, she didn't even know what to say. What? Why? Oh my God! All because I put him out, and I burned up his clothes and money? Her eyes bulged in response to that. Why did you put him out, Soleil? What happened? I sat on my butt and began to wipe my tears. It was pointless. I would wipe them away, and more would flow to replace them. I followed him the other day. He went to some chick's house. He came right back out carrying a baby in a car seat. She was behind him. It was that bitch from the party. I bit my bottom lip angrily, as just the thought of it pissed me off all over again. I know that's his baby. I couldn't believe that he put up such a front about not being able to support more kids when he's all over the city making them. I came home and lost it. I started packing his shit. I came across a bunch of money. It was so much money. That motherfucker told me that I couldn't have my baby because we couldn't afford another mouth to feed. Yet he got bitches popping out babies all over the city and is hiding money from me. Kalani stared at me with a blank yet stunned look on her face. Did you ask him if the baby was his? He denied it. He denied everything. But I'm not crazy, Kalani. I know it. He's probably sitting over there with her right now opening gifts and shit. Just the thought tore me up. My heart was aching like it never had before. I felt like a man the size of a linebacker was inside of my chest, punching my heart over and over again. This hurt, literally. Why would he do that? It had been a hypothetical question, but I answered her anyway. Because he's a selfish motherfucker. That's why. After all I've done for him, he hates me that much that he would take my kids from me? The devastation lingered in the air as we both sat quietly in awe, with tears in our eyes. Did you ask him why he would do this? He won't even answer my calls. Suddenly, I stood up as fury came over me. Looking at the shock in Kalani's face confirmed how fucked up this all really was. A man has a way of making you think that you are the one that's wrong. They have a way of making you think that maybe you are just delusional, overreacting, and making shit up. But I now had even more confirmation that Ra was the fuck up. I'm going over there. Kalani jumped up as well and followed me into my bedroom. Going where, Soleil? To that bitch's house. Kalani didn't ask any questions. Like true family and a friend, she was game. Cool. I'm going with you. Aaliyah. It was late afternoon on Christmas Day. Ra and I had spent the morning getting in some major quality time. Since it was a holiday, his phone was actually silent. It wasn't ringing nonstop with calls from the bar and his boys. I got up early that morning and cooked a big breakfast. Then we exchanged gifts. I got him a watch encrusted with diamonds that made him smile all over. I think his dick got harder putting on that watch than it ever had for me. Ra had a love for material things that far surpassed his love for life, so I knew the quality of it would take his breath away. He gifted me a few things: a Louis Vuitton bag that I'd been eyeing, the matching shoes and wallet, a nice chain, and a leather Prada jacket for when the snow went away. None of it was the romantic proposal by the tree with a 3-carat ring I was hoping for, but it would do for the time being. Where are you going? It threw me off when Ra came into the living room fully dressed. We had been lounging all day and watching movies since opening gifts. Even Junior had slept most of the day. Gotta go give the kids their gifts and stop by my mom's crib. I couldn't even hide the disappointment. I knew he had to see his kids on Christmas Day, and because of Soleil's hate for me, I couldn't go with him. Are you going to visit your mom today? He asked me. I'll have to call to see if she's herself today. I can't take her not recognizing me on Christmas. Reluctantly, regret came over me. Thinking about my mom made me so sad. I didn't want that feeling over me on Christmas. Every holiday I felt so alone until I met Ra. Ra saw the sadness in my eyes and came towards me as I sat Indian style on the couch. He cupped my face and kissed me softly, taking my tongue and sucking it. Then he growled lustfully. When can I hit that? When he reached behind me and grabbed my ass, I creamed in my panties. Soon, baby, just another week or two. We gave each other flirtatious stares until his phone started to ring. He looked at it and put it back in his pocket. That's the kids. Let me get over there. When will you be back? Soon. Give me 2 hours. Honestly, I had gotten spoiled in the few days he'd spent cooped up in the house. I hated to see him go. I reluctantly waved goodbye as he walked towards the door. He blew me a kiss with big, suckable lips before leaving out. As the door closed, I melted into the couch. I wanted to fuck my man so bad. Since I was alone, I started flipping through the channels. Just as I had settled on watching reruns of Scandal on Netflix, there was a knock on the door. Though I could have sworn I heard Rob pull off, I figured that he'd double back because he left something. I hopped up, opened the door without a thought, and hurried away, running away from the 30-degree weather that was on the other side. Yet as I sat back down, I noticed 2 women standing in the doorway. I jumped back up asking, "Who the fuck are you?" But as my eyes settled on them, I recognized Soleil and her cousin. Opposite from how put together they were at Moses' party, they both looked like they were having a bad day. Both of them looked rough, wearing hoodies, gym shoes, and ponytails. Soleil's face looked weary. Kalani just looked pissed. They were appalled as I appeared before them in boy shorts that rode high on my hips and ass cheeks, a tank top, and my hair curled to perfection. I was lounging, but I was always sure to look cute for my man. Instantly, I got irritated as I rushed towards the door. You're Aaliyah, right? Surprisingly, her demeanor was calmer than I expected. It was the bitch behind her that looked like she was ready for a fight. Yes, Soleil. You know who I am, don't play. She was shocked at my response. Excuse me? I ignored her failed attempt at being ignorant. Why are you here? Are you and Ra in a relationship? The way she tried to front angered me even more. You know we are, Soleil. Don't front. We just had a baby. You know this. What? You're lonely on Christmas, so you wanted to start some drama? She looked shocked to say the least. Ra was always telling me how this chick played dumb, and he was so right. Soleil appeared flabbergasted as she asked, So, it's true. You just had his baby. Yes. This bitch was being ridiculous with this act. She knew what it was. Soleil stood there in a daze. I guess she didn't expect me to be so bold. I was pissed that she had the nerve to show up at my house and on Christmas for that matter. Then Kalani had the audacity to jump in. Bitch, how are you in a relationship with him when he is engaged to and lives with her? This bitch is lying, Soleil. She sounded ridiculous, so I laughed. They don't live together? Soleil's mouth flung open. Yes, we do. I didn't care if she was trying to save face in front of her friend. She wasn't about to use me to do so. Whatever, Soleil. He pays the bills here. He lives here. I don't have shit to prove to you. Ra already told me that you don't like me because he left you for me. So don't come over here trying to start no shit on Christmas because you're at home by yourself. Soleil folded her arms and smirked. If that's yo nigga, where is he then? Admittedly, that realization hit me like a ton of bricks. If Ra was supposed to be with his kids, I wonder why Soleil was standing in front of me. Not with you, bitch, I muttered as I slammed the door. I wasn't about to give that bitch one up on me, though. I definitely wasn't about to catch pneumonia standing in the doorway arguing with her ass either. However, I definitely started blowing up Ra's phone. Kalani. As we drove away from Aaliyah's house, the silence in the car was deafening. I sat in the passenger seat, replaying the way Aaliyah had looked at Soleil, like she was nothing more than some jealous baby mama causing drama. It made my stomach turn. Soleil gripped the steering wheel tight, causing her knuckles to peel. Can you believe that shit? Her voice cracked with anger and hurt. She really looked in my face and acted like I was lying. How am I jealous over a relationship and baby that I didn't even know about? I shook my head while exhaling slowly. She's being manipulated. That's the only explanation. Ra must have her head all the way gone, making her think you're the problem when it's really him. Soleil laughed, but it wasn't from humor. It was the kind of laugh that came from pain that had nowhere else to go. He has her brainwashed. And I can't even blame her because clearly I was too. But still, then her anger softened into confusion. It hurts. Like, who is this man? Who the hell have I been loving and living with all these years? I glanced at her profile, watching the way her jaw clenched. Her eyes were glossy, though she was fighting not to cry. I wanted to reach out, to comfort her, but there was no easy fix for this kind of betrayal. All I could do was tell her the truth. Ra isn't who you thought he was, obviously. Maybe he never was. He just wears his mask so well, even the women who love him can't see past it. But believe me, sis, none of this is on you. Don't ever think you weren't enough. Soleil blinked slowly, and a tear slipped down her cheek before she quickly wiped it away with the back of her hand. I don't know how much of my life with him was real. I feel like I've been sleeping next to a stranger all these years. For a long moment, neither of us spoke. The only sound was the rumble of the tires on the uneven road. And as I sat there watching her fight to hold herself together, I knew Ra's lies had destroyed more than just trust. They had broken the very foundation of who Soleil thought she was. Soleil sniffed, shaking her head like she was trying to push away the hurt. You know what? I don't even want to talk about him anymore. She glanced at me quickly before looking back at the road. How are you holding up after the arrest? I sighed, leaning back against the seat. I'm all right, but Moses feels terrible. He keeps saying it's all his fault, like I didn't make the choice myself. I told him I was riding for him, that I'd take that charge, but he still feels like he put me in that position. He hasn't been the same since. She nodded with glassy eyes, and I could see the way the tears still threatened to fall. I reached out and laid a hand on her arm. You don't have to be strong, boo. It's okay to cry. She pressed her lips together, blinking fast. She didn't want to look weak, but the tears slipped out anyway. I sat on the couch with my arms folded tight across my chest, watching Moses carry Trent inside. Our son's head was heavy against his shoulder. His little arms were limp, and his mouth was hanging open while he slept. Normally, the sight would have melted me, but tonight, all I felt was heat crawling up my neck. Hey, baby, Moses whispered as he shifted Trent in his arms. I'm gonna go lay him down. I didn't answer. I just nodded, waiting as he disappeared down the hallway. The moment he was out of sight, I let the mask slip. My face twisted as my chest rose and fell with the anger I'd been holding back since I left Soleil's. When Moses finally came back into the living room, his brows pulled together the second he saw me. What's wrong with you? Why you looking at me like that? I snapped before he could blink. Please tell me that you didn't know that Ra was cheating on Soleil and had a baby on her? At least he didn't have the nerve to deny it. He just stood there, blinking slowly, shocked that I knew. "You knew, didn't you?" I snapped. His mouth opened, then shut, like he wasn't sure how to answer. Then his shoulders slumped. "Yeah, baby, I knew." His honesty stung worse than a lie. "So you've been lying to me?" He shook his head quickly. "I didn't lie. You just never asked." I stared at him in disbelief. "Never asked? That's your excuse? So long as I don't ask, you get to keep secrets from me?" He stepped toward me with his hands out like he was trying to calm me down. "What was I supposed to do? Snitch on my cousin? You know what kind of issues that would have caused between me and Ra." I laughed bitterly, taking a step back. "Oh, so loyalty to him means more than honesty to me. Tell me, Moses, what else are you hiding? You out here cheating too?" His eyes went wide and hurt flashed across his face. "Hell no. Don't do that. I'm nothing like Ra. I don't agree with what he's been doing, I swear to you." "You're too loyal to a snake. Don't you see it? If Ra can play the women he lays with, there's no limit to what he'd do to you if he felt like it." Staring at him, I was truly hurt. This wasn't my heartbreak, but for the first time, Moses was flawed in my eyes. "I don't know if I can trust you anymore." His eyes bucked. "You serious?" "Yes. You've been keeping all of this from me. He had a baby, and you didn't mention anything. I have no idea what else you're keeping from me." I glared at him with a face full of frustration and fire. "Sleep on the couch, Moses." He opened his mouth to argue, but I was already storming off into our bedroom. I slammed the bedroom door behind me, and the thud echoed through the house. And for the first time, I wasn't sure if Moses and I were on the same side anymore.
Raw. See you later, baby. Felicia was smiling ear to ear as I stood in the doorway of her bedroom. I'd worn that ass out so bad that she didn't even have the strength to walk me to the door. It was a foolish move to see her 2 days in a row like that. It was even dumber spending time with her on Christmas. She definitely was going to think that she had rank now. But laying up with Aaliyah's thick ass all day had my dick hard as a rock. I had to get that nut off. I left the doorway and rushed out of her house. Walking back to the ride, I finally checked my phone. I had only been at Felicia's crib for an hour. However, I had a crazy amount of missed calls. Soleil had been calling non-stop since I sent DCFS to the crib, so I wasn't moved when I saw how many times she had called. Fuck her. She deserved to be hurt. She needed to know that I wasn't one to be fucked with. However, I was caught off guard when I had so many missed calls from Aaliyah. Assuming that something was wrong with Junior, I hurried and called her back. As soon as she picked up, she shrieked, "Where have you been, Ra?" My brows furrowed. Aaliyah never questioned me, and I had never heard her this upset. But I kept my cool. "Damn, Merry Christmas to you too, baby. You miss me that bad?" "Don't play with me," she hissed. "You weren't with Soleil because she showed up at the house." I damn near swerved into the next lane. "She what?" "She showed up at the house, Ra. She said you all have still been together, that you all have been living together. Apparently you're engaged." I let out a slow sigh, lowering my tone until it dripped with sympathy. "Baby, listen to me. You know Soleil ain't wrapped too tight. It's Christmas. She's lonely, bitter, and still hurt that I moved on. That's why I got the kids and just took them to my parents' house. She had a bad attitude the moment I walked in. She went over there to get under your skin because you've got everything she wants. Me, the house, and the family. That's what this is really about. Aaliyah was quiet, so I kept going, feeding her just enough truth to make the lie believable. She can't even stand seeing me happy with you, especially with Junior. She's still upset about that baby we lost before I left her. She never got over it. That's why she pulled this. She's trying to get between us. Her breathing softened on the other end. That was my cue to keep pouring it on thick. Don't let her get in your head. You know I love you. You and our son are my world. You know I'm not with her. I haven't lived with her in years. Where are my belongings? Where I get my mail at? I made sure my tone stayed so soft that it wrapped around her like a warm blanket. She's just bitter, baby. You won. Stop letting her drag you into her misery. When she didn't respond right away, I added gently, I'm on my way home right now. Don't let that woman steal our joy on Christmas. There was a long pause. Then she finally exhaled. Okay. I grinned. That's my girl. Now go tell my son his daddy loves him. Okay, she whispered again. By the time I hung up, I knew she was still mad, but she was now doubting herself, exactly how I needed her to. But I was pissed. If Soleil wanted to talk to me, she was definitely about to talk to me now. I called her immediately. So I gotta show up at your side chick's house for you to call me back? Soleil was definitely ready for a fight when she answered. I was whizzing through the icy streets like a NASCAR driver. I was pissed. The fuck are you on, Soleil? Didn't you put me out? Why do you give a fuck where I'm laying my head out now? You got my kids taken from me, all because I caught you up? You haven't caught me up. You are a liar. I don't believe anything you have to say anymore, Ra. Check this out. I don't let any bitch blow up my spot. You don't want to keep playing these games with me because I always win. And you better believe that more than you believe in Jesus. I hung up on her. A disloyal bitch was never worth the air that I breathed. If she thought what I was putting her through was some shit, she hadn't seen nothing yet.
10. Soleil. After Ra hung up on me, I just sat there on the couch, staring at nothing. None of this felt real. It felt like I was having an out-of-body experience. I couldn't believe it. Ra hadn't just cheated. He had been building a whole nother family behind my back, and I hadn't had a clue. I felt too foolish and played. The house was too quiet. Life didn't even feel real without my babies running through the rooms, making noise, fighting over toys, laughing too loud, or asking me for snacks every 5 minutes. If I had to lay around in this tomb of a home much longer, without the sound of my babies yelling, crying, calling my name 100 times, or knocking shit over, I was gonna lose it. I prayed every second for tomorrow to come faster. The next day was my court date. I prayed that the judge would see how ridiculous these allegations were and give me my kids back. When my phone rang, I cringed. My nerves were shot, and I was scared to even look at the screen. I figured it was my parents again asking more questions about the kids, or maybe Kalani wanting to rehash what went down at Aaliyah's house. Or worse, it was Ra calling to threaten me some more. I didn't have it in me to deal with any of that. But when I looked down, it wasn't a saved number. My heart dropped. My first thought was that maybe one of the kids had borrowed a phone to call me. I hurried and answered. "Hello?" I said, holding my breath. A smooth, deep voice came through the line. "Soleil, it's Priest." I froze. blinking like maybe I'd heard wrong. "Priest?" "Yeah," he said with that deep sexiness that always got under my skin. "I got your number from Kenyatta. Listen, I know this might be out of the blue, but I bought you a Christmas present, and I'd like to give it to you. Can we meet up? Or I can come by if that's easier." I sat there with the phone pressed to my ear, knowing the last thing I needed was to add more drama to my already chaotic life. But the truth was, the pain was eating me alive, and I needed something, anything, to take my mind off it. Priest was a distraction I couldn't refuse. "All right," I forced out before I could second-guess myself. "I'll send you my address." "Good. See you soon." When I hung up with Priest, my nerves were rushing through me, and I wasn't sure if I was excited or terrified. I sat up in bed and looked across the room at the mirror sitting on my dresser. The lights were off, but the winter sun streaming through the blinds was enough to show me I looked a hot mess. My hair was all over my head, and my new growth was angry as hell because I'd been sleeping on it carelessly for 3 days straight. And I hadn't even washed my ass since the kids left. Not once. I already hadn't been feeling attractive. Being with the same man for so long makes you second-guess yourself. Ra was used to me now. Time had put weight on me in places I didn't want it. I wasn't the toned little teeny bopper I used to be. Now I was 220 pounds on a 5'5" frame. My pudgy stomach reminded me of it every time I looked down. I hated it. I wanted the small waist Kalani had. With the right shapewear, I could still look snatched. But deep down, I knew I had work to do. Work I never seemed to get around to. And after seeing Aaliyah with her perfect, beautiful face and that video vixen body, I was feeling extra unkempt and frumpy. So I forced myself to get up. I showered until the steam fogged up the bathroom mirror, scrubbing myself clean, letting the hot water beat down on my skin until I felt almost new. I took my time with my hair, flat ironing it until it was perfect again. Then I went through my closet and pulled together a fit that would hide what I hated and accentuate what I loved. Just as I slipped on my boots, my phone dinged. My heart skipped when I saw the name on the screen. "Priest, I'm outside." I grabbed my coat, pulled it on, and stepped out into the December cold. His foreign car was sleek, and the engine was humming quietly in front of my house. I opened the passenger door and slid inside, instantly wrapped in warmth and leather that smelled richer than anything I owned. His dark and intoxicating cologne filled the space. It was the kind of scent that made you want to lean closer without meaning to. Even the passenger seat felt good, like it was custom-made to hug my body. We hugged, and the contact made me remember the tension between us at breakfast that had left me shaken for days after. Then he reached into a small bag and pulled out a small box. He handed it to me with that gorgeous grin. Inside was a David Yurman bracelet stack. My mouth fell open. "Priest, this is too much." I'd been eyeing those for months, so I knew how expensive they were. "I can't take this." "Yes, you can." His eyes locked on mine. "And it ain't too much. If anything, it's not enough." Before I could protest again, he took the bracelets from my hand and slid them onto my wrist himself. His fingers brushed my skin, sending a jolt through me that felt like fire and ice at the same time. His touch lingered a second too long, and I had to bite my lip to keep from reacting out loud. Priest's eyes drifted past me, settling on my house. "Why you in there by yourself on Christmas?" I stiffened. "What makes you think I'm alone?" His eyebrows slightly raised, and his lips pressed together. It was obvious to him, and I hated how right he was. My eyes dropped down to the bracelet shining on my wrist. It's a long story, and I don't really want to get into it right now. He didn't push. Instead, he leaned back in his seat, studying me like he could see straight through the walls I was trying to hold up. Then he asked, "You want to go get a drink?" The way his eyes locked on mine made my breath hitch. My skin felt hot under my coat. I tried to swallow it down, but the air between us was electric and daring me to say yes. I finally exhaled. "Can we drink inside? I don't really feel like doing much. I just want to chill." His lips curved into a slow grin. "Say less." I nodded, trying to steady my hands as I reached for the door handle. My pulse was going wild, but I couldn't stop myself. The thought of being alone in that house another night was unbearable. At least Priest would fill the silence.
Priest. Soleil and I were kicked back on her couch. A Netflix movie was watching us. The bottle between us was half gone. Our glasses were sweating on her coffee table. It felt good just to be here with no mask on and no performance. With most women, I had to be Priest, the nigga with the money, cars, and respect in the streets. They wanted the dinners in fancy restaurants, VIP sections, bottles popping. That was the cost for their time. But Soleil just wanted to sit in her living room with a drink, wearing comfort clothes, looking at ease in her own space. Still, I could see something heavy in her eyes. There was some distress she couldn't hide, even with that pretty smile. I leaned back, studying her face in the glow from the TV before asking, "So, what happened with your man?" She tried to front. "What makes you think something happened to him?" She had to awkwardly smile at that herself because she knew it was obvious. But I entertained her anyway. "I'm in your crib on Christmas, and he's not here." She looked away, toward the window. "What happened?" I pressed gently. "The usual," she sighed. "Can't keep his dick in his pants." "You caught him up?" "Yep." When she slowly drawled out that answer, I could hear the anger she was feeling. I shook my head. "That's whack." She replied with a short, bitter laugh. "That's an understatement. Can I ask what happened?" She froze for a second, then let out a breath, like she'd been holding it in too long. Her eyes stayed on the rim of her glass as she spoke. I had a gut feeling, so I followed it straight to another woman's house. As she shook her head, a bitter laugh escaped. It turns out he didn't just have another woman, he had another baby. And he has her thinking I'm just some crazy, hateful baby mama who can't let go. Her voice cracked on the last word, and seeing her hurt made me feel a rage I didn't expect. I feel blindsided, like everything I thought I knew was a lie. And I was loyal. I've been so loyal for years. I never gave him a reason to think I wasn't down, and he still... Her words trailed off, but the hurt in her eyes said the rest. I set my glass down and leaned closer, making sure she saw the truth in my eyes. "Listen to me. You're a good woman. Better than most. He doesn't deserve you." She blinked fast, like she was trying not to cry. "You deserve better than lies and games, Soleil. Any man lucky enough to have you should be thanking God every damn day, not disrespecting you." She looked at me, and I held her gaze. Inside, I was exploding, because sitting here, looking at the way her skin glowed even under the dim light and watching the strength in her eyes even while they watered, I couldn't imagine a man being stupid enough to play with her feelings. I couldn't imagine cheating on her, not when everything about her screamed home. And the thought that somebody had made her doubt herself like this had me ready to tear the city up looking for this goofy-ass nigga. She held my stare longer than before, and for the first time since I'd known her, she didn't look away. Her sadness still lingered, but now there was lust and curiosity layered in her stare. I moved closer, slowly. I wasn't trying to rush. I let the space between us shrink on its own. Her lips parted and a shaky breath slipped out like she wasn't even aware of it. I could smell her perfume now. It was soft, sweet, and warm, mixing with the scent of her skin. Soleil. I said her name like a question and a promise all at once. Her eyes dropped to my mouth, and that was all I needed. I leaned in slowly, giving her every chance to pull back, but she didn't. When our lips met, it was soft and cautious at first. Then she let out this quiet sound that had me pulling her closer and kissing her deeper, hungrier. Her hand found my chest, not to push me away, but to hold on. When I touched the mound between her legs, she gasped against my mouth, and the sound went straight through me. Her body melted into mine. Her fingers curled into the back of my neck and pulled me closer. "Priest," she whispered, like she was about to tell me to stop. But her lips were already searching for mine again. I pulled back just enough to look at her. Her eyes were glassy and conflicted, but burning with the same fire I felt. "You sure?" I asked. She nodded, breathless. "Yeah." That was all I needed. I scooped her into my arms, feeling the way her body pressed into me without hesitation now. We ripped each other's clothes off like we couldn't wait to see each other naked, and when I finally saw her fully naked, lying on the couch under me, I couldn't believe my eyes. "You're absolutely gorgeous." I had seen plenty of women naked before, but the picture before me looked magical. I was momentarily speechless. She blushed while trying not to look at the way my dick was bouncing towards her on its own. I forced my eyes off her only long enough to get a rubber out of my pocket and put it on. There was already visible, glistening moistness seeping out of her bare pussy. I looked into her eyes as I pushed inside of her. She stared into my eyes as I did. Her eyes got wider as my dick pushed open her walls, and she gasped. I brought my chest to hers and took my time with her. I rode her slowly and started to lick and suck her nipples. She shuddered as she moaned, and the damp heat of her center squeezed around my dick. I knew this pussy was going to be good, I whispered into her ear, before sliding the tip of my tongue into it. She responded with a deep gasp. I kissed everything I could reach with my mouth. My hands roamed her body, fascinated by its perfection. "Priest, oh my God." Hearing her moan my name was making me crazy, and I could tell that even though it had only been a few minutes, I was close to coming. But I fought the urge. I rested on one knee and planted my other foot onto the floor. Then I pushed her knees up to her chest and drove my dick deep inside of her. Her eyes rolled behind her, and her mouth fell open, stuck there, like she couldn't do anything else. I knew that look. She had never felt anything like this before. Once I found that spot, the one that caressed my dick, I stayed there. But her pussy was too good. I could feel myself coming before I wanted to, so I pulled out, and she actually whimpered, driving me insane. I kissed my way down her stomach, and I could smell her excitement. I finally drove my tongue over her clit and couldn't get over how sweet she was. She had the nerve to have the sweetest juices I had ever tasted, and I couldn't wait to make her come in my mouth. I licked up and down her lips and pushed my tongue inside her. She was soon panting and grinding her pussy against my face. I ran my tongue over her clit, and I could feel her body already starting to shake. I knew she was getting close, so I sucked her clit into my mouth as I softly flicked it with my tongue, and within just a few seconds, she was practically screaming. I buried my face in her, letting my tongue explore, tease, and taste. I moved on pure hunger, drawn in by the sounds of pleasure and breathless swears above me. I continued to suck her pussy as her entire body was shaking and her sweet juices covered my mouth. I did my best to swallow every delicious drop of her sweet cum. By then, my cock was just as hard as before, if not harder, and I moved back up, kissing her as I started to rub my dick on her smooth, wet lips. Soleil reached between us, grabbed my hard dick, and put me inside of her. She looked up at me with those beautiful eyes and told me, "Make me come again." As I started to move my dick in and out of her, I could feel her getting even wetter, and her tight pussy was starting to contract around my dick, so I knew she was going to be coming again soon. Fabe. Cash lay in tight stacks on the stainless steel table in front of me. Rubber bands snapped as Quay counted money and secured them into neat bundles. Marlowe stood beside him with a bench-top heat sealer, sliding vacuum bags of cocaine closed one by one. He pressed each seam until the plastic fused together tightly, then labeled the corner with a Sharpie by weight, purity, and destination. A space heater quietly ran against the back wall of the garage. I kept 2 digital scales on the workbench, and I wore nitrile gloves that I changed every few packs. My pistol rode high on my hip. Another piece sat under the bench within reach. Though the garage was where we bagged my product, the house wasn't what people pictured when they heard the word trap house. I didn't have corner boys posted up outside or fiends lined up at the door. I didn't sell to addicts, only clients who came to me for large quantities. My minimum was half a key. Anything less, you weren't my customer. So, though I called it my spot, it was really a townhouse in Hyde Park, in the kind of neighborhood where people jogged in the morning. Obama's crib wasn't even a mile away. No one would guess I was in there bagging up dope or stashing money. And that was the point. It was inconspicuous. I blended in with doctors and professors living amongst me. I always kept the head count down at my spot. It was always only me, Quay, and Marlowe. I didn't allow the rest of my crew to hang out. Extra bodies meant extra mouths, extra phones, and extra fingerprints. That's how spots got aired out or robbed. A tight crew was easier to move and shut down, and if the law ever kicked it in, a fewer names ended up on the paperwork. We had 4 more bricks to weigh, seal, and log before we shut everything down for the night. My phone started to vibrate on the bench. Ra's name lit the screen. I let it ring once and answered. "Yo, you ain't gonna believe who popped up at Aaliyah's house on Christmas." "Who?" "Soleil. he griped, making my eyes buck. She came to the crib while I was with Felicia. I stared at the cash pyramid, feeling my rage building. On Christmas Day? Yeah, I handled it though, he bragged. I could hear his smirk through the line. I told Aaliyah Soleil was bitter and been under her ever since. She believed me. His laugh scraped down my spine. Aaliyah was loving and always trying to see the best in people. I hated how easy it was for him to ruin that. I hated more that I knew exactly what he was doing and couldn't say a word. Still, although I would never snitch on my brother, I didn't have to stomach his bullshit. Hey, bro, let me call you back. And I hung up before he could respond. Quay glanced up, read the frustration on my face, and went back to his ledger. Marlowe zipped the duffel and slid it across the table. I breathed through the disgust. I wanted Aaliyah to see the truth, but he fed her lies sweet enough to believe. If I didn't have feelings for her, I would have shrugged and got back to work without a second thought. Instead, I felt guilty because I knew the map while Aaliyah was driving blind. 11. Priest. The glass popped quietly, and I eased the window up slow enough to keep it from groaning. Blue slipped in first. He was light on his feet for a man his size. I followed, landing soft on the carpet. Blue grinned at me in the dark. So, you finally hit that, huh? He taunted me in a whisper. I smirked, brushing my gloves off on my jeans. Yeah. Don't yeah me, nigga. Blue chuckled under his breath, shaking his head as we crept down the hallway. That's Soleil. I've been hearing about her for over a year. You was damn near spitting poetry every time her name came up. How was it? I couldn't help but grin, even in the middle of the job. Better than I expected. Shit was like a dream. Blue snorted. A dream, huh? So, you in love now? Man, shut the fuck up, I whispered, but I was laughing too. We both smothered our laughs as we crept slow through the house. The floor creaked under the weight of our boots. My eyes scanned the walls, pictures, and little details that told me we were in the right place. Dude lived like he was struggling. His crib was messy and underwhelming, but he always kept up appearances while his debt piled higher than the dishes in his sink. Blue leaned close as we moved down the hall. Just don't let him make you soft, bro. Women with that type of hold on you will have you forgetting who you are. I shook my head as we reached the last door. Trust me, I ain't forgot. We pushed the door open quietly. The room was dark. Only the pale glow of the streetlight seeped through the blinds. I could hear him before I saw him, snoring. He was sleeping like a baby, like he wasn't living on borrowed time. I stepped closer, causing the boards to creak under my boot, and his eyes popped open. For a second, he froze, and his gaze darted between me and Blue like he was seeing ghosts. Then I smelled a sharp, sour scent filling the room. He had pissed himself. God damn, I muttered, wrinkling my nose. You serious? His voice shook like the rest of him. Priest, I was going to get it to you, I swear. Just give me a little more time. I tilted my head, smirking down at him. Time? You've been saying that for months. What you think this is? A payment plan? I'm not clawing a nigga. He lifted his hands like they could shield him from me. Please, man, I got kids. Yeah? What you think gonna happen to them when you keep owing niggas like me? Huh? A grimier nigga would have killed them over the bread you owe me. His mouth opened and closed as words tripped over his tongue, but I was done listening. I crouched down, staring him in his wet, terrified eyes. Your time's up. The last sound he made was a pitiful whimper before I pulled the trigger. The shot cracked loud in the silence. His body jerked once before going still. The smell of piss was thicker now. I stood, sliding the gun back into my waistband with a blank expression. Blue watched me, shaking his head with a crooked smile.
Damn, you didn't even give him a chance. That's why they don't fuck with you.
I smirked, stepping past the body without another glance. That's why they shouldn't.
Soleil. I was up before the sun that morning. It was my court date with DCFS. I was prepared to fight tooth and nail for my children, and to prove Ra to be the lying deadbeat that he was. If anybody should be kept away from them, it was him. He was the illegitimate father. All he provided them with was money. I was the one that catered to them physically and emotionally. I was their teacher and confidant. "It's going to be okay," my father insisted as I rode beside him in his Lincoln. My mother was sitting beside me, with her hand on my shoulder, consoling me as I looked blankly out of the window and fought tears. "We'll get them back," I heard my mother promise. Her voice was low, as if she too were fighting back tears. At that moment, I hated Ra even more. Not only did he hurt my children unnecessarily and selfishly, but seeing my parents in pain from his games cut even deeper. I hated him more than I could have ever imagined I could. Unbeknownst to me, my hate towards Ra could get greater. And it did as we arrived at the DCFS facility for court. I was geared up and ready to see Ra. He had totally avoided me since all of this happened. I was ready to put hands on him, even if we were in public. "Soleil, you have to calm down. You cannot be out here acting a fool in front of these people. It's more important that you get your kids back, not fight with Ra. They definitely won't give them back if they see you being violent." My mother was right, but my eyes still shot up and down the hall like daggers looking for Ra. I could imagine that I looked like a mad woman. I had had little sleep since Priest left. Being with Priest had done more for me than I wanted to admit. The way he touched me, the way he looked at me, like I was the only woman in the world, gave me a kind of calm I hadn't felt in weeks. For a few hours, I forgot everything. All of the drama and hurt slipped away under Priest's hands. But the second he left, the misery came right back. The silence in the house reminded me of everything I was trying to escape. I wanted him to stay the night so bad, because as long as he was there, I could ignore my reality. I could pretend like I wasn't broken. But I couldn't bring myself to let him spend the night in the house and bed I'd shared with Ra for so long. Even though Ra had been disloyal, even though he disrespected me in ways I didn't deserve, I wasn't comfortable yet. What surprised me most was that I'd had the courage to be with another man at all. After years of being committed to Ra, I didn't think I had it in me. Yet last night proved otherwise. I gave in to Priest, and for a moment, it felt like freedom. Since I had been cooped up in the house in the dark, I barely even combed my hair that morning. The anxiety of being in court had left me helpless. I didn't have the strength to do anything that morning. I just wanted my kids back. When my mother saw how disheveled I looked, she sat me down in the living room and brushed my hair. My father forced me out of the wrinkled black khakis and pink button-up shirt. He found a nice sweater dress in my closet and made me change. I didn't care how I looked. I just wanted my kids. Furthermore, I wanted to lay hands on Ra for even putting me and his children through this. As we stood in the hall and waited, his audacity sickened me. The fact that the kids and I were simple pawns in a game to him made me hate his mother for birthing him, instead of swallowing the selfish, hateful bastard. He didn't even show up, though. He had turned our world upside down. He had most likely given my children nightmares that would never go away, and he didn't even have the balls to show up. That is when the hurt in my heart turned into resentment. I despised his ability to breathe the same air as me. This was all a game to him. I resented that he was still walking this earth. I loathed the fact that I had ever been dumb enough to love such a bitter and hateful man. For years, Ra and I were a family. We raised our children and gave them as solid of a foundation as we could, as two parents that wanted to do the best for our children. That is what I explained to the judge as he questioned me about the charges brought against me. I cried and begged for my kids, yet on the inside, I cried for myself. I was disappointed in myself for being so involved in Ra that I didn't see this in him. I wished that I had, so that I could have kept his ways from affecting my children. And that's when I told the judge, as I promised him, that I would never hurt them. My eyes were relieved to see Elijah and Essence. Watching them as they entered the courtroom gave me back life. But seeing the dismay in their once bright eyes drained the life out of me. The fear in Elijah's immature eyes tore at my heartstrings. I just wanted to run up to him, hold him, and rock him like he still liked to be. The sadness in his face was totally opposite of the all-out anger in Essence's. She was pissed. I knew that in her teenage mind, this was all me and Ra's fault, and she hated both of us. Yet they told the judge the truth, that I would never lay a hand on them, and that they wanted to go home. Their testimonies, along with the fact that Ra didn't show up, were the main reasons why the judge said that I could have them back. Yet a social worker would do home visits over the next few months to ensure that they were safe. Having my kids back under my roof should have been the happiest feeling in the world. And in a way, it was. I had prayed and begged for this moment, but nothing prepared me for the tension that came with it. Elijah was just happy to be at home with his toys and video game, but Essence barely looked at me as she stomped through the living room. She flopped down on the couch with her arms crossed, eyes glued to her phone, and her face contorted angrily, like the whole world was her enemy. "Essence?" I said gently. "Do you want to talk?" She rolled her eyes so hard, I thought they'd get stuck. "About what?" I clenched my teeth, swallowing down the anger. I knew she'd been through hell. Getting taken from me, being dropped in some strange place, not knowing what was happening day to day changes a kid. I told myself to be patient, to remember she was hurting. But Lord, she was testing me. "About what happened?" She sighed loud and dramatically. "I know what happened. You messed up and they took us away." I counted to 10 in my head. "I know you're upset, baby. I know everything that happened wasn't fair. But you can't keep taking it out on me." Her head snapped up, and the sharpness in her tone nearly sliced me in half. "Maybe if you had your shit together, none of this would have happened." Gasping, I quipped, "Watch your mouth." She turned back to her phone, thumbs flying across the screen like she hadn't just ripped my heart wide open. I had to close my eyes, breathe through it, and remind myself that I couldn't put my hands on her with the state watching me closely. "Essence," my voice trembled from holding back my own emotions. "You don't know what you're talking about. It's a long story that you wouldn't understand. But you know that I have never done anything to hurt you and your brother." She didn't even look up. My heart ached, but I sat there anyway, praying for strength. My phone rang, thankfully giving me something to focus on other than Essence's smart mouth. Seeing that it was Priest, I stood up, slipped out of the living room into my bedroom, and closed the door behind me. "Hey," he said before I even got the phone to my ear, like he'd been waiting on the sound of my voice all day. "Hey, you," I actually purred. "You been quiet all day. Come grab some dinner and drinks with me. I've been thinking about you." I cringed. Since Priest had no idea what I was going through, I knew that my distance and difficulty would eventually push him away. I'd love to, but Elijah's not feeling well, I lied. He's got a fever or something. I can't leave him. Priest didn't press. I hope he gets better. You sure you can't pop out later? I'll wait. I can't. Not tonight. I'm sorry. I wished that I could get away from my stress and worries even for a little while, but leaving my kids on their first night back home was not an option. I miss you, Soleil. I keep thinking about the other night. I felt heat rise to my face and had to lean against the door frame so I wouldn't slide onto the floor. You miss me? He replied deeply. Fuck yeah. I damn near came. Promise me it won't be long before I see you again. I promise, I replied, even though I didn't know if I could keep it. He hummed, satisfied. Good. Take care of your shorty. Text me if you need anything, for real. I let him go with a soft, shaky, okay, talk to you later. When I ended the call, I stood there a second longer, listening to the muffled sounds of my kids in the other room. I wanted to disappear with Priest and let the world go, but my kids came first.
Raw. The next day, I picked up Moses so that we could ride to Carlos's spot. Now that the holidays were over, Carlos was ready for us to figure out how we were going to get his money back for the rest of the product Moses lost. I gotta get a good lawyer to fight Kalani's case. Moses seemed to wince in agony as he spoke. The man was in pain. It was all in his eyes. But it wasn't physical pain. Emotionally, he was a wreck. I scoffed. Man, she doesn't need a lawyer. Tell her to just plead guilty. They'll give her probation. That judge ain't crazy. They know that wasn't her work. She can't have a felony probation on her record. How is she ever gonna find a better job? I waved him off. Fuck a better job. You're about to be a star. I wanted so badly for those words to be true. I needed them to be true for myself more than anything. Something had to give in the worst way. I realized what could give as we walked into Carlos's crib on the southeast side of Jeffrey Avenue. It was a low-key brick house, big enough for a family, but a great bachelor pad for a dude in his late 30s. He had a few kids who he'd purchased a shitload of Christmas presents for. The presents were all over the living room. Expensive motorized cars for his toddler, iPhones for his older kids, True Religion this, Truck Fit that, Jordan to Giuseppe, Rock Revival to Robbins jeans. Shit. The labels and electronics had me salivating at the mouth and making me wish that he was my daddy. I felt small and insignificant. I felt like less of a man because I couldn't stunt on myself on the same level. I didn't like that at all. Moses, what's up, superstar? Carlos grinned as he shook up with Moses. I casually took a seat on the love seat. It was so big and comfortable that I had to fight the drowsiness that instantly hit me. Carlos motioned for Moses to sit beside him. Though I was nonchalant and unfazed by this, Moses had worry all over his face. I damn near wanted to laugh at this nigga. Carlos made himself comfortable, back in front of a plate on the coffee table in front of him. Damn, homie. You sharing? I was only teasing as I salivated over the spaghetti, fried chicken, greens, cornbread, and other soul food piled on the plate. Carlos smiled as he stuffed his mouth with a fork full of baked macaroni and cheese. Man, this shit's so good. I spent the holidays with Pops and his side of the family,
So all I had was tacos, empanadas, and shit. I couldn't wait to get to my mom's crib.
We all laughed. With a deep breath, Carlos took a swig from his Corona and gave Moses his full attention.
Look, Moses, Ra's like a brother to me, which makes you my cousin just as well as his. I know y'all don't have the cash to pay me back right now. A man like me ain't hurting over missing 100,000.
He and Moses both snickered at that fact. I smiled in agreement, but my heart burned with jealousy.
So what I'm going to do is let you work off as much as you can until you become that big-time rapper on the BET Awards, he said with a grin. You better not forget about me when you make it big.
Relieved, Moses smiled. His eyes were big as he and Carlos shook up, as if he couldn't believe how cool Carlos was being about this. That's how Carlos was, though. He was friendly and laid back, for a man that sourced every high in the vicinity. To be a man on his level, he was a down-ass dude and always understanding. That would eventually be his downfall.
So tonight, I need you to make this run to Indianapolis. I got a customer there waiting for 10 bricks.
Moses nodded. Ra ran it down to me already.
Let me grab the bag for you. I can demolish this when y'all leave.
I watched Carlos's happiness with envy as he left his plate, stood, and disappeared into the back of the house with a bounce in his step that only a rich man with no worries had. I knew right then that I had made the right decision. I had to do what I had to do, even if the only people in the house that knew about it was me. Carlos saw nothing coming as he bopped back into the living room carrying a large duffel bag. Carlos was busy at the dining room table, unzipping the bag and taking out the bricks. He was about to weigh them to ensure that they were the right amount. He was focused. Moses was too. So neither of them was expecting the 2 shots from my pistol that suddenly pierced the air. By the time the loud bangs got Moses' attention, Carlos had hit the floor, pulled his piece from his hip, and began to shoot back. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Moses fall to the ground, yet I continued to shoot. I watched bullets penetrate the expensive fabric of Carlos's black Versace tee. Finally, a shot split his skull. Then I noticed the others all over his body. He released his trigger as he lost consciousness and fell face first onto the table. Shit, I got hit. I ignored Moses' whining. I ran by Carlos as he died on the living room table. I passed the drugs. That's not what I wanted. Ra, what the fuck? Moses barked. Help me, man. I could hear the pain and shock in Moses' voice as it shot towards the back of the house where I was. I fought to block out his yelping so that I could move as fast as I could. There had been about 10 shots fired. Yet, over east in Chicago, that wasn't out of the norm. People heard shots all day and never called the cops. Plus, I was sure that the brick walls of Carlos's home had muffled the gunfire somewhat. I didn't want to play around just in case. I charged into the guest bedroom. It was as if greed had given me superpowers. I was able to move the heavy wooden bed with ease. Even in the darkness, I saw where the carpet was outlined. I took it by the corners and ripped it back. Floorboards appeared on the other side. Above Moses' pleas for help, I could hear my heart beating outside my chest. Removing the floorboard revealed black garbage bags that I knew contained cash. I didn't know how much, but considering Carlos's level in the game, I knew that it was more than enough for me. I grabbed the bags and was out of the bedroom within seconds. As I ran back into the living room, I looked at Carlos in disgust, disappointed that he was such a cool dude that he would let me see where his stash was. In fear that the bullets would be matched to the ones inside of Moses, I snatched the 9 from Carlos's hands. I searched the floor for shell casings and picked up all the ones that I saw. The entire time, Moses called out to me for help. I finally went to help Moses after sliding the 9 into my back pocket. I could tell by the look in Moses's eyes that he was pretty much done with me. You gonna let me die? For some cash, my nigga? I reached for him and helped him stand. He grunted and winced along the way. We gotta get out of here. Come on, I told him as I damn near dragged his weak, frail frame towards the front door. Why didn't you tell me what you was about to do? I don't want to be in no shit like this, Ra. What the fuck, man? Damn. You killed Carlos. That was your boy. Would you shut the fuck up before somebody hears you? I opened the front door and was met with blankets of falling snow. Moses's hoodie was drenched in blood that spilled from a hole in his stomach. To keep his blood from painting the steps and walkway, I took off my North Face and put it over him. I looked up and down the block, searching for anyone standing outside. Yet the snow was so heavy that no one would be out in that for hours. As I helped Moses down the steps, all I could think of was how sloppy this shit was. I never expected Carlos to react so quickly, or to even be strapped with us in the house for that matter. I couldn't figure out how to get Moses to the emergency room without both of us getting locked up under suspicion. I racked my brain trying to figure out what to do as Moses sat in the passenger seat of my ride, wincing in pain. The coast was clear as I hopped into the driver's side. I looked back at the house, realizing that I'd left it unsecured and the screen door invitingly open. I started the engine and pulled off anyway, hoping that some hypes or Lil Block boys would notice the house unsecured and have a fucking free-for-all, fucking up any evidence that I would have left. Just as we reached safety, 3 miles away and close to the expressway, I noticed that Moses wasn't fussing anymore. I didn't hear his groans or cursing. Reluctantly, I looked over to see him lifeless, with his head against the window. I pulled over into the next alley. I hopped out as snow flurries became heavy snowfall. As I opened the passenger side door, Moses's body fell out. I caught him, just in time to keep his face from falling into the 3 inches of snow that had already accumulated on the ground. Wondering where to lay him, I pulled the rest of his body out of the car.
Kalani. My phone blaring yanked me out of some good sleep. I groaned and cursed myself for always keeping it in the bed next to me. At first, I hit ignore with my eyes still closed, trying to drift back to sleep. But when it rang again immediately, I snatched it up with irritation. Seeing Ra's name on the screen made my stomach drop. He never called me, unless he was looking for Moses, and since Moses had told me earlier that he was spending the evening with Ra, my heart started racing. I answered quickly. Hello? Kalani. Ra's voice rushed through the speaker. You need to get to the hospital. It's Moses. He's been shot. The air rushed out of my lungs. What? I shrieked, already throwing the covers over and scrambling out of bed. What do you mean he's been shot? We were riding together. I stopped at the gas station and went inside. When I came back out, some niggas had run up on my car. They were trying to steal my ride. They shot Moses before I could even get back to him. My hand shook as I yanked on the first pair of sweats I could find. His words barely registered. All I could think was that my man's life was in danger, and I wasn't there. He's in surgery right now, Ra added. My heart sank into my stomach. Oh my God. Tears flooded from my eyes before I could stop them. I'm on my way. I hung up, fumbling into a hoodie, my thoughts spinning. All I could see was Moses' face. All I could hear was our last argument. I hadn't said much to him since. And now, what if that was the last real conversation we ever had? I started to feel so guilty, I thought I would be sick. I rushed through the house, keys in hand, ready to fly out the door when reality stopped me. Trent was still asleep. I ran into his room, scooping his warm little body up out of the bed, holding him tight even as he stirred. My tears wet his hair. Fear gripped me with every step. I couldn't lose Moses. I couldn't picture Trent growing up without him. I tightened my hold on my son and moved faster, because every second felt like it was taking Moses further away from me. 12. Soleil. Priest's hands were on my waist, and his mouth was at my ear saying things that gave me goosebumps. The DJ flipped another holiday classic into something dirty, and I let myself move, let myself want, let myself be a woman in a bar with a fine-ass doughboy in her ear, not a broken-hearted woman or a mother fighting fires. "You better stop throwing all that ass back on me like that," he murmured against my ear with his hands on my waist. As I continued to dance on him, I playfully rolled my eyes like I wasn't melting. "Or what?" He smirked as his eyes dropped to my mouth. "Want me to show you?" He let me go, and when he started to unbuckle his pants in the middle of the dance floor, my eyes bulged. Okay. He lustfully bit down on his bottom lip. "Then stop playing with me." I playfully lifted my hands in surrender. "I quit." He took my hand, saying, "Let's go see if our wings are ready." I allowed him to lead me through the crowd. The bar was hot and loud. It was our third stop of the night. Priest had me party hopping through a loop of his friends' holiday get-togethers. Ugly sweater parties, trap karaoke, and Friendsmasses get-togethers. At our booth, he slid in beside me instead of across, thigh to thigh. The bartender dropped fresh drinks and a plate of wings within minutes, like she had been waiting on us to return. Priest didn't touch either. He was watching me. "I like you." I stared at him for a moment, realizing that I didn't just hear those words, I'd felt them too. I took a sip of my drink just to stall. "Why?" His fingers traced the line of my jaw. "You're loyal. You love your kids out loud. You don't fake for rooms like this. And you look at me like I'm peace and trouble at the same time." Heat crawled up my throat. "You rehearsed that?" "Nope." His thumb grazed my bottom lip. "I just pay attention." I wished my life wasn't so bad so I could just sink into this. If it weren't for everything else, I could give him my whole mind and body and see where we landed. But my life was still so chaotic. Elijah was still just happy to be home, but Essence still had a bad attitude. She was fussing, stank, and didn't want to be bothered. I could barely get her to come out of her room. I knew she was mad at me for letting her get taken away, especially during the holidays. Any teenager would be pissed at their mom for that. I didn't know how to explain to her that I had nothing to do with it, despite ridiculously loving her father beyond the expiration date. I was only out tonight because my mother had been at my house to ensure that the kids were okay. Between her constant nagging and Essence's mood, I needed air. He tipped my chin, pulling me back from the spin of my thoughts. "Stay with me," he said softly. "Right here." "I'm trying," I whispered. "Let me help." He leaned in with his lips a breath from mine. "Tell me to stop." I didn't. The kiss was soft at first, then it deepened. His hand slid to the small of my back, and I arched without thinking, meeting him. He tasted like whiskey, mint, and want. When we finally broke, I pressed my forehead to his, greedy for the quiet we'd made in the middle of all this noise. I said breathlessly, "You keep looking at me like that. I'm going to start believing you." "Good," he murmured, mouth curving upward. "Believe me." He finally gave me permission to breathe when he broke eye contact and started eating his wings. To give my trembling body something to do, I started searching my purse for my phone. I was a bit intoxicated, and the bar was dark, so I had to fight to see my phone inside of the bag. Once I found my phone, I unlocked it, hoping that I hadn't missed any calls from my mom. I had several missed calls, but as I scrolled through the call log, I saw that they were all from Kalani. Inside of the dark bar, I squinted my eyes to ensure that I was reading her message correctly. Kalani, I'm at the University of Chicago. It's Moses. Please answer the phone. My eyes bulged as I started to panic. Priest saw the sudden change in my mood and lay a comforting hand on my thigh. You okay? I gotta go. He started to panic as well. What's wrong? I gotta go, I repeated as I began to walk towards the door. I didn't even know where I was going. Priest had driven. I realized that when I walked out of the door, and he was behind me, guiding me towards the curb by the small of my back, because I was walking aimlessly in the wrong direction. The car is over here. My cousin. Something happened to her boyfriend, I think. I tried to explain as he unlocked the door. You think? She just said that she is at the University of Chicago. Will you take me, please? Priest looked at me as if I were ridiculous for asking. Of course. He opened the door and helped me inside of the car, even reaching down to push the hem of my knee-length coat into the car. I was frantically dialing Kalani's number over and over again. She wouldn't answer, so I would text her. Despite my anger, I even called Ra. As usual, he didn't answer. Priest's hand on my thigh brought me out of my panic trance. He was pulling off while giving me quick, sympathetic glances. It's going to be okay. I just want to know what's going on, I said as I fought the anxiety. I continued to blow up everyone's phone during the ride to the hospital. The entire way, Priest held my hand, only steering with the other. I had been so wrapped up in my drama that I didn't realize how much he had been there for me over the past few days until right at that moment. Unfortunately, there was too much drama still going on for me to thank him properly. When he pulled up in front of Cook County, the first face that I saw was Roz. I quickly told Priest, "Thank you," and hopped out. Ra was more focused on the car than me. Priest's windows were tinted, so Ra couldn't see inside. When he finally stopped staring lustfully at the foreign whip, he noticed me. His admiration turned into anger. You didn't see me calling you? What's going on? Is Moses okay? This son of a bitch turned his back to me. He didn't even have enough compassion to speak to me during a moment of grief. That hurt. I wondered where his compassion for the mother of his children had gone so quickly. I wondered if it had ever been in him. I wondered, was I that wrapped up that I didn't see how cruel this man really was? After what he'd put me through over the past few days, I refused to let him see me sweat. Besides, I knew that his petty ass was just acting like a bitch because he saw me get out of a car that his broke ass couldn't even afford. Soleil. Luckily, Kalani came rushing out of the emergency room doors. It was as if she saw me through the glass and came running out. I threw my arms around her. She was crying and shaking. I regretted asking, "What happened? Is Moses okay?" "I don't know yet. He's in surgery." He wasn't dead, so I let out the breath that I had been holding since Priest and I left the club. What the hell happened? Before Kalani could answer that, I noticed Priest walking up. I looked at him curiously. I was sure that he had left once I got out of his car, but he must have just left to find a parking space. Kalani looked at him inquiringly as well, wondering who he was, but kept talking past tears that fell silently from her eyes. Moses and Ra were at a gas station when some guys tried to take his car. Ra was inside the store paying for the gas. He didn't see anything until he heard the gunshot outside the store. As he ran out, the kids took off on foot. Moses was inside of the car bleeding from the abdomen. Ra first attempted to drive him to the hospital until he passed out. Then Ra pulled into a nearby alley and called 911. I'm relieved he's still alive, but I can't take not knowing if he'll survive. I put my arm around her to console her, while Priest stood next to me like a bodyguard. I caught Ra glaring at us. I was sure that he was pissed that I had the nerve to have another man with me around our family and friends. I didn't care. It hurts a man to see another man getting his woman's attention. Yet it was all fun and games when he was in the streets entertaining hoes. Kalani. I was a nervous wreck. The emergency room was full of me and Moses' family and friends. There had to be at least 30 people posted all over the place in the small emergency room. The security guards were on high alert, as if terrorists were in the hospital with a bomb. There had to be 10 of them making their presence known to the anxious family members and pissed-off black boys that wanted to know who had shot their beloved prince. Even cops had arrived, sitting outside of the emergency room, at least 3 squad cars deep. I wished that they would make his friends leave. They were making my anxiety 10 times worse. They were doing the most, threatening to kill whoever shot Moses and crying. I'd never seen men that ruthless fall apart like that. Kalani, can I talk to you? I fought the urge to roll my eyes into the back of my head as Ra motioned for me to follow him. Soleil was curious. However, she was doing her best to ignore Ra, since he was acting out because of Priest's presence. I was shocked myself that she had the balls to sit in that room with Priest under her. Yet after the shit that she had been through with Ra, I figured it was about time that Soleil showed him that he wasn't her end-all be-all. I got something for you. Once I was in the furthest corner of the room, Ra reached in his pocket and handed me a wad of cash. That's about $2,000. That should be enough to get you a lawyer to fight that case. I was supposed to give it to Moses to give to you, but... I took it, wondering where Ra's sudden compassion had come from. He had always looked out for Moses in little ways, but never like this. Ra answered my curiosity with, I feel bad for you getting locked up. I had set that up for Moses. You weren't supposed to be involved, but luckily it was you and not him. The audacity of this motherfucker threw me for an angry loop. You know what, Ra? I'm not even about to respond to that right now. It's enough going on. I stuffed the wad into my pocket and walked away just as the doctor emerged from behind the double doors marked Employees Only. Moses' mother and father met him in the middle of the floor. Many other family members and close friends gathered closely around as everyone else fell so silent that we could finally hear the infomercial playing on the small flat screen on the wall. When Ra took me by the arm and brought me into the circle so that I could hear the doctor, I cringed. His sympathy and compassion just felt phony as hell to me for some reason. The first thing the doctor said was, "He's stable." We all let out sighs of relief that could have been heard all the way down the street. Everyone started to fire questions at the doctor. Is he okay? When can we see him? Is he awake? The doctor, who I then realized was actually the surgeon, held his hand up to silence everyone. He was a younger white guy. He didn't look more than 30 and no taller than me. I envied the hand that he was dealt that led him to stand where he was instead of where I was. He is in critical condition. He suffered multiple shots to the torso. Both ruptured his stomach. We removed the bullets and were able to repair the abdomen successfully. He will be in an induced coma to ensure that he doesn't disrupt recovery. He's being moved to the ICU. Then immediate family will be able to visit. His doctor will be out shortly if you have more questions. He was not trying to get into too much with these black folks. He exited stage right, while I moped back over to my seat thanking God that Moses was still alive, and eagerly awaiting the moment when I could see his face. Aaliyah. Love Island was on low while Junior was knocked out beside me. The baby had been fussy all day, so I was grateful for the quiet. Then my phone dinged loud as a fire alarm with a text message alert. Shh, I whispered to the phone like it could obey me. I snatched it up before it could go off again and wake the baby. My thumb slid across the screen to read the text message I had just received from an unsaved number. I opened it, and my stomach dropped so hard I felt it in my knees, even though I was lying down. The photo was of Ra laid out on some girl's bare chest, mouth open, sleep with slobber shining on her skin. The flash had caught everything. The chain on his neck and the shirt he wore on Christmas Day when he said he was heading to see his mama and the kids. For a second, all I could do was stare. I went numb from the inside out. I pinched the screen to zoom in, like maybe I was wrong, like maybe it wasn't him, like maybe that wasn't a bare chest under his drool. But it was him. It was that shirt. It was that day. My hand started to shake. I slapped my hand over my mouth before the scream climbing my throat could wake my baby. I wanted to throw the phone against the wall, then crawl under the covers and pretend I'd never seen the photo. Instead, I called the number. I waited patiently for the woman to answer while recalling that while I was at home arguing with Soleil, he was off with yet another woman. So you send me a pic of my nigga, but you too scary to answer the phone. I was livid talking to myself as I heard the automated system telling me to leave a message. I had half a mind to ride up to the hospital and act a fool. Though Ra told me to stay at home because Soleil was going to be up there with Kalani, thus not wanting to cause more tension in the room with my presence wouldn't have been about Soleil at all. I was actually reaching for a pair of jogging pants to throw on when my text message notification went off. I was going up to that hospital anyway. Ra could have met me at the damn entrance. I needed to know who this bitch was immediately. I tossed the jogging pants and dove for my phone. I was hoping that it was whoever this chick was. Unlike other women, I wanted full details of this. I knew men cheated, but Ra had been so far in my ass lately that he had to tell some intricate lies to be somewhere laying up with some chick. Unfortunately, it wasn't her. However, it was Ra telling me that since Moses was out of surgery, he was on his way home. Since Moses was unconscious, he was coming home to shower and change. Perfect, I thought. I peered over at Junior. He was asleep in our king-sized bed. He could barely be seen. He was so tiny amongst the huge down blankets and decorative pillows. Looking at Junior in that bed calmed me down. I looked around the house and began to think. I had to be really careful about how I approached Ra, because I didn't want to end up on the streets in the cold with an infant.
Priest. I never felt right in hospitals. They made me feel like death was coming, probably because every time I was in one of my homies had been shot or killed. But I wasn't leaving. Soleil was still folded up in that hard plastic chair beside me. Her eyes were red and raw from crying. Now that Moses was out of surgery, family was taking turns visiting his bedside, though he wasn't conscious. Soleil hadn't gone in yet because she was giving his family time with him. So I stayed by her side because that's what she needed. Across the room, Ra was acting out, talking loudly and drawing attention to himself. He was pacing, cracking jokes at the wrong time, and failing at masking the fact that my presence was eating at him. The minute he saw me beside Soleil, he started puffing his chest out and talking slick like he was that nigga. But I knew a goofy when I saw one. Ra wore his ego like a rented suit. Loud, flashy, but cheap once you looked close enough. I listened to him brag about the cars, connects, and cash he had, but I could see in his eyes and hear in his tone that he didn't have it like that. He stunted like he did, but the truth was there. He was all show. He was a clown trying to wear the crown of a king. Part of me wondered what Soleil ever saw in him, but I already knew the answer. Men like Ra finesse. They talk sweet, promise the world, and love bomb a woman until a woman believes she can't do better. I couldn't blame her for falling for it. I just knew I wasn't cut from that cloth. I wrapped my arm around her shoulders, pulling her close, and she leaned into me. Now that we had heard that Moses made it out of surgery, her tears had slowed. But she was still trembling, so I pressed a kiss to the side of her head. Her hand clutched mine tightly. Ra's eyes cut to us. They were narrowed with jealousy he couldn't hide. He muttered something under his breath, chuckling, trying to get a rise out of me. I didn't bite, though. He wasn't worth it. He could play tough all he wanted, but I saw through him. I'd seen real men, and Ra wasn't one. Soleil suddenly sat up straighter as her eyes caught on something at the doorway. I followed her gaze and saw Kalani standing there, speaking in a low voice with one of the nurses. Soleil shot to her feet and walked over. The two said a few things I couldn't hear from where I sat. Whatever Kalani said, it had Soleil nodding fast in agreement. A moment later, she came back to me. I'm going to go in with Kalani to visit Moses. She doesn't want to go in there by herself. I nodded and stood. Then I'm going to get out of here, unless you need me to stay. Her hand caught mine for a second before she let go. No, I'm okay. You can go. You've done enough already. Her eyes softened, and she managed a small smile. Thank you for being here, priest. Really. It's no problem. Call me if you need anything, no matter what time it is. She nodded, then stepped into me. I wrapped her in my arms, and she let out a breath against my chest before she pulled back. Be safe, she whispered. You too. I watched her walk off toward Kalani, and then the two of them headed down the hall together. Only when she was out of sight did I turn and make my way toward the exit. I left the family waiting area, and the second I stepped into the hallway, I felt Ra's eyes glued to me. Him and his little crew, the same three dudes who followed him around like puppies, stared me down like they thought I was supposed to be scared of their bitch asses. I didn't even give them the satisfaction of a look. Real men don't acknowledge goofies. As soon as I hit the quieter stretch toward the elevators, I pulled my phone out and hit blue. He picked up on the second ring. Yo, I need you to do something for me. What you need? Find out who Soleil's ex really is. I got a feeling about him. He moves funny. I don't trust his character. And if he's tied to Soleil, I need to know what's what. Blue chuckled darkly. Say less. I'll look into it. Just send me his name and where he's from. I hung up, sliding the phone back into my pocket as the elevator doors opened. I didn't know exactly what Ra's game was, but I knew one thing for sure. Men like him always showed their hand sooner or later.
Aaliyah. By the time his key was in the door, I had had 2 glasses of 1800 and a splash of lime juice. The edge was off, yet every time I recalled seeing his slob on this heifer's titty, my skin crawled. Not only was he cheating, but he was also having sleepovers with these hoes. Sex plus time equals feelings. That's why the bitch felt comfortable enough to send me that picture. I tried to meet Ra at the door, yet he was moving so fast that by the time I made it into the living room, he was disappearing into the bedroom. I set my glass down on the dining room table as I passed by because I could just see myself throwing it at his head in rage. The room was dark, so I couldn't see Ra anywhere. Once flipping the light on, I could see him deep inside the small walk-in closet. The light coming on in the bedroom announced my presence. He spoke to me. "What's up, baby?" I sat on the bed, allowing him to finish whatever the hell he was doing. You tell me. Moses is going to be in the hospital for a while, but he's alive. I really thank God for that, you know. Right, I bit. I was happy that Moses was alive, but I just could not shake this feeling long enough to respect what Ra was going through by holding my tongue. The phone was still on the bed. I reached for it, opened it, and went to the pic that was sent to me. Just as I stood to go into the closet, Ra was coming out. I met him in the middle of the floor, ready for a fight. Who is this? I was holding the phone up to his face so close that the reflection of the picture was on his chocolate skin. Ra squinted his eyes, looking at it. Then he slapped my wrist so hard that the phone flew out of my hand. Ouch! Shut up before you wake the baby. My eyes bulged in response. I pushed past the offense I felt and asked, Who is that, Ra? Why are you worried about it? I could have fainted. Was he serious? Why am I worried about it? You can't be serious. You're laying up with some chick and that's your response? He simply continued to collect his things for his shower, like what I was saying meant nothing to him. Ra, answer me. No longer did I care about being put out. Ra was being so disrespectful that my anger didn't allow me to care. My cousin is in the hospital with bullet holes in his stomach, and you worried about some bitch? My flabber was gasted. Yes. Why do you care? Who's living good? Who's rocking expensive-ass labels and all that $500-ass hair without paying a dime? I take care of you because you're supposed to be my ride-or-die bitch. But you standing here worried about a bitch who can't get a dime out of me. And that's supposed to be okay? That doesn't make it right, Ra. This bitch is comfortable with you if she is contacting me. And she's real close to you if she was able to get my number out of your phone. No response, nothing. He just casually continued to collect his shower gel and deodorant from the dresser. I'll ride for you all day, but only if you riding for me. I'm riding for you while you walking all over me. And furthermore, just as hard as I ride for you, I'm going to ride just as hard for my motherfucking self. Which means I'm not condoning this shit. Hell, I'm starting to think Soleil was right. I chuckled sarcastically. You've probably been fucking with her too. Now you're cheating on us. He stopped what he was doing right then and dropped his toiletries on the bed. My reflexes were too slow. Before I knew it, he'd grabbed me by the neck, threw me down on the bed, and started to hit me. Every punch felt like I was being smacked in the body with a bag of ice. I couldn't believe it. Ra had never put his hands on me before. As he beat me, he roared, You don't tell me what you not gon' condone. Fuck you and Soleil. I'm the man. I run shit. I put my arms over my face, protecting it, as he swung on me. Stop, Ra, the baby. That didn't even stop him. He just dragged me from the bed by the neck. My body hit the floor with a thud, and he continued his attack. I just lay there, crying and trying to protect myself, until he finally stopped. He didn't check on me. He didn't apologize. He didn't even check on the baby. He grabbed his keys off the dresser and walked over me like I was a puppy. Then he stormed out of the room, barking, Bet you won't question me anymore. 13. Aaliyah. I must have laid on that floor crying for hours. I was numb with shock. I wasn't a sheltered woman. I had been through some things. I had been through a lot of hurt. But never, ever had a man beat me. I didn't get up until my son began to cry. By now it was 4 a.m, and he was hungry. When I stood from the floor, I realized how sore I was in various places. My face, thighs, and arms were sore to the touch. I slipped the pacifier into his mouth to soothe him until I could make his bottle. Then I checked my phone. There were no calls or text messages from Ra. Not that a call or text message would have made me feel better. Nevertheless, the fact that he hadn't at least tried to contact me hurt worse than his blows. It was 4 a.m. He wasn't immediate family, so he wouldn't be allowed to stay the night in the hospital with Moses. He was with a woman, possibly even the one that had contacted me. My heart sank. My baby lay on the bed looking at me with the most beautiful doe eyes. I watched him, wanting to be sure that I gave him the best mother and father figure that I could. A man that would put his hands on his woman was not what I wanted as a father figure for Junior. A woman that would put up with that was not what I wanted to portray as a mother. If the cheating and abuse weren't a sure sign to leave, that was. Being stupid enough to allow Ra to affect my life was one thing, but my child's life was off limits. It was clear to me now that Ra had been lying about Soleil from the start. All those nights he swore he was stuck in the studio late, he was most likely playing house with her too. The thought made my stomach turn. I wanted to blame myself for being so foolish, for falling into the same trap I'd watched other women get caught in. I used to think I was smarter, that I'd never let a man run game on me like that. But Ra's lies had been so precise, so polished, that I never once thought he was living a double life right in front of me. I have to get out of here, I told myself. I loved Ra, but loving him was clearly dangerous, and he obviously had no love for me. So I went to the closet to pack, hoping that the pacifier would soothe Junior long enough to allow me to do so before Ra could return. As I passed the mirror, I caught a glimpse of myself. My neck was bruised and purple in color. That made anger burn on the inside of my heart. Something told me to document this, so I got my phone and took a few images of the bruises. Then I left the mirror, realizing that this nigga had really put his hands on me, all because I asked him why he was disloyal. On my way into the closet, I realized that my phone kept buzzing. I saw that I had multiple notifications from pages that I followed on social media. Curious, I clicked to see what was going on. I gasped aloud when I saw that Carlos had been found dead in his home by a friend. Carlos was a hood legend. So many of the Chicago blog pages had reported his murder. Unfortunately, when dealing with men that lived in the streets, in the back of your mind you expect this. You pray against it every day, but that was the world we lived in. Yet I knew that having the preconceived notion didn't make it any better. It still hurt. That hurt poured through the comments under the post. Everyone was mourning who was such a kind and friendly guy. My heart went out to him and his family. However, I was experiencing an emotional death, so I pushed past the mourning and packed. I figured that I had no choice but to finally take Aunt Cherie up on her offer to move to Houston. I didn't have enough of my own money to make the drive, so after packing, I left the bedroom to dip in Ra's stash. It was the least he owed me. While I entered the living room and moved the couch, I prayed that Ra wouldn't return and catch me. Ra had been in such a rush the last time that he was there that he hadn't even secured the floorboards. Dusty garbage bags stuck out. To my surprise, there was way more than the usual 10 or so thousand inside. Lo and behold, I opened the bags to lay my eyes on bundles and bundles of cash. It was more money than I had ever seen before. I sat on the floor in a daze, shocked at the countless faces of dead presidents looking back at me. I couldn't even guess how much money it was. I wondered where the hell Ra would get this kind of money. Weight had to be sold to make this kind of money, and a lot of it. Ra wasn't on that level, no matter how bad he wanted to be. He didn't even know people with this kind of paper. Except... Then it dawned on me. I gasped so loudly that my astonishment echoed through the house. This wasn't a coincidence. Carlos' murder, Moses getting shot the same night, and this cash? It all made sense that Ra had something to do with Carlos' murder. I didn't want to believe it. The thought that Ra could kill his best friend felt impossible, like something straight out of a nightmare. But the more I pieced it together, the more the truth became more obvious. Lately, he'd been moving in ways I once swore were out of his character. Now I knew that was his character. All this time, I've been sleeping next to a stranger. The idea of going to the police crossed my mind, but it died just as fast. Ra had already shown me how ruthless he could be. If he ever found out I talked, he wouldn't hesitate to hurt me, or worse, hurt Razan or my mama. I couldn't take that chance, and I didn't believe the police could protect me from someone like him. In my world, calling the police wasn't safe. It was actually asking for more trouble. Ra had pull in the streets. He didn't even need to be free to reach me. His goons would handle it for him, no questions asked. I'd seen what happened to women who thought telling was a way out. That wasn't going to be me. As much as it made me sick, I kept my mouth shut. Because better the devil I knew than the one I couldn't see coming. Kalani. The last thing I wanted to do was sit in a courtroom, but I couldn't miss my preliminary hearing, so I didn't have a choice. I would have much rather been at the hospital waiting for them to bring Moses out of the coma. If I had missed court, though, they would put a warrant out for my arrest. Reluctantly, I left Moses' bedside. He was still out, but I wanted to be the first face that he saw when they woke him up. There was such an eerie feeling over me. I didn't understand what was happening to me and my family. They say that you go through the worst storm right before your blessing. Yet my vision was blurry. I couldn't see whether this was a blessing on its way or hell that I put myself in because of bad decisions. How much time can I get if I plead guilty? The public defender assigned to my case looked at me like I was crazy. He was a white, older man, therefore his face flushed red as he thought about it. Are you sure that you want to do that? I looked into those ocean blue eyes and nodded my head. I knew that I was giving up, yet after seeing Moses lay in that bed appearing lifeless, I didn't have any energy to fight. Yes, I finally answered. Even though in my heart I felt like what I was doing was right, I prayed to God that I was doing the right thing, that it wouldn't come back and smack me in the face. How much time can I get? I asked again. You don't have a record. The least you can get is probation. And the most that I can get? 5 or 6 years. You would have to do at least half that time. I leaned against the wall of the hallway. The public defender and I were waiting there for court to start. I was hiding my face behind the black scarf wrapped around my neck to hide from the cold in the old building. All I could think about was Moses, though. Ever since he got shot, my mind hadn't been clear, and I couldn't concentrate on a thing. Then word about Carlos' murder broke in the early morning hours while we were still sitting in that hospital. It was heartbreaking seeing the hardest thugs I knew completely break down in sobs. Men who had stood 10 toes in the streets their whole lives, who never showed fear or pain, were breaking down like little boys who just lost their first hero. My heart even went out to Ra. For all the things I didn't like about him, for all the ways I thought he was reckless, I could see the devastation in his face. Carlos wasn't just another man from the block. He was family to them, blood or not. But watching all of that, only made my own fear worse. If Carlos could be taken like that, in the blink of an eye, what chances did Moses have? He was lying a few rooms away, cut open and fighting for his life. The thought of losing him clawed at me until I could barely breathe. I couldn't imagine walking out of that hospital without him. The pain I saw in those men's faces reminded me just how close I was to wearing that same look, and it terrified me. I didn't care about these charges anymore. I just wanted it to go away. I just wanted Moses to be okay. Soleil. After Kalani's court date, I met her at the hospital. The crowd that was once in the emergency room during the early hours of the morning had now relocated to the waiting area of the ICU. I couldn't even count how many times these niggas got into it with security. They didn't care about the capacity limit. They didn't care about keeping it down because of the patients either. It was a madhouse. Things were even worse because word had hit the streets that Carlos was found dead in his home. Nobody had any full details, but everyone assumed that it was a robbery. Everyone had gone from worried about Moses to distraught over Carlos. No matter the work he was in, Carlos was a cool dude. He was good to the guys that worked for him, gave back to the hood, and never condoned killing anyone, no matter if they owed him money or threatened his life. Despite the things that he had put me through, my heart still went out to Ra as I watched him sick in a corner, torn after hearing the news that his best friend was dead. I felt terrible and wished that things were different so that I felt comfortable enough to console him. But fuck that. I recalled countless times over the past weeks that I was just as torn, and nothing in him moved him to console me. So what happened at court? Kalani and I were in the hallway, staring out of the picture windows as snow fell on the city. It had to be at least 8 inches of snow already, and it was still falling. It was just a preliminary hearing. They assigned the case to a judge. We were hoping it would be thrown out, but it wasn't. I didn't attempt to hide how disappointed I was. Kalani didn't deserve this. She was so loyal and loving, which is how she got herself in this predicament in the first place. I can get up to 5 years. My lawyer thinks that I will most likely get felony probation since I don't have a record. I'd have to wait 7 years to get a felony off my record, and it costs a lot. Wow, I sighed, shaking my head slowly. It's obvious that the drugs weren't mine, but they want me to snitch on whose they really were. I just can't do that. I can't put Moses in the middle of this. They'll lock him up without thinking twice. I can't have that on my conscience. I used to wonder how chicks found themselves locked up because of their man. Now I knew. I couldn't imagine having to make that choice in the past. It was like literally choosing between snitching on your family or sacrificing yourself. Since Ra gave me some money to get a real lawyer, maybe I can find a good one that can just win the case. My eyes squinted with curiosity. How much did he give you? $2,000. He said he would pay the rest as the case went on, so that's good. Of course, I was super curious about where this sudden compassion in Ra came from. He had been a complete ass to me and his children, and felt the need to pay Kalani's lawyer. I was happy that he had the heart to help her. However, the realization that Ra cared more about her case than he did about me or even his kids made my hate for him grow. Seeing the disgust that darted out of my eyes, Kalani asked, "Have you all talked?" My eyes rolled into the back of my head. No, he has the nerve to be mad at me. Ain't that a bitch? He is really acting a fool. Why is he so upset? I turned on him, is what he keeps saying. Can you believe that? He has a baby on me, but I turned on him? I'm the disloyal one? I don't even recognize who he is. Just talking about it raised the level of anger that had been sitting with me since this all began. Ra had a lot of nerve. I hated even being in that hospital because he was there. I hated being in the same room with his ass. All he had to do was tell me. Had he told me that he had a chick on the side pregnant, I would have told him to step and still had my baby. Both of us could have gotten what we wanted. But no, Ra was too selfish to think enough about me to do such a thing. He wanted his cake, to eat it too, the pie and the motherfucking filling. What turned my face red with rage was the fact that that bitch could have her baby, but I couldn't. I had been with him for over 10 years. I had given him so much of me, my youth, my children. And some bitch that just comes along can get the big house and family? How are the kids doing now that they're back home? Elijah is fine. He's just happy to be home. But something isn't right with Essence. She's just pissed off. She's snapping on everybody, getting into screaming matches with Elijah. It's not like her. Well, being snatched out of your home is a lot to deal with, and she is a teenager. She's probably just mad she missed Christmas. I can't believe Ra was that mad at me. All because I left him? Because I burned up some money? My mouth balled up as I fought the stinging in my eyes that was introducing tears. I was so sick of crying. Soleil, it's going to be okay, Kalani said as she wiped my face. As she did so, I noticed 3 guys getting off the elevator. One of them was so familiar to me, but I couldn't place him. I guess I was familiar to him too, since he did a double take when he saw me. Who are they? Friends of Moses? Kalani took a quick glance and then turned back to me. Probably. I've never seen them before. There have been so many people coming in and out of here, girl, but you know who hasn't shown up? Who? A chick? What chick? She shrugged her shoulders. Hell, any chick. Not one woman has come to visit him, not even a friend. I never doubted him when he claimed to be in the studio late all those nights, but in the back of my mind, I wondered. But clearly, he really was. He wants to make it that bad. So much grief came over her at that moment. I wrapped my arms around her. She buried her face in my shoulder as I buried mine in hers. In such a short time, our worlds had been turned upside down. It was a lot to take in, and it was hard as hell to be strong. I just want him to be okay. I matched Kalani's somber tone as I told her, he will.
Ra. Let me holler at you outside. I wasn't comfortable leaving the waiting area. I had been lingering around like a fruit fly since everything went down. I had to be sure that I was there when Moses woke up. He needed to know what story to tell the police so that our stories would match. If we stuck to our story, there would be no way that we could be linked to Carlos's murder. I wasn't sure if Moses would still fuck with me like he used to once he woke up. Though there was a lot of pain in his eyes before they closed, I could also see there was a lot of disappointment in me. Nothing in me felt bad for how I played this, though. Had I told Moses what I was planning that night, Moses would have chickened out and I would have missed my opportunity. I took a big gamble with his life. Yet, the guap that I obtained in the process was well worth it. I planned to give Moses a nice portion of it so that he would feel the same. I had to sit on the money for a minute until Carlos's death settled down on the street. I needed to figure out a way to introduce this new wealth without looking suspect. Yet and still, the world was my oyster now. I could do anything that I had been obsessing about in my mind. Anything I wanted was now in the palms of my hands. I could be the man I wanted to be. I'd done it all by myself. That's what I thought as I made small talk with Kane as we took the elevator to the lobby. I didn't need these helpless niggas no more. They did nothing to assist in getting me to the next level, though I was the reason why they were able to eat. This was their last stop, including Soleil, Aaliyah, and Felicia's big mouth ass. I was cutting their dead weight off so that I could take this new ride to wealth solo. So, what's up? Why you call me out here in this shit? It's cold as fuck. I hid my face behind the collar of my Montclair coat and stuffed my hands in my pockets as Kane looked at me nervously. Speak, nigger. I think your girl recognized me, he told me. She looked at me like she knew me from somewhere. Your faces were covered, though. I know, I'm just telling you what I saw. She did a double take and started talking to the chick that she was with. She had tears in her eyes like she was spooked. Fuck. If she recognized Kane, it was only from the robbery. Days after I met him, I began to put the plan in motion to rob the bank. I knew that I was going to use him to do it, so I kept him and Lavelle away from Soleil so that she wouldn't suspect anything when they hit the bank. I didn't need this shit. Soleil had been on a running her mouth spree. She was not about to fuck this money up for me like she did the last. Get rid of her, came smoothly out of my mouth with no hesitation. Kane squinted his eyes and cocked his head slowly, as if that would make him understand me more clearly. Get rid of her? Yes, nigga. I'm not taking no chances. You shouldn't either. He reminded me, that's your kid's mother, as if that would put some type of compassion in my heart. I didn't give a fuck. She was also a bitch that had turned on me, a bitch that was willing to do anything to hurt me. Don't facing life sound serious? Kane looked disgusted and shocked, like he'd swallowed his own shit. Before he could find the words to say, I waved my hand dismissively. I turned away, disgusted that he was being so scary. Fuck it, I thought. I'll do it myself. 14. Raw. I hadn't heard from Aaliyah since the morning before, when I left her crying on the floor. That was fine by me. All these hoes were getting out of pocket. They could all kiss my ass. I had something special for Soleil, though. I had no mercy for her. She was about to kiss the ground 6 feet deep. I needed to shower, change, and get my shit out of Aaliyah's crib, though. The house was in Aaliyah's name, so she could figure out how to keep up with the mortgage for all I gave a fuck. I had enough bread to get my own shit now. I knew it would be some beef with her as soon as I walked through the door, so I prepared myself for it. What I wasn't prepared for was the empty house that I walked into. It was too early in the morning for Aaliyah to be outside, especially with the baby. I walked into the bedroom and noticed that everything was still on the floor from our fight. Since she hadn't attempted to even pick up anything, I knew that she had split. It was fine by me. That house could have gone up in flames. It was her problem, not mine. It did, however, become a problem for me when I went into the stash to grab some cash and noticed that the garbage bags were gone. Shit. Aaliyah had to have taken them. I punched the walls over and over again until drywall collapsed around my hands and my knuckles bled. Fuck, man. I heard the back door open. I hadn't locked it behind myself. I hoped that it was Aaliyah. I walked towards the kitchen where the back door was. I was prepared to stump a hole in this bitch. Unfortunately, it was Fabe who emerged from the kitchen. What's wrong with you? Fabe looked at me like I was crazy as I stood in the middle of the living room floor with my fists balled up, flared nostrils, and bleeding knuckles. You seen Aaliyah?
Nah. I immediately took my cell from my pocket. I dialed her number as Fabe followed me into the living room and took a seat on the couch. My call went straight to voicemail. I called again, and again, and again. Each time, it went straight to voicemail. Fuck. Fabe jumped at the sound of my voice as I fought the urge to throw the phone across the room. What the hell is wrong with you, fam? I exhaled long and slow as I tried to keep myself from freaking out. Since Aaliyah had the cash, when she heard about Carlos's murder, she would put two and two together. Since she had the balls to take it, she didn't plan on letting me find her. I knew it. Aaliyah's gone. My brother's mouth dropped. He looked just as thrown off as I did. Why'd she leave? I hit her. Instantly, Fabe's face changed from confused to pissed, which shocked the fuck out of me. I'd hit my girl, not his. What the fuck is wrong with you, man? He was actually waiting for an answer to that question, sitting on the couch, looking at me like he was disappointed in me. Man, she was tripping. All in my face because Felicia's dumbass sent her a picture of me in her bed sleep Christmas Day. Fabe dramatically shook his head. I done told you about playing with all these chicks, man. When are you... I interrupted his sermon. Fuck all that. I need you to call Aaliyah and talk to her. She'll talk to you. I need to know where she is. I'm not getting in the middle of this bullshit, man. His tone was discerning. He was over me and my bullshit. He stood, ready to leave. Bro, listen, I said, meeting him where he stood. I softened my tone. I wanted him to see that I was his brother, not the ignorant dude that he was despising right then. I need your help. It's a lot in it for you. Like that bank robbery? He even had to laugh as he waited on the answer. His laughter rubbed me the wrong way. I had asked him to help me with that bank robbery, and he refused. When he heard Carl had gotten killed, he rubbed it in my face. No, I wasn't as successful with the robbery as I should have been. Yet, the way he mocked me was the same way Carlos had. These niggas would sleep on me. I woke up Carlos by putting a bullet in his head. I had to wake my brother up to my level of power as well. The bank robbery went south, but I hit a better lick. Aaliyah took the money, though, when she bounced. That's what I need you to find her. You find her, I get my cash back, and it's $25,000 in it for you. Honestly, I wasn't going to give him a goddamn thing, but if that's what he needed to hear, so be it. Sure enough, he stopped his exit long enough to listen to me. His brow rose high. Where you get that type of cash from? I killed Carlos. Fabe lost it. The fuck? He looked at me like I was a stranger. He even backed away from me in disgust. Are you fucking serious? I had to. He would have killed Moses because he didn't have the money to pay him back for that work. Fabe shook his head over and over again as he cupped his face. Carlos wasn't that type of dude. He was your best friend. Exactly. So you don't know him like I did. Fabe was stuck. He didn't know what to believe, so I continued to beg. Bro, please, I need you to find Aaliyah and my money. If you killed him to keep him off Moses, why take the money? Because it was there. The police would have just taken it. I can use it to take care of my family. Soleil and the kids need that. Aaliyah and Junior, too. I had him. Finally, his eyes were done judging me. He was looking at me like I was his big brother. He sighed and gave in. All right, man. I'll call her. I got you. Priest. The garage door rattled shut behind us, leaving just me, Blue, and the two young niggas leaning cockily against the wall. Ant and Quan kept bouncing on their heels, grinning like this was funny. I folded my arms while eyeing them both. Y'all got the block hotter than hell. Cops are crawling everywhere because of the dumb shit y'all pulled. Ant sucked his teeth, but his smirk never left. Man, that ain't on us. That's just the game. Blue's eyes narrowed.
Nah, little nigga. The game is knowing how to move so you don't bring heat to the hood. Killing an elderly couple while trying to rob them ain't the game. It's ignorance.
Quan shrugged, snickering. We getting money, though. I stepped forward, slowly. But you're making me lose money. My corner boys can't even make a hand-to-hand without a badge watching. Y'all fucking up the flow. Ant puffed his chest out. We don't answer to you. We ain't on your payroll. What we eat don't take from your plate. Blue cut his eyes at him.
When your reckless shit draws the police to the same blocks my product moves on, it does take from his plate. You don't even see how small you thinking.
Quan laughed. Man, y'all acting like our daddies trying to check us. We ain't scared of y'all. I tilted my head, staring at him long enough to wipe that grin off his face. Nah, I don't want you to be scared. What I want you to be is smart. But smart don't live here, huh? Ant nudged Quan like it was a joke. Both of them snickered under their breath as if nothing I'd said meant anything to them. They weren't listening or taking this serious, and that smirk on Ant's face told me he thought he was untouchable. Blue and I had the two little niggas boxed in the garage of an abandoned house, and they saw the nerve to be cocky. That's how goofy they were. They didn't even realize when their lives were in danger. They were two knuckle-headed young thugs who thought running around and robbing and killing innocent people made them gangsters. They weren't a part of my crew. They were just wild kids bringing heat to the block.
Bro, we outta here,
Ant told Quan, still smirking. We don't answer to these niggas. I stepped closer, letting him see the seriousness in my eyes. You're right. You don't answer to me. But when your dumb shit fucks with my money, you gonna answer for that. Quan chuckled. Man, you ain't gonna do shit. Blue looked at me. I looked at him. Before they knew it, I pulled my strap and fired 2 shots. Ant dropped like a sack of bricks. Quan grabbed at his chest, eyes wide, before he hit the floor beside him. I tucked the gun back, stepping over their bodies. Fuck, man. I hated to have to do that. I admitted through a tight jaw. They were young. They still had time to figure life out, but they were causing too much death and havoc. I can't let chaos eat up the neighborhood. My job ain't just to move weight. It's to protect the money, the product, and the block. If I don't check shit like this, it all crumbles. Blue nodded slowly.
You right. It's ugly, but you right. They left you no choice. Being a boss don't mean just stacking bread. Sometimes it means making the hard calls nobody else want to make. That's why you the one in charge. You protect what's yours.
I exhaled heavy, shoving my hands into my pockets as Blue and I walked down the alley. The bodies behind us were already forgotten.
I've been finding out a lot about that nigga Ra.
By the sound of disgust in Blue's voice, I could tell what he found wasn't good.
He fronts like he's a big-time hustler, but real niggas know the truth. He ain't nothing but a thief. He got a bad rap amongst the gangsters for stunting. Has an ego that he don't live up to. He's all cap. He's a liar, manipulator, and grimy as fuck. He always scheming and trying to finesse somebody out their pockets instead of grinding on his own. Nigga love to act like he a boss, but he really just a clown.
I nodded once. I already had a feeling Rob was a goofy, but hearing it was confirmation. I doubt Soleil knows any of this. She don't come off like the type to be with a man like that. Every time she used to talk about him, it was like Ra was her whole world.
So, what you gonna do with this information?
Shit. There is nothing to do about a nigga with a fucked up personality. I just wanted to know the type of man that was tied to Soleil. Blue glanced at me sideways with a smirk tugging at his mouth.
You really like her. I can tell. You ain't been entertaining nobody else. Matter of fact, you basically dating her already.
I didn't even try to deny it. Yeah, I can see her being my wife one day. The words came out easy because I meant them. Blue raised his brows but kept walking.
You serious then? You know she got 2 kids, right? That's a lot of baggage for a man with none.
I stopped him with a look. I don't give a fuck about that. I'll take whatever comes with her. Kids, baggage, all of it. She's worth it. But as much as I wanted her, I could feel something holding her back. There was a wall she wouldn't let me over. I didn't know what it was yet, but I was going to be patient until she let me climb over it.
Soleil. I was ignoring seemingly the 10th phone call from Ra. I couldn't even get him to look me in the eyes the other day. Now, suddenly, he was blowing up my phone. He even sent me a text message asking me to meet up with him somewhere so that we could talk. He could kiss my ass. He'd ignored me for over a week while I went through pure hell. Now the motherfucker wanted to see me? No. I was lying in bed watching Abbott Elementary, trying to make myself laugh. Finally, life seemed to calm down a little bit. Moses was still unconscious, but his vital signs were good. The doctors planned to wake him up soon. Then I looked forward to him and Kalani being able to put their lives back together. I was even enjoying Priest's company. Because I had been spending so much time with the kids and at the hospital, I hadn't been able to take him up on many invites to dinner. It was shocking how much he was interested in me, but it felt good to be courted after 14 years. I couldn't wait to see him, but I needed to get myself together. We had been constantly talking on the phone and FaceTiming each other, though. Moses' death scare, DCFS, and Ra had brought a lot of things into perspective for me. I could no longer depend on Ra for anything. He didn't love me. He loved himself. He didn't even love his kids. So it was time for me to love myself just as much as he loved himself. I needed to find a job, get back on my feet, and shake this feeling of defeat and heartbreak. Yet that feeling became unshakable as Essence slunk into my room and crawled into bed with me. My eyebrows arched curiously, because not only had she been acting like she hated the world since she got home, she had never been one to lay under Mommy. She grabbed a pillow and literally curled up under my arm as I lay on my back, waiting for the commercials to end. She said, "Mommy," in such a frightened and timid tone that it scared the shit out of me. "I need to talk to you." My heart immediately began to beat fast with worry. Your child needing to talk to you is never a good thing. I remained calm, however. With the wrong tone, I would have scared her into silence, and I didn't want to do that. I tried to remain as nonchalant as possible as I asked, "What's wrong, baby?" "Promise you won't get mad and flip out." Shit, I thought to myself, as I rolled my eyes behind her head. I promise. As soon as she opened her mouth, the cries forcing themselves out caused her voice to crack. "This boy at the home we had to stay in?" Though I feared what she was trying to tell me, I encouraged her to go on when she hesitated. "Uh-huh." "He had sex with me." It felt like the wind had been kicked out of me. Still, I remained calm because I didn't want to freak her out. I wanted her to be comfortable enough to tell me everything. Kids were having sex young these days. Hell, I had given birth to her when I was only 14. It broke my heart, but I couldn't act like I didn't understand. I tried my best to sound calm as I asked, "What made you want to have sex, Essence?" Immediately, she sat straight up. Finally, I could see the stress in her young face. Despite the developing breasts and hips that she hid under one of her father's shirts, she was still a very little girl. The immaturity and childlike fear was all over her face and spilled out in tears. "I didn't want to," she cried. He made me." Then she lost it. It's like she had been holding that in since she got home. She collapsed on top of me, buried her face in my chest, and literally wailed. I held her tightly as my own tears fell silently. "He made you, Essence? Tell me what happened." "He told me that if I didn't, he would tell the supervisor that I did anyway, and then I wouldn't be able to go home. He told me that they would make me stay there forever if he told them what we did." As I cringed, I could feel my heart aching. "Did he hit you?" I asked, suddenly searching her for bruises. "No," she whined. "Did he pin you down?" "No, he only hurt me when he put it in." She recoiled in shame. I just wanted to come home, so I did it anyway. But I didn't want to. I promise. I didn't like him. He was gross." I gnawed on my bottom lip. There was so much anger in that bite that I could taste my own blood. I closed my eyes tightly as I fought the urge to explode. I had buried my anger for Ra so that I could live and move on. Now it came hurling back into my heart and mind. I was beyond furious, yet I remained calm on the outside and tried to be the best mother that I could be. "It's going to be okay," I promised her. "Mommy will take care of it, okay, baby?" "It's not going to be okay," she shrieked as she sat up again. "My period is late, Mama." She was devastated. She was crying her slanted eyes out. God, I was heartbroken for my little girl. I couldn't even hide the remorse anymore. The hurt spilled from my eyes. When she saw my face, it was as if she wanted to die. I wanted to die, too. Aaliyah. Fabe was calling for the 5th time that evening. I wanted to talk to him. He was the closest person to me besides Ra. Considering what had happened, though, I no longer knew if I could trust him either. But finally, I decided to answer. "You better not be calling for your brother." "I'm calling for me." He actually sounded genuinely concerned, so I let my guard down. I lay back down under the bedding of the king-sized bed in the Marriott. That is the only thing that I had been doing since I left the house. I didn't know what to do. I had a lot of hurt in my heart and a lot of cash in my pockets. He told me what happened. Fabe said, "Are you okay?" No matter how hurt I was, I couldn't even deny how my body relaxed in the presence of his sympathy and concern. "I guess," I answered. "Where are you?" "I don't want your brother to know." "Aaliyah, come on now," he fussed, interrupting me. "I want to see you. I need to make sure you're okay." Quietly, I pondered over the idea. I would have given anything to be held right then. His visit sounded like something that would make it all better, even if only temporarily. I had only had the comfort of my newborn. I needed somebody who could tell me that I wasn't tripping and that I had done the right thing. Fabe sensed my hesitation. He smacked his lips. "Really, Aaliyah? I've been telling you to leave that nigga since you got with him. Why would I tell him where you were?" He was right. Had I listened to his warnings in the past, I probably wouldn't be lying in bed with a purple ring around my neck. "I'm at the Marriott on 65th and Cicero." "I'm on my way." He sounded like he was already in the car, so I believed that he would be there soon. I hadn't showered since I arrived at the hotel the morning before. I was too distraught to have the strength to do anything except feed my baby and use the bathroom. So reluctantly, I crawled from underneath the covers. On my way to the bathroom, I checked on Junior, who was fast asleep in the bassinet that I brought along with me from the house. My body was so heavy with hurt as I prepared the shower and took off my sleep shirt. I still couldn't believe that Ra had put his hands on me. He wasn't perfect by any means. We'd argued countless times before. Never had he thought so little of me that he hit me, however. Never had his disrespect been so blatant. Yet since he was capable of murder, I guess he had always been capable of anything. My mind was so busy and my emotions were so fucked that I hadn't even eaten. So after I got out of the shower, I could damn near smell the Italian Fiesta pizza on the other side of the door right before I heard a knock. I wrapped the hotel towel around my body that was still dripping with hot water. I peered through the peephole and couldn't deny how laying eyes on Fabe gave me a feeling of comfort that I hadn't felt in days. I hid behind the door as I opened it. Fabe came in and immediately put the pizza and brown bags down on the table. He turned to look at me. Instantly, I came towards him and fell into his arms. Though I buried my face in his chest, he picked it up and began to examine me. He looked over my face and body. When he saw the bruises, he bit his lip with sorrow and anger. "I'm okay," I promised him. His eyes burned into mine, silently telling me that he knew that I was lying. I sat down on the bed and avoided him. At first, I thought his visit would be comforting. Now I just felt stupid. He was standing there looking and smelling good. Compassion was oozing from him. Yet I had denied him and stayed with a nigga that obviously never cared about me. "You okay?" I couldn't even lie to him. "Not really." "How long you plan on staying at this hotel?" "For a few days." "And then?" "I'm going to Houston." Getting my mother out of that home would take a few days, but I had enough money to stay in that hotel for as long as it took. I kept those details away from Fabe, though. I didn't want anyone to know that I knew about that money or that Ra killed Carlos. I just wanted to leave and be free. I hated that it had to happen like this, but transferring my mother and being able to move her closer to her sister was the only ray of sunshine in the midst of this storm. It almost made it all feel like it was worth it. Fabe saw my weariness and put his arms around me. "I told you to leave him." When I lay my head on his shoulder, he began to soothingly rub my back. I fell into him and finally relaxed. I only felt that protected when I was near him. Yet for a year, I avoided being that close to him. "I know," I told him with a sigh. Being in his arms felt right. It felt safe. It felt genuine. It felt like falling in love over and over again with every minute he held me. "But you loved him too much." I had no response for that. "Can I ask you a question?" I dreaded what he would ask. I wasn't ready for some deep-ass conversation with him about how his brother wasn't shit, and I dealt with it. "Go ahead." However, he deserved that explanation if he wanted it. Hell, he had been more of a man to me emotionally than Ra ever had. "Who's Junior's father?" I wasn't expecting that question, though. I immediately got anxious. For 9 months, nobody questioned me. Ra didn't think twice. Fabe never once asked. When I pondered over the answer and the embarrassment silenced me, Fabe asked, "You don't know, do you?" The truth was, I didn't. I had sex with Fabe and Ra days apart from each other. Ra never even considered using condoms. He told me that I was his, and he was mine, so we didn't need them. Fabe, well, You can blame that recklessness on Remy Martin VSOP. When my silence spoke of my guilt, anger seemed to overwhelm Fabe. He removed his arms from around me and slightly moved away from me. As soon as I saw that I had hurt him that much, I reached for him. I wrapped my arms around him. As I did, my towel fell. For over a year, he looked at me like I was his everything. Now he was looking at me like he hated me. I just wanted to fix it. I kissed him. Immaturely, I felt that would make everything better. Surprisingly, he kissed me back. He didn't fight as I slipped my tongue into his mouth. When I felt his masculine, big, strong hands on my back, it was as if my pussy took over. I hadn't had sex in so long. My body knew what Fabe could do, and it wanted it. My heart knew that I had hurt his feelings by keeping his child away from him and thought that fucking him would fix it. He acted like it did. He took over, taking advantage of me finally giving myself to him physically, just as he always wanted. Fucking him would fix me too, if only for a moment. So he used his weight against my body to force me down on the bed, and I invited him. I wrapped my petite arms around his strong neck and lost myself under him. Resting against one elbow, he sucked my mouth as he unzipped his pants. My pussy oozed with anticipation of the dick that I recalled a little over 9 months ago. I was eager. As we kissed, I reached for his dick, anxiously opened my legs, and brought it towards my opening. My pussy seemingly reached out to him as he slid into me. We both let out excited and amazed moans as his stiff, long dick met my juicy insides. Shit. Faye breathed into my ear. Just like I remembered. I was lost in the feeling. I was lost in the penetration. He didn't wail his dick into me selfish and aggressively. He took his time, found my spot, and massaged that motherfucker just like he did the last time. I love you. Softly swam into my ear in a deep whisper. I gasped at the words. My eyes welled up when my heart felt the genuineness. My legs opened more, allowing him in deeper, fishing for him to say more. I fought the urge to get too loud and feared that Junior would awaken in his bassinet. But it was hard, because his dick was so hard and seemingly fucking my organs. God damn, I moaned softly as Fabe lost his face in my neck. He asked me, "You love me?" but didn't wait for an answer. He was seemingly fucking the love into my heart with purposeful attacks on my G-spot. Tell me you love me, baby. I did. I always had. As sweat began to appear on the surface of our skin, I felt the love between us that had always been there, that we had always avoided. Tears fell from eyes that were still sore from Ra's punches. I love you too.
Ra, I can't believe Carlos is gone, man. How you holding up, bruh?
I looked up at Slim, one of the guys from the hood, trying to show as much remorse as I could.
Barely,
I forced out. But I was super cool on the inside. I had been sitting in that hospital for days, imagining how I would spend that cash. I was ready to sell that bar to the highest bidder and chill while I made major purchases that I had only been able to previously dream of. Yet, on the outside, I showed major remorse for the loss of my best friend. Nah, not really, I told Slim as I lowered my head. We were at the Black Room. The whole hood was there, mourning for Carlos and in support of Moses. I sat at the bar with many of Carlos's homeboys around me. They were showing me so much love because they figured this was hurting me the most since Carlos and I were so close. I saw Kane enter the bar. Instantly, I got irritated. This nigga was so spooked about Soleil spotting him. He was constantly calling me. He had even instilled that same fear in Nell and Lavelle. They were all calling me, asking me what should be done. Each time I told them scary motherfuckers that the answer was to get rid of Soleil. They bitched up. Luckily, I was prepared to do it myself. Kane approached me with that same fear that he'd had in his eyes since this issue with Soleil came up. "What's going on, man?" "Shit, bro," I answered as I took a long swig of the Remy from the glass I was clutching. Everyone was drinking heavy. Carlos's death was a major loss. Many men were now out of product and a way to get money. They weren't only mourning Carlos, they were mourning their wallets as well. I was just drinking to go along with it. Though everyone was sad and stressed, Kane's attitude blew me because I knew that this had nothing to do with Carlos. This robbery was on his mind heavy. "Man, would you chill?" I made sure to keep it low. Music was blasting through the speakers. I leaned forward towards Kane as he leaned against the bar next to me. "It ain't easy to chill," he didn't have a problem admitting. "You ain't the one facing time for felony murder." I actually laughed. "You act like you already got arrested. They ain't even investigating that shit." Kane didn't find anything funny at all. "I just don't want to go down for this. She saw me, she recognized me, and started crying. It's only a matter of time. I'm not going down for this shit." I looked at him with disgust. It was obvious that he was insinuating he wasn't taking the fall if it came to it. I could tell by the punk-ass look in his eyes that he definitely was not going to take the fall alone. I reached in my pocket for my cell. I called Soleil a few times, knowing that she wouldn't answer. I had been trying to meet with her so that I could take care of her, but I kept getting her voicemail. I sent her a few text messages, telling her that we needed to talk about our family so that I could get her alone. However, talking we were not going to do. I had to take care of this before these stupid motherfuckers ruined my happily ever after, before I even got the chance to enjoy it.
15. Soleil. After Essence's confession, I got the kids dressed and took them to my parents' house because I couldn't handle this alone. On the way, I stopped at Walgreens to buy a pregnancy test. As soon as we got to my parents' house, I took Essence into the bathroom. 10 minutes later, we were both relieved that there was only one blue line. However, my only relief was from my child not having to face what I had at her age. She had another chance at doing motherhood the right way, though I was sure this situation would haunt her and make her hate her parents for life. I had to talk to Ra. I had been ignoring him for days, but as I got the kids settled, I replied to his text message, telling him to meet me at our house. He needed to know how far he had gone. I wanted him to know just how much his selfish acts had ruined our family. This shit had gone too far. Beyond fucking up my life, he had fucked up my daughter's. Finally, he replied to me via text, telling me to meet him at the house in 15 minutes. "How are you going to take care of this?" My mama was just as devastated and angry as I was. I was sure the poor lady was going to have a stroke. She was so angry. She was right on my heels, chasing after me, barefoot, wearing a bonnet and her old muumuu. She followed closely behind me as I left the guest room that Essence was sleeping in. I guess finding out that she wasn't pregnant gave her so much relief that she passed out. "I'm going to go up to that home in the morning, Mama." "You need to be calling the police right now." "I have to do that in the morning. It's been a long night. They're going to want to talk to Essence. She needs to rest." "You need to file this report now, Soleil." I breathed heavily with growing irritation. I had enough on my mind. It was swimming with all kinds of realizations that were sending me further and further into a frenzy. I didn't need my mother's nagging in addition to the bullshit. I stopped suddenly. I spun around in the middle of the living room. She was following so closely behind me that she nearly ran into me. "Mama, I will take care of it." She looked scornfully at my disrespectful tone, but I wasn't in the mood to be chastised. "I have to go." "Where are you going?" "To talk to Ra." "Why are you talking to him, Soleil? He doesn't mean you or these kids any good. You need to forget that bastard even exists." "Mama, I gotta go." I had to. I had to get this off of my chest. The lies, the abortion, Aaliyah, their baby, taking my kids. He'd done so much, and I just needed to know why. I needed to know why he had to go as far as putting my kids at risk just to prove a point. I couldn't understand how the love we had vanished so quickly, replaced with enough hate to make him go this far. As promised, he was sitting in front of the house when I pulled up. I wondered why he didn't get out of his car as I climbed out and locked mine. I approached his car feeling as if I was in the Twilight Zone. I wondered how this nigga could be so manipulative that he hid this evil side of him from me for so long. I hated him for what he had turned us into, what he turned me into. I felt hate inside of me that I never felt before. I despised him, when just a few months ago I loved him too much to even imagine my days without him. He rolled down the window as I approached his driver's side. "Get in," he simply told me. "Where are we going?" "Let's just take a ride. I don't want to argue in front of the kids." I rolled my eyes into the back of my head, yet I fought the venom that was threatening to come out of my mouth in words. I knew him. Had I started going off right then, he would stubbornly pull off before I was able to say what I had to say. "The kids aren't home. We can go inside." I could hear him huffing and puffing as he got out of the car. Like me even asking him to come inside was putting him out of his way. By the time we made it to the door, his heavy sighs had my skin crawling. The man had the nerve to act haughty, like he hadn't done a damn thing wrong, like I was the problem. We stayed quiet as I slid the key into the lock and pushed open the door. The silence wasn't peaceful. It was suffocating. I went straight to the kitchen, because if I was going to deal with Ra, I needed a shot. He followed, taunting already. "You've been really showing your ass, Soleil. You're causing all this drama in the family for nothing." I spun around, glaring at him. "For nothing? You called DCFS on me, Ra. You cheated on me and had a baby on me. You have an entire home with another woman. You think that's nothing?" He shrugged, smug. "You're making it bigger than what it is. You're overreacting. If you knew how to play your role, half this shit wouldn't even be happening." Even though Ra had been showing his entire ass as of late, I was still shocked that he could be so nonchalant about all of this. I stared at him, blinking slowly, wondering how he could be so heartless. But he just looked at me like he was disappointed in me. "Your games called Essence to get sexually assaulted in that home," I finally told him. "Do you hear me? Your bullshit, your selfishness caused some older boy to take advantage of our child. I thought that would cause the Ra I knew to return. I thought he would change back into the loving father that he once was. Yet Ra just sucked his teeth, rolling his eyes. "That's not on me. Don't try to put that on me, Soleil." I stepped closer, shaking, screaming now. "Are you fucking serious?" He sneered. "Yeah, it's your fault the kids got taken because you overreact to everything. You shouldn't have burned my money or put me out. You're making yourself the victim, but this is on you. If you was the ride-or-die bitch for your man that you supposed to be, none of this would have happened to Essence. My stomach dropped, but he wasn't done. He leaned in closer with venom dripping from his words. You don't seem to care too much about Essence, since you already got another boyfriend. You probably was fucking him while we were together. No wonder you put me out so fast. Maybe if Essence wasn't such a hoe, like her mother, then maybe this wouldn't have happened to her. I felt my soul leave my body. Anger coursed through me so hard, I couldn't breathe. My vision blurred red, and before I even knew what I was doing, my hand reached for the knife set on the counter. The handle was cold against my palm as I yanked one free. Every ounce of pain, every betrayal, every word he'd spit at me boiled over. You motherfucker! I screamed, and then I lunged at him with the blade. Aaliyah. The insomnia caught up with me as soon as Fabe slid out of me. We both laid beside one another completely silent. Only our heavy breathing could be heard. We made up for lost time with hours upon hours of what felt like him sweetly punishing me with his dick for keeping the pussy away from him. At first, I got anxious because he wasn't saying anything. I thought he was beginning to regret the love we made. However, just as my heart began to beat heavy with disappointment, he rolled over and held me. Once again, I was lost in the love I felt in his arms and was asleep before I knew it. Until Junior's cries woke me up, and I was jolted out of my sleep. I had been so comfortable that I nearly forgot that he was in the corner in the bassinet. The hotel had blackout curtains, so I couldn't see the sun. Yet I heard the birds chirping, so I knew that it had to be the early hours of the morning. I crept through the darkness to feel around the bassinet and find Junior's pacifier. Angrily, he spit it out as soon as I put it in his mouth. It was past time to feed him. Regretfully, I turned on the light, realizing that I had to fully wake up from such a good sleep. That's when I noticed that the bed was empty. Where Fabe was once lying, beautifully naked, was an empty space. Only the impression of his head on the pillow was there. Curiously, I looked inside of the bathroom. There was only darkness inside. Junior started to cry. I picked him up from the bassinet while noticing that Fabe's coat was missing as well. He was gone. Snatching my phone from the nightstand, I dialed Fabe's number. It wasn't a mystery how he could have left without me knowing. I was knocked out, but I was irritated that he didn't even say goodbye. Irritation turned to dread when my call went straight to voicemail. Every time I called, 6 times, it went straight to voicemail. Dread turned to panic when I saw the closet door open. I jumped up so fast that Junior jumped in fright. Though he was still whimpering, I lay him in the bassinet as I went towards the closet. I flung the door wide open. Just as I suspected, the large garbage bags was gone. The money was gone. Fuck! I felt so stupid. He was gone for good. I knew it. He hadn't mentioned anything about any money while he was there. Angry was not even the word to describe what I was feeling as I slammed the closet door. Junior burst out into a panicked cry then. So did I, as I slid down the wall and threw my arms over my head. That was all that I had. Fabe knew that. He didn't even leave me a little, not even $1. I didn't have anywhere else to go. I didn't know what else to do. Obviously, Fabe and Ra were working together and against me. If Fabe knew about the money, then he probably had an idea that I knew about the murder, too. I had no choice but to leave. I wasn't going to just sit there and wait for Ra to come next. I stood up to get myself together. As I looked in the mirror, with my baby scream serenading me and Ra's bruises looking back at me, I stared at the reflection of my stupidity. But I didn't have time to continue to be stupid for these niggas anymore. It was time. I had to go. I couldn't believe that things had gotten this bad. But when you refuse to learn the lessons that life is trying to teach you, it teaches you in a way that you cannot avoid. For so long, I worshiped the ground Ra walked on, knowing in the back of my mind that he wasn't the one. And now, I was forced to leave, grow up, and take care of myself on my own, whether I liked it or not. Kalani. I sat across from my new lawyer, Sam, who I'd hired with Ra's money. I was twisting my hands nervously in my lap while he flipped through my paperwork. "Look," he said, finally meeting my eyes, "you don't need to panic. With your clean record, the most you're looking at is probation." I blinked at him, scared to feel relief. "Probation? You're sure?" He nodded with a reassuring smile. "I've already spoken with the prosecutor. We've got it lined up. They're not pushing for anything beyond that." I blew a relieved breath. "So I won't go to jail?" "Not with what I've worked out." Then he asked, "Are you sure you want to do this, Kalani? We can fight this." Standing up from the table at the lawyer's office, I knew that I was sure. I adjusted the blouse that I'd worn to the meeting and took my coat off of the back of my chair. "If you're sure I'll get probation, then I'm sure. I don't want to take the risk." Sam looked disappointed, as if he could see that I was giving up. Yet he smiled and nodded as if he respected my decision. I told him that I would see him at court in a few weeks and hurried out of the office. During my meeting, Moses' mother had called and said that Moses was awake. He was groggy, but he asked for me, so I was in a hurry to get back there. I slipped on my leather coat and hurried out of the office building. For the first time in days, I was truly happy. I felt like things were finally getting back to normal. Life wasn't at all perfect. Nevertheless, I had a lot of hope that everything was going to work out. I practically ran towards my car that was parked half a block down the street. Once inside of the car, I called Soleil back as I started the engine. She had called me at least a dozen times while I was in the meeting. She had also sent me a text message asking that I call her back as soon as possible. I wasn't even paying attention when Soleil answered. I cut her off with excitement as I whizzed through the traffic downtown. "Hey, Soleil, I already know. I'm on my way to the hospital now." It was like she didn't even hear me. She sounded so out of it as she spoke to me. "Can you come by my house?" "When? I need to get to the hospital right now. What's wrong?" "Please, Kalani. It's really important." When I heard the tears, I knew that Ra had done something. I shook my head in irritation and disappointment. I was so sick of Ra and his bullshit. I couldn't understand why he just wouldn't leave that girl alone and let her live. "All right," I reluctantly told her. I didn't want to go, but she sounded like she really needed me. "I'm on my way." She hung up without another word. "This nigga irks my soul," I muttered through gritted teeth as I tossed the phone onto the passenger seat. I drove towards the expressway like a madwoman, with hate for Ra fueling my lead foot. Ra was like a thorn in my side. He was negatively affecting everyone's life around him. He was even affecting mine, and he wasn't even my man. He was like a virus, slowly eating away at us with his inability to give a fuck about anybody else besides himself. I thought that Soleil was finally done with him after this last major stunt that he pulled, but apparently not. About 15 minutes later, I arrived at Soleil and Ra's house, while being completely disgusted that once again my life was consumed by Ra or something to do with him. I needed to be at the hospital, not at their house consoling Soleil after whatever stunt he pulled this time. This better be real important, I thought as I rang the bell. I repeatedly moved my legs back and forth and stuffed my hands in my pockets to cope with the cold. It was the beginning of winter, but it was already cold as hell in Chicago. January was only 2 days away. That's when the real Arctic air was going to blow through the city. As I waited for Soleil to come to the door, I thought about New Year's Eve being the next day. Memories of all that I had been through came to mind, especially the events of the last few weeks. The memories were eerie, but I was happy to start this new year with hopes of a much better tomorrow. All of those hopes were lost when Soleil finally answered the door, looking like a walking car accident. Her blonde bang was all over the place and hanging in her face. Her eyes were bloodshot red as they rained tears. When I realized that the stains on her shirt were blood, I lost it. "Soleil, oh my God, are you okay?" In response, she turned away from the door and began to mope as she walked away. I hurriedly followed her inside, closed the door, and followed closely behind her with a million questions. "What happened? Did Ra hit you? What the hell is going on?" "He had the nerve to blame me for what happened to Essence," she fussed in anger while making long, fast strides down the hall. I was on her heels. I was damn near chasing her, confused as she rambled on and walked briskly through the house. "He didn't care. I told him what happened to Essence, and he still didn't care." "Didn't care about what, Soleil?" She didn't even hear me. "I told him how much I wanted that baby. He just laughed. He dismissed my hurt like it didn't mean anything. He told me that I was overreacting. He said that this was my fault. He told me that if I was the ride or die bitch for my man that I was supposed to be, this wouldn't have happened to Essence." As we entered the kitchen, I still didn't know what was going on. Yet it was obvious that Ra had finally gone too far. The look in Soleil's eyes was angrier than I had ever seen before. She was possessed with fury. Soleil was still rambling on and crying, nervously running her fingers through her hair. She sounded like a crazy person. "And do you know what he had the nerve to say?" Her face lost all sanity as she recalled it in her mind. "He said that if Essence wasn't such a hoe like her mother, maybe this wouldn't have happened to her." I cringed. Ra's words even hurt my feelings as I leaned against the island in the kitchen. "Soleil." I stopped mid-sentence when my eyes fell upon the scene on the floor near the back door. I gasped so loud that it bounced off the walls. "Soleil, what did you do?" Ra was lying on the floor in a pool of blood. He was on his stomach. It was obvious that he was dead. I was shocked by the sight of his body and the blood all over the walls. I then looked into Soleil's eyes, which showed no remorse, only fear of what would now happen to her because of what she had done. I stood frozen in place, gaping at Ra's lifeless body with my mouth ajar in pure shock. "How long has he been lying there?" Soleil shrugged her shoulders with weary eyes. She looked just as young and naive as Essence did. "I don't know. 30 minutes, maybe?" When she saw that I had the same fear, she began to justify what she had done through panicked screams. "He ruined my baby. He ruined me, Kalani. And he didn't even care. He didn't even care." I threw my arms around her. I could imagine Ra's blood seeping into the fabric of my jacket as it pressed against Soleil's shirt. As I held her, she rocked back and forth in agony. I didn't mean to. I just got so mad. I was so mad." Her words trailed off in wails of sorrow and fear. Suddenly, she released me and reached for the cell phone that sat on the counter. "What are you doing?" When she answered, "Calling 911. I instinctively rushed towards her and snatched the phone away. "No," I told her. Don't call the police. It just didn't seem right to call them. I imagined them showing up at this scene and hauling her away in handcuffs. I wasn't about to allow Soleil to ruin her life and lose her kids over Ra. I have to call the police, Kalani. He's dead. Even though she knew it was the right thing to do, she looked so scared for what would happen to her when she did call them. When I imagined her being handcuffed and hauled away, it just didn't feel fair. She didn't deserve it. Seeing Ra's body bleeding out and lifeless, that felt fair. Ra had taken every opportunity to ruin her life. She had fought him tooth and nail not to allow him to. Yet he insisted on fucking with her because she had sense enough to leave him. Even in death, he was threatening to ruin her life. Let's just take care of it, I told her as I took off my coat. She looked at me like I was crazy. Take care of it? What do you mean? We can dump his body somewhere. Let the police find him. Though I sounded crazy enough to myself as I said it, it sounded way better than calling the police. Shit, they would think anything could have happened to him, but you should not have to spend the rest of your life in jail for this nigga. Do you want to lose your kids? I was so sincere that my eyes began to tear up, pleading with her. Soleil couldn't answer me. Her eyes looked frantic. They darted back and forth from me to Ra and to the cell phone. She was sweating profusely. She kept opening her mouth, but nothing would come out. So I answered for her. Where is the bleach? For a few seconds, Soleil just stood there. She was confused and lost. I let her stand there as I took off my shoes and socks and threw them into the hallway. I rolled up my jeans, then I left her standing there as I started to run hot water in the sink and began to search the cabinets for cleaning products. It was outlandish, but letting Ra continue to fuck up her life was even more outlandish. He was an asshole that intentionally fucked up everything in his path. She'd given herself loyally to him, and he rewarded her with hate. He didn't have any remorse, not even for his children. My own household had suffered because Moses was loyal to this nigga. Ra had used everyone's loyalty around him and selfishly never returned it. He deserved what Soleil had done to him. As Soleil finally appeared next to me, wearing a pair of plastic gloves and handing me a bottle of bleach, I knew that she felt the same way. 16. Aaliyah. I couldn't stop crying. I could barely get my baby dressed. My tears kept falling on Junior as I tried to change him into a wool onesie. This wasn't supposed to be my life. This wasn't supposed to be how I started my new year. I just wanted and needed to get the hell out of Chicago fast. But when I realized that now I had very little money to get anywhere, I just sobbed hysterically. Fabe had just taken everything I had. The only person that had ever helped me was Ra, but I couldn't go back to him. That was not an option. He now knew that I had stolen from him. He had obviously sent Fabe to my room to get his money, and Fabe had played me and played with my feelings in the process. I did love Fabe. All this time, he had been on my mind and in my heart, and I was too damn young and naive to even know what love was. I thought that Ra loved me. I thought that our relationship was real. But that had all been nothing but a fraud. That wasn't real love. But shit, obviously I didn't know if Fabe's love for me was real either, because that nigga had played me too. Shit! I began to freak out as I heard the door of the hotel room opening. I started to tremble as I stared at the door, with large eyes filled with fear. Whomever it was had a key. I was so petrified that it was Ra on the other side of the door. My heart sank as I figured that Fabe had told him where I was and had given him the key. My cries became sobs as the door opened wider. Remembering what Ra had done to me before, I could only imagine the way he would beat me now for stealing from him, possibly even kill me. I remembered that he was the cause of his own best friend's awful death. If he was so cold to do that to Carlos, there was no telling what he had in mind to do to me. Then I heard a sweet, "Baby, what's wrong?" My eyes darted up towards him. When they rested on Fabe's concerned face, my cries were now of relief. I left the bed and brushed towards him, wrapping my arms around his large frame. His coat was so icy cold, but I didn't care. I held him so tight. I was so relieved that he was back, that I wasn't alone, and that he hadn't played me. Maybe this was real love after all. "What's wrong?" he asked again. "You left," I cried. "I thought you left me." His chuckle was so cute as he attempted to hold me with his hands full. "I took your key and went to get breakfast, babe. I was hungry. You wouldn't wake up. You were knocked out." I looked up into his eyes and softly beat his chest with my fist. "Why didn't you answer the phone?" "It's dead. I just realized it when I pulled up." Relief was still leaving my body in a rush. I finally left his space and sat on the bed next to Junior. "Oh my God," I sighed as I wiped my face dry. Fabe watched me with worry as he sat a duffel bag down next to the table. Then he sat a brown bag that smelled of food on the table and took off his coat. The familiar smell of pancakes and sausage filled the room, and my stomach suddenly growled. As he started to take the food out of the bag, he asked, "Why would you think that I left you?" He sat next to me and picked up Junior. As he placed Junior on his chest, I was suddenly jealous, wanting to take my baby's place. "You weren't answering your phone, and you took the money." I looked at him, hoping that he was about to give me the right answers that wouldn't make me regret letting my guard down with him. "How did you know about it? Did Ross send you here?" Fabe's eyes suddenly filled with reluctance as he sighed. "Yeah, he sent me here because he knew that you would answer for me. He wanted his money back." "Is that why you took it? Did you take it back to him?" I asked reluctantly. Fabe kissed his teeth. "Fuck no. I took it just in case he figured out where you were and showed up before I got back. I knew he wouldn't kill you before he got his money back. It's in that duffel bag." "Do you know how he got it?" Fabe nodded his head slowly. "Yeah, I know. He told me because he is so thirsty to find this money, and he knew he could only get to you through me. I'm disgusted with that nigga. I kept my cool in the moment because I didn't know what he might do. Carlos was like a brother to him. How the fuck do you snake somebody like that?" He said he did it because Carlos would have killed Moses over the money Moses owes him. But Carlos wasn't about to kill Moses over some lost weight. Rod did that shit for his own reasons, and he's trying to spin the story to make himself look like the victim. That's what snakes do. I sighed heavily. "You should probably leave. If he would kill his own best friend, he would kill his brother for keeping him from that much money." "Fuck Ra," Fabe spat with a sneer. "I called to tell him that I couldn't find you, but he didn't answer. He is so busy chasing $1 that he won't be smart enough to figure out that I lied." Then Fabe scoffed angrily. "I'm done with him, Aaliyah. Family or not, once you cross a line like that, there ain't no coming back." Soleil. As Kalani took the bottle of bleach from me, she asked, "What the hell happened to Essence? You keep saying Rod didn't care. What happened to her? What didn't he care about?" I couldn't even say it. The words burned my throat like rubbing alcohol. Oh God, I began to sob. "When DCFS took her to that home, some boy raped her." Kalani heaved. "Oh God." Just then, faint moans could be heard behind us, and we lost it. "Oh shit!" I cursed in a frightened whisper as Kalani and I jumped out of our skin. Clutching my chest with a shaky hand, I reluctantly looked over to where Ra was lying. "Did you hear that?" I asked Kalani in a panicked murmur. Her eyes were wide with fear as she stared at Ra's body. "Yeah," barely left her voice above a whisper. We stood there like frozen zombies, staring at him with bulging eyes. Then it happened again. "Fuck!" I squealed as I jumped and held onto Kalani's arm. "He's alive! Shit!" Kalani told me, "Calm down," despite me feeling her shivering just as much as I was. I couldn't be calm. How was I supposed to be fucking calm? I had completely spazzed and stabbed this son of a bitch 3 times. It felt good feeling the knife pierce his thick skin. It felt good seeing him cringe with pain. I loved seeing the same hurt in his eyes that he inflicted on me and my children. But when his body hit that floor, my heart stopped beating, knowing that I had just made sure that I would never see my kids again. After what Essence had gone through, I had put her right back in the hands of the state, because they would surely take my kids away from me when I was in prison for murder. As I stood there frozen, not knowing what the hell to do next, Kalani rushed out of my grasp towards a drawer. She quickly swung it open and then slammed it shut. She did the next drawer the same way, and another, until she found what she was looking for. My heart sank when she pulled out a butcher knife. "No, Kalani!" I ran towards her, taking the knife out of her hand. "We have to kill him," she insisted. She tried to take the knife from me, but I snatched it away and put it behind my back. "No! You're going to get in trouble if he lives to tell about this shit." "I don't care." I had given up. Tears were streaming down my face. At that moment, I had no energy left to give. I had allowed Ra to send me down a destructive path yet again. All I had wanted was to talk to him, to tell him how his evil games had led to our child being raped and possibly scarred for the rest of her life. But when that son of a bitch was so evil and heartless that he blamed me, I couldn't take his arrogance anymore. I grabbed the first thing in my reach and just started to swing. I wanted to hurt him bad. I wanted him to feel pain. But now, only my children would suffer. Again. "I have to call the police." Kalani gasped. "You want to go to prison, bitch?" "I'd rather go to jail for stabbing him than killing him." I went towards my cell phone on the counter. Ra's blood smeared onto the phone from my trembling hands when I picked it up to dial 911. "Leave, Kalani." "No!" She rushed towards me and tried to snatch the phone from my hand, but I pulled it away before she could get a grip on it. "Just go home, Kalani," I insisted. "You can't be here. You can't be involved in this. I need you to be free so that you can take care of my kids." Tears began to well in her eyes as she kept pleading with me. "Soleil, I can't kill him," I pressed. "I thought I had, but now that I haven't, I'm actually relieved. I don't want to be in a position where I never see my babies again. Please?" I stared at her with my pleading, tired eyes, begging her to please listen to me. She just looked back at me, with her eyes filled with unwillingness. Just as the seconds crept by slowly, Ra moaned again. I didn't even turn to look at him. I kept looking at Kalani, waiting for her to realize that this was the right thing to do. "Kalani, go." "This is crazy," she said, shaking her head. "You're going to go to jail for a long time." "I made a mistake," I snapped. "Now I have to face the consequences." As I brought the phone in front of me to press call, she wrapped her arms around me. I wanted to fall into her arms and cry, but I couldn't. I had to do this. I tapped her arm lightly, silently telling her to let me go. She did with a deep sigh, and finally, slowly and regretfully, walked out of the kitchen. As I dialed 911, I used the bleach to start getting rid of any trace of Kalani being there. 911, what is your emergency? I need an ambulance. Ma'am, are you hurt? No. It's my boyfriend, ex-boyfriend. He's been stabbed. Can you tell us what happened, ma'am? I was standing outside of my house leaning against a squad car, with 2 officers standing in front of me, watching me sternly. They were eyeing the blood all over me. They had just arrived, right after the ambulance had arrived and the techs had rushed inside. I was stuttering. I was still trembling. Tears were still flowing. My heart was beating so fast that I could barely breathe. I took a slow, deep breath, trying to calm down and think clearly. Me and my ex-boyfriend got into an argument. And he, my voice wouldn't stop shaking. He started to hit me. Suddenly, I felt like I should lie, that I should make this seem like I was defending myself. Good thing for me I was crying already, so I felt like I sounded believable. He's always been mentally and physically abusive, so I got scared. He was hitting me, grabbing me, and he's so much bigger than me. I didn't know what else to do. I picked up the first thing that I saw and just started to swing. Oh my God. I clutched my chest, staring off into nothing as the tears rolled. So you stabbed him, the other officer clarified. Yes, I'm so sorry. I didn't know what else to do. Just then, the techs rushed out of the front door with Ra on a stretcher. I was both relieved and disappointed that they weren't carrying him out of that house in a body bag. I began to walk away, to rush towards the stretcher. I don't know why specifically. There was so much that I wanted to do, so much on my mind, so much that I was feeling. Ma'am, a stern hand clutching my elbow stopped me. I looked back, still stuttering. I need to go to the hospital with him. I need to make sure he's okay. Sorry, ma'am, but you have to come with us. Just then, his partner started to approach me as well. When he started to reach for his cuffs, my heart sank. You're under arrest for attempted murder.
Moses. It felt like my eyelids were weighed down by bricks. I strained to get them open, though, because I could smell Kalani in the room. After being with a person for so long, you know their scent, even if they aren't wearing perfume. As I finally opened my eyes and saw her face, I smiled. You finally made it. When my eyes first opened, what scared me most was not seeing Kalani. I thought maybe she was still mad at me. The guilt had eaten at me enough before the shooting, but lying in that hospital bed weak as hell, the idea that I might have pushed her away for good damn near crushed me. But my family told me she hadn't left my side since I came out of surgery, that the only reason she wasn't there when I first opened my eyes was because she had a meeting with her lawyer. Seeing that I was awake, she had stood and rushed towards me. Holding my hand, she said, "Yeah, I was at a meeting with the lawyer when they told me you woke up." "You okay?" I asked her. "Shouldn't I be asking you that? I'm a G, girl. I'm straight." She giggled and lightly smacked my arm. "Whatever. I'm just happy to be alive. You sure you're okay, though?" I pressed. Something wasn't right with Kalani. She looked shook. She tried to play it off by asking, "Why do you keep asking me that? You're shaking." I could feel her hand trembling as she held mine. "I'm okay. I'm just relieved that you're alive. I was so scared that you were going to die. I'm so happy that you're going to be okay." That made sense to me, so I laid my head back on the pillow. I was so doped up. A nigga felt like he was floating. "I'm sorry, baby," I told her. Kalani's eyes squinted with confusion. "For what?" "For making you feel like you can't trust me. I know I kept Ra's secrets, but I would never keep anything from you that would—" "Shh, Moses. That's not important right now. I got you in this shit because of my stupid decisions, though. I just want you to know that I will never put you in that position again. Tell the prosecutor whatever they want to know so you can get out of this. If I gotta go down, then so be it." Ever since I woke up, so much had been on my mind. As I lay in that hospital bed with tubes coming out of me, I was so happy to be alive. I was happy as hell that I had another chance to do this life the right way with my family. God had given me another chance, and I was not about to mess it up. With a heavy sigh, Kalani shook her head. "No, I can't do that. When I thought you were dead or wasn't going to survive, I experienced how it would feel if you weren't around. I can't have that on my conscience." A nigga was touched. I looked up at her, admiring how ride or die she was for me. I didn't deserve her, and I was grateful as hell just to have her in my life. "Do you remember what happened to you?" Kalani asked. "A little," I lied. "What I couldn't remember, people told me." Kalani sneered and shook her head. "I can't believe they shot you over that car. I hate these young niggas. All they want to do is take from the next motherfucker and shoot shit up. What the fuck do they want to do with Rod's car anyway? And why would you fight back? You know better than that." I just shrugged. God had already saved my life, and I didn't want to piss him off by lying to my woman's face. I couldn't believe the lie Rod come up with. I wondered how long I was in that car bleeding out while he figured out that bullshit carjacking story. I remembered exactly what had gone down. I had always known that Ra was a shady motherfucker, but that son of a bitch had gone way too far this time. So far that it almost cost me my life. He was so fucking thirsty for the next man's money that he was willing to risk my life for $1. Shit, even though I had survived the shooting, my life was still at risk. If me and Ra were ever connected to Carlos's death, the police wouldn't give a fuck if I knew about that robbery or not. All they would care about, especially with my record, was that I was there. That was a fucking felony murder charge, and with my current convictions, that meant a life sentence for my ass. So I wasn't saying a goddamn thing. Our attention was brought to the door of my hospital room as it opened. I had gotten so many visitors since I woke up that there was no telling who was on the other side this time. I just hoped that it wasn't Ra. I was through with that motherfucker. "Hey, mama's baby." It was my mother, smiling at me as she walked in with a styrofoam to-go container. I shook my head at her with a chuckle. "Mama, I can't eat solid foods." She waved what I had to say away. "Boy, I know you hungry, and you need some comfort food. They can't tell me not to feed my baby." I laughed again, still shaking my head as she walked towards me. I just knew that she was about to force-feed me. Kalani just giggled and shook her head too as we gave each other that look that said, "Here my mama go again." Just as she opened the styrofoam container and revealed the lamb chops, spaghetti, corn on the cob, and garlic bread, Kalani pressed, he cannot eat that. He's on a liquid diet." "Hush, where's the micro—" My mother stopped mid-sentence when her phone started to ring. Reaching into her purse, she pulled it out and answered. "Hey, Nancy," she greeted my aunt, Ra's mother. "What? Oh, God." I tried to sit up, but instantly felt pain in my stomach. I relaxed, but still looked on as my mother started to cry with her hand over her mouth as she listened. Kalani went closer to her and rubbed her arm to soothe her. "It was who? Jesus, where is he? Oh, I'm here now. Okay." When she hung up, she didn't say a word. She just looked at me with her older, weary eyes.
Ma, say something,
I told her.
Soleil done stabbed Ra.
So much concern and despair was all over her face.
I can't believe this. So much is going on. First you, then Carlos, and now Ra. Oh my God, I can't take this.
Kalani looked at my mother as she swallowed hard.
Is he okay?
Honestly, I was hoping that my mother said no. I was hoping that clown was in a body bag. But I lost all hope when my mother said,
He's downstairs in surgery.
Where's Soleil? Kalani asked.
She got arrested.
Oh, God. Kalani's eyes instantly teared up.
This is madness.
My mother grimaced while shaking her head.
I can't believe all of this is happening. We need to pray. Lord, we need you right now. In the name of Jesus, let me go down there and talk to his mama. Lord, I know she is fit to be tired.
I'm coming with you, Kalani told her. Shaking her head, my mother put her hand up.
Baby, you don't have to do that. Stay here with Moses.
Nah, Ma. Let her go, I told her. Somebody needs to be down there with you to calm you down. I'm straight. She looked between me and Kalani and gave in.
Okay, that's fine. We'll be back.
As Kalani and my mother left the room, I didn't feel an ounce of sympathy for Ra. I could only imagine what he'd done to push Soleil to do this. That nigga was shady. I couldn't believe that I'd stood by his side for this long. But I didn't have to keep standing. I was through with Ra and all his pipe dreams and empty promises.
17. Kalani. Oh, Jesus. I can't believe this. God, I hope he's okay. Moses' mother, Tina, was going on and on as we rode on the elevator. I was barely listening to her. My mind was going at a rapid speed in disbelief at what was happening. I was so worried about Soleil. I wondered what they would charge her with, if she would get bail, and how long she would be in jail. It made my stomach turn as I wondered if the police would find out that I had been there. I wondered if Ra had heard anything me and Soleil had said. For every worry that crossed my mind, I hated Ra more and more. Everything was his fault, even his own suffering. In his own way, he had asked for Soleil to stab him. He deserved that shit, and it was unfair that Soleil and her children were going to suffer for it. As I followed Tina off the elevator, I held her trembling hand. She was so worried and stressed, and I even blamed her stress on Ra as well. I wished he would die on that surgery table, because I had an aching feeling that if he lived, he wouldn't be done ruining our lives. I was in my own head as I walked along with Tina down the hall. I was wrapped in my own thoughts as we entered the ICU waiting room. I smiled sympathetically at Ra's mother, who was in the corner in tears being consoled by Ra's father. Everybody was gathered, holding and consoling one another. Some were crying, others were pacing the floor, and a few sat in silence with their heads bowed like they were praying. I sat with them, but my presence felt fake. Everyone else was consoling one another, but I couldn't bring myself to fake it. The door opened, and a woman in scrubs stepped inside. She was tall with tired eyes and a clipboard clutched in her hands. She cleared her throat, and the whole room froze. Ra's condition is stable, she told his parents as if she had met them already. He's still in surgery, but he will live. The team is repairing the damage now, and he'll be moved into recovery afterward. Relief broke across the room instantly. Gasps, sobs, and shouts of, "Thank you, Jesus," filled the air. His mother clutched her husband, shaking and crying with joy. Cousins hugged cousins. Yet I was cringing with regret on the inside. But I forced myself to be thankful that at least Soleil didn't have to live with being responsible for his death. As the surgeon left the room, Ra's mother's face warped with anger through her tears. "That bitch is gonna pay for this. We'll make sure she answers for it," his father fussed. "She tried to kill him." Tina raised her hands gently. Now, it could have been an accident. Accident, Ra's father barked, cutting her off. She told the police it was self-defense. She said my son was putting his hands on her. That's a damn lie. Ra would never do that. Tears rolled down his mother's cheeks as she told Tina, "She's been bitter ever since he left her for Aaliyah. He told us that she's been so angry and taking her frustrations out on those kids." That was it for me. I couldn't hold my tongue anymore. "He's a liar," I seethed, and the whole room turned to me, stunned. She left him. He's been lying to y'all, making himself out to be the victim when he's the one destroying everything. Don't act like you don't know the kind of man he really is. Ra has been wreaking havoc on Soleil and those kids and probably deserved whatever Soleil did to him. Ra's father shot me a glare. "You will not stand here and disrespect my son." My hands shook with rage. Disrespect? The disrespect has been Soleil's pain being dismissed while y'all turn a blind eye to who he really is. "Enough!" he barked again. I couldn't breathe. My eyes burned and my throat was tight with anger. I shoved back my chair so hard it scraped the floor and stormed out of that waiting room before I said something that couldn't be unsaid.
Phabe. Her skin against mine made me forget everything else. I moved slowly inside her, holding her like she might slip away if I didn't. With my dick deep inside of her, I felt something more than lust. I was embarrassingly in love with her. I was obsessed in a way I'd never admit to anyone but myself. Her body was damn near perfect, but it was more than that. She made me feel a peace I didn't think existed for a nigga like me. I buried my face in her neck, breathing her in. How the fuck Ra had this and still treated her foul, I couldn't even understand. My brother was a snake, but to lay with a woman like Aaliyah and disrespect her didn't add up. All I could imagine was treating her with delicacy, giving her the kind of love Ra didn't even have in him. She moaned, arching into me, and whispered, "Don't stop." "I couldn't if I tried," I murmured against her lips. "You got me hooked, baby. You don't even understand." Her soft yet burning eyes searched mine. "I know. I feel it." I kissed her deep and slow, like I wanted to memorize her mouth. Every stroke, every touch felt like I was trying to prove something to her and myself. I was trying to prove to her that I wasn't him. Then my phone started ringing again on the nightstand. I ignored it while grinding deeper into her. She pulled back slightly, out of breath. "Babe, answer it. That's the third time it rang." "I don't give a fuck about that right now," I muttered, kissing down her jaw. She pushed my chest playfully, though her eyes were serious. "Just answer it, Phabe. It could be important." I sighed, grabbed the phone, and glanced at the screen. It was Pop. My eyes narrowed, wondering what could be so important. "Hello? Phabe?" My father's voice rushed through, strained. "Ra's been stabbed. They rushed him to the hospital. He's in surgery right now." I froze, sitting up. "What? Who did it?" "It was Soleil. The police are at the hospital. They say she told them it was self-defense. She claimed Ra was putting his hands on her." He let out a bitter sigh. "Boy, you know your brother. He don't put his hands on women. That girl has just been bitter ever since he left her for Aaliyah. Now she done took it too far." I pressed my hand over my face, shocked at how much Ra had my father fooled, just like the rest of the world. "His mama losing it. They don't know if he's gonna make it through the operation. You need to get down here." "I'm on my way." I said, hanging up. Aaliyah was sitting up now with worry etched all over her face. What happened? I rubbed a hand down my face. Ra got stabbed. He's in surgery right now. They said Soleil did it. Her lips parted as her eyes widened in disbelief. She shook her head slowly. Oh my God. She covered her mouth, then whispered, Poor Soleil. If she got pushed that far, I can't even imagine what she must have been going through with him. She's probably reached her breaking point. I sat there for a second, phone still hot in my hand, and I couldn't argue with her. She was right. I knew the type of man my brother really was. He had been digging his own grave for a long time with all the lying, manipulating, and always pushing people past their breaking point. If Soleil had finally snapped, if she'd defended herself, I couldn't even blame her.
Soleil. You can have a phone call now. I sighed with relief as I walked towards the bars of the cell that I had been locked up in for hours. There wasn't a window in sight, so I had no idea what time it was or if it was New Year's Eve by now. Once the officer slid the cell open, he grabbed me by the elbow and led me over to the phones. I didn't have the stomach to call my mother. The last thing I wanted to hear at the moment was her weary voice or my children's concerns, so I called Kalani. I waited for her to answer and then accept the collect call. Hello, Soleil? Kalani's voice rushed through the phone after a few seconds. Hey, I hoarsely spoke. She sighed as if she were relieved to hear from me. Are you okay? No, I admitted, fighting tears. I had been crying so hard for so long that my eyes were hurting. You're right, she replied, sucking her teeth. That was a stupid question. My bad. What are they charging you with? The words were stuck in my throat. It was so hard for me to say it, but I forced out,